Okay, everyone, good morning. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It's 9 a.m. and it's April 8th, 2025. If you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we always have the courage and grace to do what we feel is, or the grit and the grace to do what we feel is right and in the best interest of our community. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. So, if you all will indulge me for a second, LPA members, I wanted to call you yesterday, but Nancy said I needed to wait until today. And since there are a couple of council members and a couple of people who spoke at the meeting yesterday about a donation I made, I thought I'd just clarify it for you. So, I am not a member of the Fort Myers Beach United group. I'm not a member. I'm not on their board. I have no decision-making ability with that organization whatsoever. I did make a donation to their cause. It's no surprise to anyone. I stated it publicly right here in this room during the council's deliberation about Seagate, how I feel about that project. I still feel strongly about that project, that it was a mistake. And should anything about Seagate ever come before us again, I would certainly recuse myself. But I consulted Nancy and Becky because Nancy was hesitant to give me advice on her own, so Becky got on the line. I had a long conversation with both of them. I said, have I done something I need to apologize for? Have I done something illegal? Have I done something unethical? And the answer was no, I have not. What I will apologize for is the drama that's been created about this. I apologize for that, mostly to the six of you. I'm including Doug, because yesterday several times it was said that, can these people get a fair, can anyone, they were mostly referring to the Arches project, of course, that's the big deal today, even though to the other people, I'm sure their projects are just as big a deal. Can they get a fair hearing before the LPA? I'm one vote on this LPA. And so I believe in all of my deepest heart that anybody who comes before this body will get a fair hearing and a just hearing and an impartial hearing. I've been doing this a very long time, and it's difficult in a small town. I said the last time the Freeland family was here, I went to school with those guys. I bought my first car from that family. I've known them most of my life. Can I still be impartial about that case? I believe I can. It happens a lot in Fort Myers Beach, and I'm the first one to point out that I know somebody personally, that I have a relationship somehow with someone personally. I did what I felt was right, and I still believe what I did was right, but I'm sorry that it's caused you all such consternation. Yesterday, by the end of the council meeting, I felt like I was a card-carrying communist, and that was very upsetting to me, really upsetting to me. I'm sorry that council members have lost faith in me over this. I stood up because so many people had said to me that they were afraid to. And I said, you know what, that's just not right. It's just not right. So I disclosed myself. And here I stand. I have no intention of resigning. I'll serve my term. I suspect that, maybe I won't get reappointed in October, and if that's the will of the council, that's the will of the council. But from now until then, at least, I will do my best to look at each and every case fairly and without prejudice. And that's all I have to say. So, now, unless any of you guys have any questions for me, do you, about this? No? Okay, so we'll move on to an approval of the final agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. An approval of the minutes for the local planning agency meeting of March 11th, 2025.
And approve those minutes?
Thank you, John.
Second.
Thank you, Jane. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. And now we'll move on to public comment. So, and this is public comment, not on a case that's before us, please, unless you've got a time constraint, in which case you're welcome to come up. Go ahead, Nancy.
I have Paula Kiker, followed by Ed Rude.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I just say on the record, you did mention that there were conversations with me and Becky Vos. My comments to you, just for the record, were consistent with the comments that I made yesterday.
They were exactly the same.
At the town council meeting.
Yes, it was exactly the same.
Thank you.
Good morning, Paula.
Good morning. Paula Kiker, 6035 Estero Boulevard. I am here today to state my opinion on a matter that I had learned about over the weekend. It has come to my attention that Ms. Saracita has not only donated to the Protect FMB organization, but is actively lobbying for others to donate on social media. And my comments today are for any member who are serving on the LPA who has also donated, if any. At the town council meeting yesterday, I urged the council to address any other LPA members that are involved with the suit against the town, against the very folks who placed you on this committee. Under that ordinance 2-96, removal of agency, board, committee, or commission members, it reads, unless otherwise precluded by state statute, ordinance, or resolution, any member of an agency, board, committee, or commission shall serve at the pleasure of the town council and may be removed by town council with or without cause. Period. End of story. There's a second statement of that ordinance, but it's only for a must situation. I believe Nancy is wrong in her decision yesterday, and when she told the council that they could not remove you or any others, I am prepared to have the state opine on that subject should I have to do that. In my line of work, I often ask my clients, put yourself in the other person's shoes. I ask them, how would you feel if you were them? So in today's scenario, how do you think these applicants sitting behind me today will feel about today's process? Will they think it can be fair and unbiased? Will they think if you don't like the final outcome, you will sue to delay, stop the project again and again? It may be the first time, but I believe you've lost their trust. Go fight your cause. Just do not do it from that chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Mr. Root?
After Mr. Rude is Karen Woodson.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Root, 8150 Estero Boulevard. Anita, I appreciate your explanation, and I understand both sides of the story pretty much. I'm going to have to ad-lib a little bit because your explanation has kind of tore up what I've got written down here.
Sorry about that, Eddie.
But I do want to express my concern. I do have a concern, and it's pretty widespread, obviously. It's hard for me to believe that you are not biased towards these projects. It's evident that you're biased towards them. You're going to vote against the arches today. There's no question. You know that coming in. The bias proves itself with your affiliation to Protect FMB, and you're donating to the lawsuit to try to overturn the council's decision. You're here at the council's pleasure. It's my understanding that the donations to Protect FMB are confidential. You should have kept it that way instead of going out on social media. That was the fallacy. And that fallacy, that mistake, should create a situation where you have to recuse yourself from the projects that are mentioned on this website and the ones that are upcoming, including the arches today. And it's my opinion, if you had the integrity that was necessary, that you would admit that and you would do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
Karen Woodson.
Karen Woodson?
That's all I have signed up
Okay.
after Ms. Woodson.
Well, if anybody else would like to speak, they're welcome to. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, everyone. Karen Woodson, 823rd Street. Anita, on a personal level, you're a wonderful woman who has done remarkable work for our town and have contributed immensely to the community.
Thank you.
But speaking personally, what is happening here with the town, with Protect FMB, is ethically reprehensible. From a 10,000-foot level, everyone on the council yesterday had concerns. Optics for the town are skewed and puts the integrity of our systems and governing body of the town in question. If you respect the process and the people of our governing body, you don't undermine it. This is not just a legal question, but an ethical issue. I asked this question of council. Who else has contributed to this lawsuit with Protect FMB? No one. And I'll ask the same question of all of you. Who else on the LPA, besides the chair, Anita Saracita, has contributed or solicited contributions for Protect FMB, which has filed a lawsuit against our town? I'm not expecting an answer, but I am asking that you dig deep into your moral compass. Hard to believe you can be impartial in this hearing. In a perfect world, I've had 40 years in HR. It's morally unethical to contribute, solicit contributions, or engage in any way in a lawsuit against the town when you're an appointed member of a town advisory committee, basically biting the hand that feeds you, or in this case, that appoints you. Long-term, Anita, I do not believe you're willing to support the direction and decisions of our current council and perhaps the will of the LPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? No one? Okay, public comment is closed. Sure, Jane? But we don't really comment on public comment, but
I'm not gonna comment on public comment. I'm gonna say, with the statement that Karen just said, anybody that takes contributions. So, I haven't heard any of the council disclose their contributions on any of these.
well, that's not relevant. It's not,
Things.
it's,
And can they keep an open mind for the public that they're serving if they're taking in money? Have they not
no,
already
no,
made
no,
a commitment?
Jane, no, that's, it has nothing to do with this.
That's
Has
a
nothing to do with this.
Personal
Okay.
check.
So today before us, we have 5 quasi-judicial hearings and 1 legislative hearing. And we're going to start with a rezoning, which is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a rezoning of property located at 1011 3rd Street, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. It is strap number 244623 W300202.0060. From downtown to residential plan development, it is an RPD with 3 deviations. 1, to request to apply property development regulations for the downtown zoning district rather than the residential multifamily standards. In section 34-943, requiring use of the RM development regulations. 2, reduction of the required 5-foot side yard setbacks to allow for development on the eastern property line. And 3, requesting a floor area ratio, FAR, of 1.7, an increase over the 1.0 FAR allowed in section 34-675C3. Providing for clarifications as necessary, for providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chair, I have
Yes.
a few comments I'd like to make before we engage in our quasi-judicial.
Yes, please do, Nancy. I forgot about your show.
That's okay. As the chair has advised, we do have 5 items on our agenda today. The first 5 items that are quasi-judicial in nature. The last item is legislative in nature. And just so everyone is aware that there will be a recess by the LPA from noon till 1 p.m. So the 5 items that are on today's agenda, they are, as I mentioned, quasi-judicial in nature. And this requires that the public hearing today comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings will be less formal than a proceeding before a circuit court, but they will be more formal than the hearing that we will have on the legislative matter, as well as the remaining items on today's agenda. Our quasi-judicial hearings, they're going to follow basic standards of due process that requires certain notices, application of the correct standards, and that the LPA decisions are made on competent and substantial evidence that will be presented either in written documents or through oral testimony. As the LPA, your job is to evaluate this testimony and information for each of the items that are brought to you and draw a conclusion regarding whether or not the criteria in your land development code, your comprehensive plan, or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered by Florida courts to be competent evidence, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and information. So anyone in the audience today, if you are intended to speak on any of these items, please keep my comments in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in. Today you have several variances before you and an unanimous, got it this time, decision by eligible voting members of the LPA to approve a variance shall constitute final agency action subject to a request by anyone for an additional hearing, review of the matter by the town council if that request for an additional hearing is received by the town clerk within 10 days of the LPA decision. So for purposes of efficiency, I do need to dispose of a few more housekeeping matters. First, I need to ask the town clerk whether the agenda items today that are before you have been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code and Florida law.
Excuse me, yes, they have been.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, also, I need to ask if anyone has a conflict of interest under the Florida Ethics Code that would require the completion of a Form 8B, that you have any type of benefit coming to you as a special gain or a special loss, to please disclose it at this time, so that so I can ascertain that we do have a quorum present to review these items.
Jim, anything?
None.
How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jean?
Just don't walk by.
I have none. Jim?
No conflict.
How about John?
No conflict.
I also note that we have 6 members present today.
Yes, and I was just gonna say that.
Okay, let's
Mr.
go
Sut-
ahead and
M- Mr.
disclose
Sudduth-
that.
Mr. Sudduth has requested an excused absence for family issues.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any objection? Okay.
Okay, thank you. And so if there is anyone in the audience, as well as town staff, who is intending to provide testimony today, if you would please stand and raise your right hand, and the clerk will swear you in.
This is for any case that we're going to hear today.
Correct.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
So, Madam Chair, you have read the title for our first agenda item. There are a few more housekeeping items that I think, would you like me to go through them, or would you like to do?
Quasi-judicial, so I'll ask for ex parte.
Correct.
So John, anything?
Not on this one.
Jim?
No.
Jane?
That's my walk by.
How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am. No.
Jim, I do. I actually spoke with Matt Noble briefly about this, and, a long time ago, George, the property owner, was in my store and mentioned that he had a project coming forward. Nothing particular, but he did mention it. And that's all.
Okay, so can all members render a fair and impartial decision today?
Yes.
And has anyone already made their mind up regarding this particular item?
No?
Is the applicant present on this item?
Yes.
Would you like to ask any questions regarding their disclosures? Okay. Has the applicant received a copy of the agenda materials?
Yes.
As far as,
Has Mr. Noble been accepted as an expert? Have you ever done anything here yet before? Where we've accepted you as an expert in your field, Matt? I don't think so. I don't think we have. Would you come up for just a moment?
Yes.
He's got a bum leg. Okay, so Matt, would you tell us what your specialties are and what your qualifications are as a planner?
Yes, I am a practicing planner, have been a practicing planner in Lee County about 40 years now. I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning. I've worked for Lee County, I've worked for the beach, I've worked for Estero. I've done projects up and down the state of Florida, in multiple states actually.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Noble, or would someone make a motion, please, to accept him as an expert in his field for the town?
Also move.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Jane. Any discussion or objection to the motion? Okay, Matt, you're officially an expert.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
so
All
I,
right.
I believe that staff will do an introduction and then the applicant will present their case.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning, members, staff. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Today I'm here to present a request for a RPD, or a residential plan development, located at 1011 3rd Street, located in the downtown zoning district. Before you is a request to institute an RPD. Along with it, they are requesting 3 deviations. I will go over the deviations in a little bit more detail. The deviations before you today that have been requested include a deviation to code sections 34, 674, and 675. These code sections, among other things, detail what the setbacks, heights, bulk of the buildings in those zoning districts would be. The request before you today is to substitute the RM, or residential multifamily zoning district, that the code calls for to be the underlying zoning district for any planned developments, and instead replace it with the downtown zoning district. The differences, and this was mentioned briefly in the staff report, there are some minor differences between the 2 zones. It's, from my opinion, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Some of it is less intensive in downtown. Some of it's a bit more intensive in downtown as compared to the RM zoning district. I will leave that to the applicant to explain any questions you may have about why they chose downtown district. The second deviation request that they have asked for is to reduce the side setbacks in the downtown zoning district. There would be a 5-foot structural side yard setback. This is differentiated from the RM zoning district. That district would require a 6.5-foot side setback. So the downtown zoning district from the baseline is 1.5 foot less than what would be required within the RM zoning district. So they've requested to move the building over to the east side property line, provide a 0 lot line on the east side, and as such, they will be providing the 5-foot setback on the west property line. Finally, the third deviation request is a deviation request to allow for additional floor area ratio. Under the RM zoning district, the RM zoning district would allow for a 1.0 FAR in that area. They are requesting a 1.7 floor area ratio. The calculations based on what has been submitted to us shows a building that is roughly 1.61, and they're asking for 1.7, in the words of the applicant, to provide them a little bit of breathing room and movement with the building. So that's what's been requested today. Staff is here for any questions that you may have, and the applicant's representative is also here to answer questions.
And Jason, your recommendation is approval.
I apologize. Yes, recommendation of staff is approval based on looking at the totality of the project, where it is located, the reasonable expectation for any sort of negative nuisances that may be presented to that area, and the fact that the density is being reduced from the 4 units that existed pre-storm that we could validate. They're proposing to build 2 dwelling units, so it's a reduction in density for the entire project based on what theoretically could be rebuilt under the post-disaster build-back policy.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Of course.
Matt?
Do I have the PowerPoint?
He's bringing it up. Oh, you need a clicker too.
Sorry.
I guess I'll take a minute and say I'm so grateful everybody is here today. I'm happy to be here, you know. It's kind of my return to the beach. It's been a few years since I've been to the beach, so I really appreciate everybody being here. I'm so thankful for staff and all the help they've given in multiple projects, just not this project, but, you know, very helpful. And, you know, it's a complicated code. I'm not gonna kid anybody. You know, it's definitely unique, the beach code. You know, and not working with it every day, you forget things. And I like being pointed out that, you know, my memory's not perfect, you know? So, I wanted to start with that, express my gratitude to the staff.
That's very
'cause
nice, Matt.
I hear everybody yelling at staff all the time, and I think we need to be thankful for them, you know?
We certainly are.
It's okay.
We have some technical difficulties.
We're having technical difficulties.
Would anyone like a snack?
It is a very minor requirement. I don't know if anybody remembers the building that was kind of kitty corner from the restaurant across the street.
John Lalo had his offices there, didn't he?
I think he did at one
Okay.
point. You know, and I kind of, it definitely is the Wayback Machine. Because I lived it with the staff, like, well, how did it become 4 units? Well, back in the early 70s, the county would allow 6 dwelling units on any parcel on the beach. I mean, there was an ordinance that allowed that. That's how this unit came to be, you know, back in the day. You know, and there were four units in it. Now, they were tiny, you know. I mean, we're talking, there was like, one of them was like 167 square feet. You know, these are like very efficiency and kind of out of the character of what's going on the beach right now. This does result in a little bit more square footage than the totality of the 4 units, but only results in 2 dwelling units. So there's going to be a reduction in traffic and other things associated with 2 units versus 4 units. That's kind of the heart of the case. Now, I wanted to kind of start with the, I mean, that's our development team. And I think we can.
Clicker on. There it goes.
Okay, so there's the old building
Yeah.
that was their side of the bridge. Also, like to just point out how close it was to the bridge. It was very close to the bridge. And the other thing, I mean, it's 2 stories. You know, it was a short 2 stories. And it was on the ground. but 2 stories. A lot of people have forgotten that. I always have to remind some people it was 2 stories. Here, let me. Yeah, so we went, I think Jason went over the request. I don't want to belabor that. The 3 deviations, I think that's the heart of the case. You know, and that's kind of where I'll stop for a second, is there is difference with downtown zoning and the RM. You know, in downtown, we're not so concerned with the buffering of the units or the uses. Very rarely are buffers required downtown. Now, we did leave space on the site plan for buffers up against the parking lot, you know, and also it allows some planting area for the owner to make it a little more lush than what was there before. The other thing, you have to understand the parking lot, the town's parking lot underneath the bridge is actually set back from this property, runs from 11 to 12 feet of where the paved parking is to the actual property line. So there already is kind of a natural setback from where the unit is going to be. I know people are like, oh, 0 lot line, but that's downtown. Buildings downtown are set on property lines. The restaurant kitty corner is set on the property line. You go up and down Old Corkscrew.
Old San Carlos.
Old San Carlos.
Exactly. I've done that twice today. I'm like, yeah, my
Don't do it
brain.
again.
I know. But that's what you find in downtown is the units right to the property line. And it's more about the kind of the streetscape of what's going to happen. You know, that's why we felt it was more appropriate to pursue development under the downtown, because it's going to fit in just like everybody else in that location. And yes, we're only seeking a 2-family as the schedule of uses. And here is the downtown requirements. I just threw it on a property development regulations sheet so you could see, you know, that we will meet the minimum rear setback of 25 feet. The building frontage, you know, will exceed 35% of the lot frontage. And then, of course, we are asking for the setback deviation from 5 feet to 0 on the one side, which is up against the parking lot. The building height, haven't asked for anything with the building height. 30 feet above base flood is the height. The other thing that Jason pointed out is the FAR request, you know, to up it a little bit to accommodate the 2 units. That's where it is, right downtown, right side of the bridge. You can see the what I said is actually true. The surveyor picked it up, and it's on the survey. On the bottom shows just about 12 feet setback to the paved parking lot, and then up at the top it's a little over 11 feet. Yeah, and the lot itself is slightly askew. You know, it's not exactly a rectangle, you know. I had to look it up. There is a shape, but I'm like, oh, we're not gonna do that.
Parallelogram.
It's not.
Oh.
It's not.
Okay.
But yeah, and so here's a photo with the old unit on it. You can see pretty much covered the lot back then too. You know, there was actually a couple of shots that I had to, like, you know, use a little bit of like, come on, Matt, you're starting to put too many photos in. But I mean, it was right on the property line, so we're not really out of character of what was there, you know. And then, of course, what happened, there it is, vacant. It's a very small lot, you know, 40 by 80 feet. This is the LIPA sheet the documents the 4 units that were there and the square footage. Yeah, and the build back is about, I think it was like a little over 1,300 square feet in addition to what was there. You know, so I don't want anybody to, and I just threw these here, this was the appraisal. George did do a private appraisal before the storm, and so we have some data of what was there. So here's the first floor, you know, and then there's the second floor. There's the master concept plan showing the building kind of over on the one side. It does give some room for some water management. Is his intent to put water management on the site. Some of it will be vaulted, some of it will be detention. That's a benefit of this, is it will have a water management system put in place. And there's kind of, I just threw the cover sheet just to give you an idea of what the building's gonna look like. At least that's the current state. And it kind of gives you the bridge too, its relationship to the bridge. You can see the car up there. The unit's about as high as the bridge, but you have to keep in mind, we're beyond the peak of the bridge. The bridge is already coming back down to the landing. And then I just threw a few public benefits on a couple of sheets. You know, and I think one of the benefits is it is being done as a planned development.
It's the most laid-back presentation I think you've ever had. Throw in a couple of sheets with some benefits. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, well, you know. I don't want to belabor it too. You can read. I don't want to read to you. You know.
So is this pool gonna be, like, you're gonna be up there and somebody's gonna be driving by on the bridge? I think
Yes.
it's such a curious thing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's possible.
All right.
Yeah, you can see there's somebody in the pool up there. And I always like say to people too, you know, you're thinking pool, it's more like a wading tub. It's so small, you know, you're not doing any laps in it. You're getting out of the sun and cooling off. That's what it is, you know, a wading pool.
Large hot tub.
That I've heard, that's what the architect says. It's just a large hot tub.
Okay.
So. Can I answer any other question?
I have one question. So the previous 4 units, how many bedrooms in total was that versus how many bedrooms in total are we looking at now?
I think it's 1 additional bedroom is what the net result is. There was 5 bedrooms, I believe.
5 bedrooms in the 4 units,
Correct.
and now there's 3 and 3.
No, there's 6. Right?
Yes.
And then one comment, you're showing a couple of G-Wagons there, and on the previous one, you've got a Ferrari, a Rolls Royce, and a couple of Teslas.
That's not my pick. But yeah, it must have been the architect's selection.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Noble? No? Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Jason?
No additional comment.
No additional comments. Okay. LPA members?
Public comment?
Public comment. It's a good idea. That was just kind of, all right. Anybody have comment on this case? Hearing none, we close the public comment. LPA members? Any questions for staff or for the applicant, or thoughts in general on this? There's a motion by Jim and a second by Jim, Dunlap and Bone. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Jim?
Aye.
Your vote, Jim?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Thank you, Matt. That was quick and easy. That's very interesting. I can't wait to see that. All right, the next one is a variance. So if approved unanimously, this finishes it for the 10-day, except for the 10-day period. This is variance 202-50027 for 726 Estero Boulevard. A resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions variance 202-50027, requesting 3 variances from LDC Table 34-3 for the property located at 726 Estero Boulevard, generally referred to as strap number 244623W300400007B in Fort Myers Beach, to vary from required street setback, rear setback, and building coverage to build a new single-family structure in the RM zoning district, and providing further clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Eli. Ex parte. John, anything?
None.
Jim?
None.
Jane?
None.
Doug?
None.
Jim?
None.
I have none. Eli.
Good morning, everyone. Eli Lee, planner for the town of Fort Myers Beach. The property owner is requesting 3 variances for proposed single-family residence in the RM zoning district. The applicant is requesting, 1, a variance of 22.5 feet from the required street setback, resulting in a street setback of 2.5 feet from the street easement. The second variance is a variance of 15 feet from the required rear setback, resulting in a rear setback of 5 feet. And the third and final variance is a variance of 9% from the maximum allowable building coverage, resulting in a building coverage of 49% to construct a new single-family home in the RM zoning district. The site is a cottage lot that is adjacent to Estero Boulevard and is accessible via driveway easement. Previously, there was a single-family home on the site pre-Hurricane Ian with non-conforming setbacks, and the cottage code was not applicable due to the proposal. The property owner representative is here, I believe, with a presentation.
Eli,
to-
excuse me, did you say the cottage code is not applicable?
Yes, one of the conditions of the cottage code is that you can only build back the square footage that existed pre-storm.
Right,
They're
okay.
exceeding that square footage, which is
So
why
that's
they came
why
in for,
they're here.
correct.
Okay.
And obviously, I kind of outlined that in the staff report. If I haven't, I can talk more about it after the presentation from the applicant. So the property owner's representative's here to give a presentation about his variance request. Staff is here if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Eli. Any questions of Eli at the moment?
Your recommendation, Neil?
Is
Oh, sorry.
approval.
Yeah, approval of conditions.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Jim? Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Jim Inc., previously accepted in the town as planning and engineering. I'm here today to talk about 726. And being raised by an elementary school teacher, I bring handouts.
There you go.
I never trust
Yeah, I agree.
the parts that are there. I think that's
Well, thank you, Jim.
726 is up by the Best Western. We're here to deal with our 3 variances. The team members, Seashell Real Estate, Mark Masters and his brother are the owners. They have multiple properties on Fort Myers Beach. Design and engineering is handled by myself, and the construction under contract is Daniel Wayne Homes, Dan Dodrell, who you know has built quite a few homes on the beach.
I went to high school with him, full disclosure. Lovely man.
I've worked with him now for right around 15 years or
Yeah,
more.
it's a great guy.
And he's actually, see, we just had a technical glitch. There we go. Why we're here? We're here to allow variances to rebuild a new single-family house at 726, to replace the previous home that was built pre-Fort Myers Beach, quite a long time ago, that was lost in Hurricane Ian. Granting this will allow the construction of a new single-family home to current codes, which is a sustainable, resilient, single-family home. As we saw from Hurricane Ian, the homes that were constructed after the new code was put in effect after 2000 performed pretty well. So this is a rebuild of a home to update it. What we're asking for is 3 variances. The variance is a variance of 22.5 feet on the required street setback down to 2.5 feet. The second variance is 15 feet instead of the 20-foot setback that's required by the LDC to reduce it down to 5 feet. and a variance of 9% to increase the building coverage from 49% for the new single-family home. One note on this is when we started this project, we were in the RM district and we had an FAR. And then town council changed it before we got here. So we're okay with the FAR, but the unintended consequence of the 40%, which I spoke at council, was saying in the RM district for single family, you should make it 40% like everywhere else for a single family. But on some of these smaller lots, it apparently causes some problems. So that's the reason for that third. I'm gonna walk through each individual one by itself to present on that. So what I'm gonna talk to you today is I'm gonna introduce the property. I'm gonna do what I think is a little bit of teaching, which is our design assumptions, is what did we start with? How did we get to where we got to today? A variance analysis of walking through each variance, and then the findings and conclusions, which is going through your 5 A through E steps on what you have to look at on the projects, and then we can have questions and discussions. So getting into the property, 726 Estero Boulevard, it's in mixed residential and residential, or recreation, I'm sorry. The lot, as you see highlighted, goes across the abandoned 78 line, which was established by town as the defining district between the future land use and the zoning, so we're split on that part. The zoning district, residential multifamily on the upland, environmental critical on the seaward side. The lot is 0.19 acres, which is the entire lot, but the buildable area is 0.05 acres. Very small lot. Current use is it's completely vacant. It was storm damage. Property to the southwest is a 5-story condominium project. Property to the northeast and to the east is a 10-lot block. I've gotten to call the north end of the island, you have the 400 block, the 600 block, the 700 block of all the little cottages that got taken out in the storm. This is a 700 block. Currently what's working is we're 726, right behind us is 724. Same team working on it, but we did an administrative cottage lot deviation on that, and that's done. 722, which is right behind it, you will see at the end of the month if we get staff happy. That is the plan. And farther out, the bigger building farther out to the northeast is the Best Western. So that puts you in context of where we are. The pre and survey, you can see what's there. We actually had a good survey of the house. It was a 1,058 square foot footprint. The street setback, because this lot has a 15-foot easement, 7.5 feet on the property, 7.5 feet on the neighbor's property. That's how you get to the property. So that easement is considered the street, so it's kind of twisted 90 degrees. And the existing was 2.1 feet. The rear setback was 4.3, and it's required to be 20. The side setback was 4, and it's required to be 6.5 because it's 50 feet or less in this case of a lot. The legal description, and I put the legal description up there just to show, highlighted that the actual legal description they own is all the way to the mean high tide line. So they do own that entire piece of property. The post survey, it's just, we surveyed it, it's there, shows the 78 line, it shows the 4 corners above, which is the buildable area. So getting into the design part now, we have clients have expectations, clients ask for things, they say, we wanna build a single family home, we want a 4-bedroom, 3-bath home, we want a ground floor pool, we want an enclosed garage, we want a lot of things. And we want it to be a unique architecture and an appropriate home for a Gulfront lot that has a tax base value of $2.2 million. So you tend to, in the home building, any development world, is your buildings kind of got to jive with the property value. in some instances. Old rule was 20% property, 80% building, but as we've gotten into the waterfront and the high-end values, that is skewed now to almost be reversed, where it's 80% and 20%. But it's in the realm of we have to do it. What you see here, we walk through and we do an LDC compliant site plan. Lot is 50 feet deep. We got a 25-foot setback. We've got a 20-foot rear setback. That's 45 feet, which leaves 5 feet, but we got a 7.5-foot setback. So we got 0 building area on an LDC compliant plan. So we would have to do something. Town was wise enough to do the cottage code, which helps from an administrative level. But in this case, we want the home to be a little bit larger, and we've got the lot coverage, so we kind of fall into the realm of we have to go through this process and come to the public and say, okay, we're doing a little bit more, is it still okay? Here we've designed it where we put a footprint that says, here's the footprint that works. And the front setback was 2.1, we were able to enlarge it to 2.5, not a little, but not worse. The rear setback was 4.3, we've enlarged it to 5. The side setback was 4, and we've compliant with the 6.5 on the landward side. On the seaward side, we're up close to the 78 line, and our setback is actually today like 300 feet out to the mean high water area. So that one isn't included, but we are compliant on the side setback. So looking at it, when we did this box, we came up with, okay, we need relief from the front, we need relief from the back, and we need relief from the lot coverage.
Are some of these setback improvements because you're able to straighten out the corners of the house when you moved it on the lot?
Yeah, we're gonna straighten
That's
it
the
up,
math I
and
did.
it's gonna increase the footprint.
Exactly, okay, got it.
Yeah, I mean, they were all those were kind of twisted back in the day.
Exactly.
And it just, to make it better, we're straightening it up.
Yeah,
We're
I see
doing
that.
some things with the lots behind it so that they have some views, like I said, we're
That was the
working on
question I was gonna ask. Does ultimately that help, you know, cause I always wonder, the first guy out on these cottage lots, what's the ripple effect for the
We
rest of
have
them?
designed the home such to take into account, to give the lots to the rear some view of the water. I mean, granted, with a 50-foot lot, you can't do a whole lot, but
No, right.
we put decks in different places and things like that to create that. We're maximizing on the rear lots some of the exposure through the 15-foot easement, because that's almost like a beach access area. So we're maximizing those things. So we went through the design, we came up with a box. It's consistent setback wise, as you mentioned, with what we had before, a little bit better. So we're not increasing the nonconformity. So we came up with a floor plan. This just shows the floor plans that are there. The first floor has a garage, has a pool. Second floor living area, third floor is the upper deck. And if you look at it, you'll notice owner wanted a 4-bedroom, 3-bath. Owner gets a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. What was there before was a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. There's just not the capability to do a 4-bedroom that the owner wanted. So they had to realize that, yeah, it's a nice dream, but you just can't get there with reasonable asks in the variances. Elevation, kind of a modern beach housey that has some flair back to the old 60s with the shed roof to
cool looking.
give that feel. Here's the sides of what it looks like. So the request statement was the 3 variances: the front setback, the rear setback, and the lot coverage, which we have now shown that we can meet if the board sees our opinion and grants us the variances there. So walking through the variance, the front setback, this just shows the front. The 7.5 feet is on the top. You can see 2.5 feet to the house. You can see a 5-foot rear setback. That's what that demonstrates. Rear setback, same picture, just we're looking at it from the reverse of the rear setback at 5 feet instead of 20 feet, and how it was put there. Lot coverage, here's the lot coverage calculations. Under Lee County, when this was built before the town, you could use your entire lot for lot coverage. I don't know why, but somewhere in, and the chair may know why, they decided to take that out when they incorporated the town to not count that in the lot coverage calculations.
I don't remember.
Don't know why, but that's what it was. And it is now that you can do that. And actually, if you go take the lot and you take out the 7.5 foot easement that obviously you can't put anything on, this lot only has 1,900 feet of buildable area. You take 40% of that, and you've got a footprint somewhere in the high 800s. What we're asking for is an 1,140 foot footprint, which is a 200 square foot footprint. And if you compare it to the existing house, it's an increase of 50 feet, 50 square feet, 52 square feet.
Little.
So it's just the word that we have in the determination, de minimis, we think that's really a de minimis look at it. So, looking down the findings, conclusions, you have to weigh our proposal on the 5 things. I have them all listed here. I don't think I need to actually walk right through them, but we agree with staff. We didn't cause the problem. We're trying to put something back that is reasonable, but still modern and still affordable to the cost of the land and the cost of the investment in the property. So that's the front setback conclusions. The rear setback conclusions are exactly the same, because it's the same argument. And then the rear lot buffer, we did the same. I mean, variance 3 is actually lot coverage. I guess I made a typo. That's what happens when you have to turn it in a couple days in advance. That we have to turn our PowerPoint in a couple days in advance, and we can't go back and fix it.
That's okay.
So, we made the arguments in there that we agree with staff, we agree with the conclusions. So again, what we're asking for are the 3 variances. The 3 variances is to build a new home to replace the home that was lost. It is similar, it is a little bit bigger, but not much bigger. So, what I like to do is, I give you a suggested motion in there.
There you go.
I thought it's really lovely and helpful.
Well, this comes from sitting for almost 20 years on the Fort Myers Plan Board, that I know is a lot of times it's great to have help. This is what our ask is the approval of the 3 variances, with conditions. And the approval of the first one is the standard. We don't have the right for permits. In other ways, we still have to meet the comprehensive plan, the LDC with moving forward with our plans. The second is, we're saying that what we're gonna do, it says development order, we don't really have to pull a development order, but it says development order shall be consistent with the site plan I showed you today and the building elevations that I showed you today. Don't bait and switch, this is it, it's in the documents. And then the third one was a staff suggested that I picked up, which is what we have to do anyway, but we will meet the LDC 614 for drainage and maximum impervious. And with that, I have questions.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Mr. Inc.?
No questions.
Doug, anything?
No, ma'am. Very
Jim?
complete, Jim.
No.
Jane? No. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eli, anything else?
Eli Lee, again, for Town for Mars Beach. I don't know if you guys want me to go over the 5 various criteria, even though they, applicants most likely agree
Does
with.
anybody need that? I'm good with it.
Yeah.
If not, I can go over the conditions, if that's what you guys
Sure.
want to hear. As the applicant already, as the representative of the department kind of stated, boilerplate language, but I'm gonna go through each one of them. And they differ from what the representative proposed. So the first condition is, your typical boilerplate, which is approval of these variances does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. Development of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and the LDC in effect at the time of permit approval, except as specifically modified herein. The second condition is that property owner must ensure that they adhere to the neighborhood flooding ordinance, LDC section 6-14, for drainage in the maximum impervious of a lot. The third condition is the variances shall only apply to the single-family home as shown on the provided site plan. Demolition or substantial damage to the residential structure shall render the variances to be null and void. And the last condition is that property owner or property owners must ensure that no vehicles are parked in the 7.5-foot driveway easement. The reason why I made that recommendation as a condition to ensure there's some type of enforcement with the town, make sure there's no parking in that easement because cars still have to traverse through there to get to their particular parcels potentially. So that's why I made that last condition. I don't think I stated it earlier, but there was a property owner in that neighborhood that came into town last week. They had some questions about the project. She didn't really have anything too much to say about it except the views, but I told her to email me if she has any additional issues with it, but I haven't heard from her. Another property owner, I think that lives in a condo right next door, just reached out about the project, but nothing opposing the project itself. So
Thank you for
just
sharing
put that on the record. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'm right here.
Thank you, Eli. Anything for Eli? Okay, thank you very much. Public comment, anybody have any comments on this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. LPA members, any further questions for staff or the applicant? If not, any discussion on this? Or a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve variance 202-50027, 726 Estero, for the 3 requested variances.
Is that
believe
with
it's-
conditions?
With the conditions.
Staff conditions?
With the 5 staff conditions.
Nancy, do they need to do 3 different motions, or can they do one motion with all 3 variances?
I think they could do, in this particular one, I'm okay with one motion for all 3. What you noticed is that we did break out your findings and the criteria for each of the 3. We want to make sure that our records going forward reflect that you did analyze and vote upon each of the variances and the various criteria and findings.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second.
And John is seconding, and we can assume, or may I ask, is that
For all
for all 3, and because you've
variances.
analyzed them all?
I have.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Jim?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Jay. Aye.
Jane?
Jane.
Doug?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Jim Bone made the motion and John McLean seconded the motion. All right, next item. VAR 202-50048, 1901 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions or denying variance application 202-50027 for the property located at 1901 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach. Strap number 194624W40090B0080 for the following 5 variances. 1, a variance of 15 feet to allow a front setback of 25 feet, where 5 to 10 feet is required. 2, a variance of 5 feet to allow a rear setback of 20 feet, where 25 feet is required. 3, a variance to buffer requirements to propose a betterment plan without a boundary wall. 4, a variance to parking location requirements to allow back-out parking along Estero Boulevard and Ohio Avenue. And 5, a variance to parking amount requirements from 22 required parking spaces to 9 spaces for a proposed mixed-use commercial development including retail and restaurant uses, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Is there ex parte from you, Mr. Dunlap?
None.
How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane?
None.
Jim?
I did have Amy forwarded an email regarding this project, but no other ex parte.
Okay. John, anything?
The same email from Mr. Lee.
The same email. Okay, so we'll begin with you, Judith. Oh, wait, I did talk to you about this case and was wondering why the denial? Yes, okay, so that's my disclosure.
Good morning, Judith Frankel, Community Development. I did tell you the whole team was going to be here today, so we have all of our community development folks with us. So as Anita read you the full title, and we've started to include the specifics of each variance so that when somebody is looking at that ordinance, they can clearly see exactly
It's
what,
very helpful. It's very helpful.
how exactly the project is proposing to vary. You may be familiar with what was previously on this site. I believe there was a Hoosiers restaurant and some other retail establishments. The applicant is here and he's gonna go over some of the history and the plan. What I'd like to do is to kind of take you through the variances, and what we have typically been doing is waiting until after the applicant to give you our findings and conclusions, but I think that I'll do that in the beginning, just so that the applicant can respond to some of my comments in his presentation, just for consistency, although I can recap it at the end as well. So as the ordinance title states, there are 5 variances. These variances are to enable the property owner to use the existing structure that remains on the property. If you've driven past, I think it's blue at this time, there's a portion of that which remains. Part of that property, I'm told, was a wood frame, and that's what was destroyed during Ian, and then the concrete block portion was able to survive. In speaking with the floodplain reviewer, he let us know that while they can keep that, it will have to be brought up to current flood standards. It will have to be, if they intend to use it, to be fully dry flood proofed, which is allowed per the floodplain regulation. But these variances are to enable the continued use of that structure. And that leads into our recommendations. So I'm just gonna go through one by one, just so you have an idea of what the site is proposed to look like. So, variance 1 is from section 34-674A1, which requires a build-to line in the downtown zoning district where this property is located of a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 10 feet. The request is to set the front setback as 25 feet for the existing 2-story portion. So the existing portion, they're proposing to keep at its location now, and then the new portion of the building would be at that 5 to 10 feet build-to line. So the variance they're proposing to use only for the existing portion of the building, and what they would be rebuilding would meet current code. So that's variance 1. And as I said, it would need dry flood proofing. So variance 2 requests the change minimum rear setback for 34-674B1A from the required 25 feet to 20 feet. Again, that's for that existing building is at 20 feet now. And then they're gonna take that line out across that property. So that rear setback variance is for that existing structure. Variance 3 requests a change in the requirement of a type C or F buffer for residential commercial properties. So the rear of this property abuts onto a single-family home, and so there's specific buffering requirements there. One of them being a privacy wall. The applicant feels that the wall is not necessary. There is an existing vinyl fence which is on the neighbor's property, not on this property. And they are proposing landscaping. So they would do this alternative plan if this variance is approved.
And typically the required buffers would be what kind of construction or what kind of entity?
So it's a wall that would be required.
Is wall further defined other than vinyl?
No, so the vinyl fence is
It's
on
there.
the neighbor's property.
Oh,
It's
a
not
neighbor's
on their
property, okay.
property, and
I
that's a
gotcha.
fence.
I
So
gotcha.
a wall is generally, concrete block or
Okay, that
cement
helps.
structure. So it's a more substantial, barrier between the two
Understood.
uses. The applicant, is proposing to provide the required type C plantings, as a buffer, but not the wall. Variance 4 requests a change from Land Development Code Section 34-215-4 to allow for the continued use of back-out parking along Estero Boulevard in front of the existing structure and Ohio Avenue. So if you have the site plan in front of you, and I think that the applicant is gonna go over this, there was previously along Estero Boulevard, the length of the property back-out parking. The code does not allow that anymore. It's a safety issue for pedestrians, but also for cars in the roadway, and increases, the potential for congestion on Estero Boulevard, and as this is in the downtown area, which we know, tends to get congested at certain times, that back out parking impacts it. So this is, a better condition than what was there previously, because there was a row of back out, and now it's only, proposed to be kept in front of the existing, structure. They also need the variance for Ohio Avenue, which is proposed also to be back out parking, which is what it was previously. They will need a lease agreement with the, town for the use of those spots, as it is in the town-owned right-of-way. But the town did pass an ordinance or resolution a little while back, allowing for the continued practice of that, leasing town-owned right-of-way to, private property owners. And Public Works, in reviewing this project, didn't have a problem with the back-out parking on Ohio, because it's not as a congested roadway. They, did express concerns about that back-out parking onto Estero, again, for congestion and pedestrian safety are the concerns there. Variance 5 is a request in a reduction of the required number of parking spaces from Land Development Code Section 34-2020. In 1901 Estero, pre-Ian had 12 parking spaces, so again, that was mostly on Estero Boulevard and on Ohio. The current Land Development Code, per the expected square footage of what they're proposing now, would be 22 spaces. And what they're showing on their site plan, is a total of 9 parking spaces. So that's a reduction from what they had before. The square footage of what they're proposing is slightly smaller than what was there before, but there's gonna be a variety of uses in that space, which the applicant can go over with you. And those two things, that back out parking on Estero and the reduction in the number of spots, leads to the town's recommendation of denial. We didn't necessarily, and if you look in the backup, the Exhibit A of the ordinance, we did a review of each variance one by one with the criteria. What I'm gonna go over is kind of a generalized recommendation for all 5, but you could, if you decide, approve some and not others, because we went through and we did them all one by one in that exhibit. And that's, if you want, I can do that at some point, but that's where we get to the recommendation of denial. The applicant is choosing to keep this existing structure. We've been told by floodplain that it will need to be brought up to current code, so they'll have to do dry flood proofing. So it's not like they have some kind of exemption on those grounds. And the potential safety hazard for pedestrians. And the criteria that really stuck, as a sticking point here, is that the granting of the variance will be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. So we felt that the maintenance of the existing heavily damaged structure is the impetus for the bulk of these variance requests. The reduced parking may impact nearby single-family homes through increased traffic and illegal parking of customers as they search for parking. The pedestrian safety along Estero Boulevard will be reduced by vehicles backing out onto the roadway. So I know the applicant is here. He has a presentation. It's gonna explain to you their plan and proposal. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Judith.
I have one item just to clarify for the record. So your denial is based on the land development code. Do you have an opinion regarding consistency with the comprehensive plan? Because that is one of the primary roles of the LPA, is to determine consistency.
Yes. So we believe that the proposed project is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you.
Jim?
This is actually an improvement on backing onto Estero. There were 9 spots before. These 5 that were pre-existing, correct?
They were there previously. You're correct. So, and that's what we discussed with the applicant. This is an improved condition to what was there before. However, in reviewing this, because the existing structure does have to be brought up to current code, we review it as if it was a new project. So if a new project is coming in, we're gonna ask it to meet all the current code requirements. So that's why they need a variance in this case.
And there is public parking across the street on Palm as well, right?
There is other parking.
Yes.
But the code requires us to ask for it on their site.
So can I double click on one thing Nancy asked you about your technical denial on the land development code alignment, I think is what I heard.
Mm-hmm.
But you went further to say public safety and concern for the neighbors.
Yeah.
That part of your criteria for turning it down, and where do you reference that as part of your responsibility?
Yes, so in the criteria that we use, which is section 3487C, it has the required findings and conclusions for the approval of a variance. And that's the criteria that we're using that you usually see for variances.
Okay.
And the other ones, you know, there are or are not exceptional or extraordinary conditions. You know, you could argue there's conditions here because of Hurricane
That's right.
Ian, and the situation of the lot. It's a corner lot. I think it's a bit parallelogram size, so it's likely that a development of this type would need some kind of variance, just to make it workable. B, the conditions justifying the variance are or are not the result of actions taken by the applicant. So in reviewing this, is an action, Hurricane Ian obviously was not their action, but the choice to keep this damaged structure, this is their choice, that's their,
Thank you.
option. That the variance granted is or is not the minimum variance that will relieve the applicant. This could be seen as the minimum request to be able to keep that building, because they're not requesting anything greater than what they had previously. And we don't think that this is furthering any of the nonconformities that were existing previously. But D, that the granting of the variance will or will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. So that's where we got to public safety, and the comments of the Public Works reviewer.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Judith. Any other questions for Judith?
Yeah, I have one more. How does staff view the fact that the fence is on the neighbor's property? The neighbor has no obligation to ever keep that fence. It could be blown down, take down, and then the code that requires a buffer, we're now left with potentially just landscaping, which may or may not be maintained. So, is the idea that we can shift the screening requirement to the neighbor without, I understand maybe you don't
Yeah.
want fence to fence, but there was a lot of discussion at the council with the food truck, with the
Yep.
fence and landscaping. And, you know, is this an opportunity to discuss the fact that a neighbor, one of privacy doesn't satisfy the applicant's request or requirement to have a screen?
Yes, so that is correct. In looking at a site, we're looking at what's happening on that particularly property within those property boundaries. The applicant has an explanation about that, and I think in the packet is the landscaping plan where they're proposing significant landscaping. But you're correct, that resident could decide they don't wanna have a fence anymore. Or, you know, it's not their burden to have that fence. I suggested that the applicant reach out to the neighbor. I don't know whether that occurred. I have not had any response from the neighbor. I will say, though, that because of what they're proposing, there's gonna be a wall there. There is not going to be any vehicle access through that way. They're not parking on that side. So I would think the impact on those neighbors is gonna be somewhat minimal. They have a stairway, which, if we look at the site plan, you can see the stairway, so they'll be able, that restaurant, you know, employee will be able to take trash out by, bag or, you know, trash barrel, but not dumpster, and then move it over to the dumpster, which is gonna be over on Ohio. So, there's 20 feet, they're gonna put in some landscaping, but you're correct, that, you know, we're not giving them any kind of credit, because of something that's happening on somebody else's property.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judith. Okay, applicant. Another handout? Another handout?
Another handout. This one, the earlier case was maybe the spring training. This is the big leagues. For the record, again, Jim Inc. Engineering, previously been accepted as an expert, and I don't think I messed it up on the last hearing.
No, you were okay,
So
Joe.
I should be okay. What we're talking about, and Judith, thank you, that was excellent of where staff is. We're talking about variance VAR 2025-048, 1901 Estero, which was all known as the Hoosiers restaurant building. Everybody knows it. Everybody's seen it since the storm. We unfortunately got put on the bad list of derelict buildings. We've been working diligently to not get it torn down because we think it's salvageable, and I'll explain where it is. Owner developer, Eddie Hobb, who is in attendance. I'm doing planning and engineering, and the building design architecture is by Albert Ambrose of Studio AD. So the same design team that brought you the beach bar is back with this project now. What the request does is the variances allow us to rebuild the building with constraints, with variances, to bring back essentially what was there before. We're not changing any of the uses, the square footages are similar. We're trying to just basically put it back, but update it into the 21st century instead of the 1990s or earlier that's there. The 5 variances, variance of 15 feet to allow a front setback of 25 feet for the existing structures only. I'll go into more detail, but it should be noted that that building was built as a FEMA compliant dry-proof building. Unfortunately, through ownership changes and other things, that part kind of got lost, so panels were not there, not put up, and that's how the building got damaged. But the structure of itself, as you'll see in a little bit, is all concrete. Concrete floors, concrete roof, everything is concrete. It's designed to FEMA standards and to go with one of the staff conditions. Yes, we know we have to bring it up to current code, and we believe we can do that. Variance number 2, which is a 5 feet to allow a 20-foot rear setback for the existing building, mainly because there's the secondary exit stairs, which are concrete, which are robust, which are there and have been there for a long time. We just like to keep, and we've mitigated it, as I'll talk about it a little bit, of what's there. Variance to the rear buffer requirements to propose a betterment plan. We just chose, in the LDC, there is an option to do a betterment plan of landscaping. We could have waited to do the development order. But in transparency and what we're doing, we thought it would be good to bring it forth now, have the discussion in the public, and hopefully get the variance codified so that everybody knows what is gonna be done, everybody knows what the responsibilities are gonna be. And we're not relying on the neighbor's fence, is part of that. Variance 4, parking locations to retain back out. We had back out, we had 11 spaces on Estero. We had 3 on Ohio for 14, a little bit different numbers in staff, but close. We wanna keep those, but we reduce them some in the entrance of safety and visual impacts, which again, we'll talk about. Variance to the parking amount to go from the 22 parking spaces to 9. Staff thinks we had 12, we think we had 14. It's still a reduction, but it's just a small reduction. So again, you've seen this, you'll see this in every one of my presentations moving forward, is the outline of how I present to the board of what I do. I introduce a property, we talk about design, we go through the variance analysis, we do the findings and conclusions, and then we discuss it. So the property, 1901 Estero, is in South Downtown. That's my nomenclature of, it's at the south end of downtown. It's pedestrian commercial, the zoning district is downtown, the property size is 0.3 acres. It's vacant except for the storm damaged building. To the north, we have 2 single families, which there's provisions in the code, and that's the reason for variance number 3. And to the east and the west and the south is all commercial and hotel. We're right across the street from Diamond Head and Estero Island Beach Club, which hopefully will come back as something nice, you know, so to rebuild that area. We're directly across from Palm Avenue. It's important to note that we have a crosswalk right in front of our building. We have a Lee-Tran trolley stop right in front of our building. So we really are part of a multimodal kind of use of our building. That's important to the parking spaces. Pre-and survey, we had approximately a 8,300 square foot building. It was wood frame, single story, that was destroyed in Ian. And it had the 2-story section that was a replacement to a fire, I believe. That's what I've been told, that they had a fire and they replaced that section, and when they did that, they did it as a dry-proof flooding design that shows that it didn't work because there was no hurricane management plan. Currently, post-end survey, buildings there, you can see all the parking spaces are still in the front. They're there, they're functional. We don't have to put them back if we went that way, but we have the 11 spaces on the front and we have the building.
This 20-foot footpath, do you know where it goes to?
It goes from the residential and it kinda aligns with Palm, so the people from the north can go down that footpath, cross Estero, go to the beach.
Does it go like a block or all the way to the
It only
bay,
goes
or-
basically a block and then it builds into the subdivision. The subdivision is a really old subdivision, and they put that in there. They put 2 lots, which are the 2 commercial lots. One's Diamond Head's parking lot and us. And then behind it, they did the single-family residence neighborhood when they platted it. Actually shows some forethought of providing a footpath, which is amazing for how, I think the plat's of 1950 or 40 or something. Man, a long time ago.
There's a road that goes just a little bit further
Exactly.
behind there,
That's
which
Yeah.
a lot of people
It
can use
connects
to
in,
cut through
yeah.
for that beach access.
So.
Which does line up with that crosswalk really well.
Yeah, so moving on to the design, again, we had the design criteria that we had, retain the existing structure. The reason for retaining the existing structure is so important is the replacement value of that structure is about 300 grand, give or take a little bit. To build that structure back as a dry-proof building, we have to build dry-proof if we're gonna leave it on grade. That's about a $300,000 investment to throw it away and move it forward. And there's other reasons why not to move it forward, but we think that's very, very important. Of $300,000 is a lot of money. The proposed use will remain the same, retail on the ground floor, the restaurant second floor. I don't know how much the board goes to Sanibel, but the property owner owns the Lighthouse Cafe and all the shops down to the end, the commercial activity. When you go there, it's like Disney World with people walking around and going in and out of the shops and eating the food. Same concept here. That's what they had before, same concept. The Sanibel piece was put back together quicker. It's open and operating. The ground floor retail is, we think, from my professional opinion and from a lot of reasons, retail is important on the ground floor.
Sure.
If you're walking down the sidewalk and you gotta go up the stairs or up an elevator to go to retail, a lot of people will just bypass it and keep right on going. So retail's really important. You're a retailer, you understand that, to be where the pedestrians are, where the shoppers are. It also does twofold, is it allows people to walk more and bike ride more, which means they're not getting in their cars and driving here specifically. And so it enhances that part of it. A unique architecture, we were tasked with a unique architecture on the more modern, beachy kind of scale. Remain as close as possible to build back. We really looked at, could we work under the build back provisions, and it just didn't work, so we're here asking for variances. Not to create any new code inconsistencies. We don't want to ask for anything, so we're just dealing with what we have and how to get a little bit better on some items to make it work. Remain consistent with FEMA, which is, you have to. And like I said, this building, the shell is FEMA compliant. And when Albert does what Albert does and puts it back, it'll look really great. If a storm comes, hopefully not, we can protect it and it'll weather the storm. Promote an enjoyable pedestrian environment. This is kind of, walking up and down the sidewalk is a good thing. We do have back out parking, which I'll talk about, but we really want to promote the professional environment. Inappropriate building design and scale. The way I have that in there is we kind of looked at and says, okay, if we got rid of that building and says, we're gonna build it compliant with the code, which we can't because of the geometry, but if we were, you were looking at parking on pretty much the entire ground floor, columns and walls, and everything up high. So walking down the street, you're gonna see columns and walls and cars, parking lot. You can screen it, but that's what it is. And it reminds me of something that I do when I walk through downtown Fort Myers, where my office is. They had an old building that they tore down right across the street from Dock Ford's, right on West First Street. And I've noticed, it was really interesting, that when people walk down that sidewalk and they're in front of Franklin Arms or they're in front of the barber shop, but when they go through that section, they tend to move away and move closer to the curb, like this is an unfriendly environment. And that's what we're gonna be proposing to not, we're trying to create a friendly pedestrian environment. Now, it's not consistent with the code in some places, but that's what we're gonna try to, we think we've done, and hopefully you can see that vision also. And it's, again, to provide convenient activities, safe activities, visible activities for there. And what I put on the right is this little visibility little quote that I got out of a ULI about rebuilding downtown neighborhoods. Now, the article was blighted old neighborhoods that needed to be revised, but it says transparency is critical. Buyers wanna see inside the store. They want to see what it looks like, that it's safe. They wanna see that it offers goods and services that they are interested in. They wanna feel comfortable, that a salesperson is not hovering to grab them when they come inside, which I thought was a cute part of the comment. But the whole idea of that is that human scale, that interaction, they're walking up and down the street, that part of the code that is in downtown Fort Myers Beach on St. Carlos Boulevard. That same picture, those old Bill Spakowski drawings that he did, is to create that walkability. With flood, that becomes increasingly more difficult. Here we have something that works, that we can keep this on the ground floor. Tuna skims is on the ground floor. Beach whale is on the ground floor. So some of the rebuilds and some of the others are on the ground floor versus elevating up. If you were doing a destination store, someplace that you actually know you're going to, then it's not quite as important. You could have a building that was elevated if it was destination. This is retail, this is walk-bys, this is important for people to see your goods and see your t-shirts and hats and experience that and come in and spend money that we all enjoy. Pictures of the building, picture on the left, that's upstairs. And I think that's important to show that even though it's got a pitched roof and it's got trusses, that's the metal pan of a system that's a concrete deck up there. So the concrete deck is there. We don't have to do anything to the building. The picture on the right shows that it's reinforced concrete masonry. It's all exposed. You can see all the fill cells and all the things that shows it's what there. The blue and the hip roof gingerbreading that was just put on it to cover it up. So we go through and we look at the site plan. This is a site plan of our parallelogram, Jane, from earlier. This is a parallelogram. Shows the building, and in the gray you see the setbacks that are required. 5 to 10 foot build-to line on Ohio and on Estero, a 5-foot setback to the footpath, and a 25-foot setback that is overlaid with a 15-foot required landscape buffer, type C landscape buffer if we chose to do that. So that shows what our building area is. There you can graphically see the existing building. The existing building is within the rear setback, or outside the rear setback, so it's compliant. It's just set back from the street too far. And that area in the gray area, that is the stairs that's actually in the building setback. So the proposed plan that we came up with, and we worked with staff a lot, we went back and forth, we had quite a few meetings, quite a few drawings, quite a few what can we do here, what can we do there. It was a very interactive area. Is the white area of the building's still there. The colored area is the replacement of the one story that was lost. We brought it out of the rear setback from what was originally there. It's not in the setback, it's not in the buffer. We moved the dumpster from the north property line right next to the fence, and we brought it down with some parking on Ohio. We kept the more southeastern part of the parking spaces in front of the existing building, and then we eliminated the parking spaces on the other side in front of Ohio for 2 reasons. The new building compliant 5 to 10 foot setback. And it's also, we all agree that was not an appropriate place to put back out. We have back out, but putting it that close to the intersection was not appropriate from a safety standpoint. So we came up with the site plan. We sent it over to Albert and his crack team, and here's what we came up with. This is that blue building. The whole right side of that is that blue building. It's just we stripped the roof off the top of it. We built the new on the left side. This is, I showed this at a council meeting for talking about parking, back out parking, or no, it was the lease. Did the council wanna keep leasing parking spaces inside the right of way, which on Ohio it is. So I showed that, and of course, then it was public record, and it showed up on Beach Talk Radio with Ed in about 15 minutes before I walked out of the room. And comments were, vast majority like the building. The parts that were more negative comments were majority is, we don't like the color. We'd like it to be more beachy. But from a public standpoint, people like the building, they got excited by the building. This shows it turned a little bit, so you can see the interest of, by keeping the existing building and then bringing the other building forward, we've created a real interesting feel around the parking of what the building is. It's not just 5 to 10 foot flat slab, 35 feet tall, which is kind of what would happen if that building wasn't there. That's what would have to happen. Looking the other way, we carry the corners around. One of the reasons we show all of these is I want this all to become part of the record. If this is approved to move forward, that yes, this is what we're gonna build. We have the DO sitting right in the sidelines pending how we get through this process. And the architecture is then gonna be released to move forward. The owner would like us to start construction now. And we still got a ways to go, but that's where it was. So, it's just a proposed site plan again to show where the variances are, the 5 variances. Now I'll walk through quickly, but I'll walk through the variances, the front setback, the rear setback, the landscape buffer, the parking back out, and the parking space numbers. Variance number 1, the front. As we talked about just a few minutes ago, by keeping the building, we have a very interesting front facade, but we keep it all at the ground level. And I'm gonna defer the back out parking till we get to that one, but it keeps it a very interesting sidewalk plaza on the corner of Ohio and Estero, and it's a very good from a pedestrian scale, pedestrian usage kind of design.
Could I have a quick question?
Yes.
So, this front setback, the existing building, the primary access to Hoosiers in Paradise was up those stairs that went through
Yes.
that building?
Yeah.
Is it the intent that that remains the primary access to the upper restaurant? And what would the use of the rear stair be public or
Yes.
more back house?
You're getting
or-
ahead of me, but yes, the back stairs is strictly for employee emergency access.
Okay, thank you.
The original stairs stay, elevator in that same area as an entrance to get upstairs.
Great, thank you.
We're
So
very-
follow up on that then, deliveries, how do they function in the new design here?
Deliveries have to be through the front or side door.
Okay, all right, so nothing in the rear there then?
The rear is strictly for emergency access, as Judith kind of related to, carrying the trash out, doing that kind of stuff. But we're really trying to leave the north side of the building as green and unused as we can. Variance 2, the rear setback, this is the stairs, and this is a picture of the stairs. And what we're gonna propose in our conditions is those stairs are used for employees only and emergency access only. The rear buffer, from what Judith said, we're a little bit different on what she said, and maybe we didn't talk about it enough. Item 1, the vinyl fence that belongs to the neighbor. We're proposing to build a new vinyl fence on our property, maintain the fence. So it won't go away. We're proposing it's there. If they want to leave the vinyl fence that's fallen down on their property, you know, that's their choice, but I don't think they would. They'd probably take it out, so we're proposing that. One of the reasons in a type C buffer, you have to build a wall, you run run into conflict being unique on the beach is we're building a wall perpendicular to the Gulf. Or parallel to the Gulf.
Right.
Big 8-foot concrete wall. If we have a storm, that creates problem, cause helps the neighbors, but it takes that volume of water and puts it over there, which is kind of not sharing. And it may be hard to actually permit that under the FEMA guidelines because of the flow, diverting the flow.
And the velocity picks up around those edges and becomes more of a torrent.
Sure.
Hits the walls and goes around is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
No, the wall, yeah, the wall's like a big, it's a seawall.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It's a
Jim,
vertical
isn't,
seawall. It's not, it's smaller, but it's not unlike what Margaritaville proposed years ago, is they were gonna build a wall on a beach and they couldn't get it permitted.
Jim, isn't there inconsistency in that ask for a wall, but then the wall has to be breakaway, right? Or to meet FEMA codes?
It has to be breakaway, which it's hard to build a concrete wall that's breakaway. I mean, it will resist some of the hydraulics.
Right.
Or it won't stand up to the wind. It has to be wind compliant, but it doesn't have to be flood.
Yeah, which is a challenge to design something that
Which
meets
is
the
a
wind
challenge.
code, but also
Correct.
can break away in a storm surge.
Plus, we
Yeah.
have a FEMA resilient building sitting right in front of it.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, plus there's a FEMA resilient bill right in front of it that was there before, and it's now better than what was there before. So that's a part of what we're asking for is we'll build the vinyl fence. But we're also asking for you have a question, Jane?
I do.
Okay.
What's the height of the fence?
Height of the fence is 6 feet.
Okay, like, on the back of, Sandy Bottoms, I don't know how high theirs is, but it certainly shields from,
8 feet,
is it just 8 feet?
probably.
Well,
That's-
okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yes. So what we're proposing though is, as a betterment plan, architectural betterment is, instead of building a wall, we build a fence. But then behind the fence, we upgrade the plantings to a type F planting, which is far more trees, far more shrubs. And the trees are the important part. And the trees have to be taller when they're planted. They have to be 12 feet tall when they plant, instead of the little sticks in the code compliance. They have to be a bigger caliper, a bigger tree. So it creates a 12-foot visual buffer day one. So that's, we're proposing there. We're also in the betterment plan, the code says, I believe it's 75% has to be Florida native species. We're saying we're gonna increase that to 100. I mean, it just makes sense. And then number 5 there is the trees have to be 3 inch in diameter at 12 inches and the 12-foot height of the trees. And then the facilities uses on the north side of the building are for maintenance and emergency purposes only. We did get an email, which I think you guys got some email from the neighbor to the north, and we're talking to him. He called up, we had a conversation. One of his concerns is the trees. He doesn't have a screen enclosure on his pool. He would like to see palm trees. I'm going, well, by code, I can't do palm trees because it doesn't meet it, but we'll talk about it of what's there. So we're working on that part. Here it shows the backyard with the fence that's kind of dilapidated down. It got beat up by the storm. The house that's being reconstructed there is, from what I understand, is under some sort of grant request and is being delayed. Back out parking. We had 12 spaces. We wanna reduce them down to 6 to get them away from Ohio. We think it's betterment. Back out spaces are on the island now. I mean, not many, but now. Tuna skins, back out. Saw that this morning. Between San Carlos and the bridge, back out right in the middle of that congestion. And then actually over on the other side where Sandcastle Resort used to be, there's back out that belongs to the town. So back out is not a unique animal. It's not great, it's not desirable, but we kind of feel that we had it before, it kind of makes sense. And then what I talked about earlier is if we can't have this kind of parking and we have to do off-street parking, that changes the whole complexion of the project and has to elevate pretty much everything in terms of ground level into a parking lot. We think that's not in the best interest of the town or in the best interest of our project of what we wanna do. So we're removing the 6 spaces along Estero. The calculations is 22 spaces. Depending on which one of us is right, I say there's 14 historic, staff said 12. So it's not a great reduction to go to 9 with the crosswalks, with the tram right in front of the front door, and with the other parts of the town really wanting to put people on their feet instead of in their cars driving up down Estero Boulevard. So I think that's a good compromise of what needs to be done.
I'd like to have some discussion with the LPA, but, around this backup parking, but I would wonder if you would be amenable if we think it's an improvement or not, to actually either reduce that further or convert it to golf cart and bicycle racks in the front,
I'd love to have that conversation.
which it does further reduce the amount of parking that's available. I get that, but my experience with this location, it is heavily pedestrian friendly. You have people walking from Diamond Head all the way down there. And I had this thought about it the other night, was that, you know, golf carts have got incredible visibility. They're much more heavily used now. We could potentially convert those to a combination of golf cart and bike rack, and I think that would help promote what we're trying to do in this town, and I don't think it would be a detriment to the project. Now, that's for discussion within the LPA, but my question to you is, are you open to that?
Oh, we're amenable to that. I mean, we would need some parking. Ohio may be enough for deliveries and for, you know, other type of things. We need some sort of access. But as far as parking, I would be on board with less parking on Estero is not warranted, which is, I'm gonna discuss in variance 5.
Jim,
Oh,
no, go ahead.
now, ADA is gonna have some, handicap parking requirements, so can those be accommodated on Ohio? Because they have to be closest to the main entrance as possible, or?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a misnomer. They make it feel like you have to put it in front of the front door. No, you just have to provide reasonable access. So could we put it on Ohio with the store right there at the corner? Yeah, it's reasonable access. Variance 5, I'm gonna get into a
Wait,
lot
can I
of the
just
parking.
ask one question? So
Yeah.
I actually made some little paper cutouts at my house, the size of these parking spaces, because I just had this idea. Was there any talk about creating a driveway to the back of the building and have some kind of angled parking on the back side of the building?
That was one of our scenarios that we looked at, was to do that. But the lot depth is, if you have to have a buffer, that's 15 feet. You have to, angle parking, you have to be able to get in and out 2 ways, which we can't do with the existing building. If we do only in 90-degree parking, that's 24 feet. Then you got 18 foot for just one parking space.
So it wouldn't work. It worked with my little pieces of paper,
So
but it
it
doesn't work
ends,
in real life.
it ends up with the building in the front to do what you're asking, have it on the ground and in the back. Building on the front would be about 20 feet deep,
Okay, so it doesn't work.
so it doesn't work.
Okay.
Could it work with parallel parking with golf carts?
Parallel parking with golf carts, there's a lot of options. I like that the board's even bringing it up. I mean, I didn't think that was even an option to ask for that part.
Well, and I'll echo while we're on this topic, like we're having this conversation. I completely support what John's observations are. My notes are around, I'm on record many times that regardless of the code, I think parking's your problem. And if we can make it more compatible with the uses of the island today and tomorrow, and eliminate this mandatory you must and however, and we can't be creative and alternate, I don't think we're doing a service to you or the community. So couldn't agree more with where John's on this, and if it gets to that point, I'll clearly support it.
Yeah, no, we would gladly talk about that. Which I am. Variance 5, parking reduction. Parking reduction on the right-hand side, you see our property in blue. And I highlighted private and public parking. Right next to us is Diamond Head, which is private parking, but it's still parking. People at Diamond Head will be right next door. Across the street, Palm has got public beach access parking. And then it's just 2-3 blocks down the way past the illegal parking. You have a lot of public parking. I'm sorry.
That was smooth.
I had to say that, but I mean, we're not very far from parking. And that goes to what we're saying is, if we're gonna make it a true tourist destination, walkable community, we've gotta put the parking in one place, and the people then can walk, they can bike, they can golf cart, they can ride the tram. There's lots of opportunities that they would take if they could, but it's awful easy for any of us to go, oh, I can go park in front of the building, cause they got 22 spaces in there, and, you know, and just go drive and park. And then I wanna go to the hardware store down the way, well, I'll drive and park there, and then I'll drive and park there. That's what we do in a suburban mindset.
Yeah, there's beach access parking right across where that crosswalk is, and even right across from Diamond Head, I don't know if it's 5 or 6 or 4, but there's 4, 5, or 6 town spaces right across,
Yeah.
butted up to the Diamond Head overflow.
Yeah.
All back out too.
All back.
All back out on Secondary Street
That's
though.
exactly
On
right.
secondary street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ohio, out of Ohio.
And Virginia.
But this is, you know, so this is what I feel as a professional is the town needs to hopefully, Sarah's working on the code, I know, real diligently, to deal with that in the downtown district and figure out how we can do that. I mean, there is a parking reduction that's allowed, a 30% reduction. But maybe more is necessary. So what we're asking for is 22 is required, we had 14 or 12, and then we're asking for 9 in the interest of getting the existing parking. It's not like we're asking that we don't have it. We have it today. Get rid of that existing parking off of close to Ohio, out of the visibility triangle and those type of items. So, findings and conclusions, I'll go through them a little briefly, but I think it's important to go through them. On the front setbacks, we agree with, we didn't cause the problem, which is A. B is the conditions justify the variance are not the result of the applicant. I think we're in disagreement with staff because the building is there, the building is ours, and the back out parking is there, the back out parking is ours, and it's not consistent with the code. But we still, I think we put together a pretty good argument to say, as a whole project, this outweighs, you know, the variance is acceptable because it outweighs tearing it all down and starting over. That the granted of the minimum variance is not an unreasonable burden. I think we all agree with that we're not furthering inconsistencies, that we're not creating new inconsistencies. The granting will not injure us to the neighborhood. Everything we do is out on the right of ways, which I think is very pedestrian friendly. We've addressed our relationship with the neighbors to the rear with an upgraded buffer and the fence and those type of things. And the conditions are such that they're unique, which is the last one. Yeah, parallel lot with an existing building, I don't think you've got a whole bunch of those laying around the island. The rear setback is exactly the same kind of deal. It'd be a shame we could cut the stairs off and get rid of them, but that just doesn't make any sense to me that we reduce who's gonna use it. We put big trees in so that the neighbors really won't even notice the stairs. They'll see a building, but they won't even really notice the stairs. It's not anymore, it's, you know, wasn't caused by us, it's existing, and it's unique, and therefore doesn't need to be any LDC amendments. The rear buffer, I think we've come up with a really good landscape betterment plan. We chose to bring it to you so that you could agree with us or not. And then it's codified, it's there, when we go through the development order, we don't have to go through all kinds of discussions. We do what we approve today, and everything's fine. The back out parking, we disagree with staff on whether that's ours or not. It's existing, we inherited it. The property owner hasn't owned the property, he bought it the way it was. He didn't do anything to create it, didn't do anything to build it. He just bought it, what was there. So through Variance 5, we're trying to reduce it, make it better, get a betterment plan. I think I've testified that back out parking on the island exists. Yeah, it'd be great to make it all go away, but it's not going to for a very, very long time. So by reducing it, we're making that part of it better. And then the number of parking spaces, I presented to you that there's lots of opportunities to come visit our building. The owner put a big investment into this building, and as Mr. Dunlop said, it's kind of, we think this is gonna work, and we're not doing anything outside the community that this shouldn't work. And it should not cause injuries to the community. So again, we go back, and the request is, the 5 variances ask for what we need at a minimum to build the picture, to build the story, to build the environment that we proposed here this morning. And in my professional opinion, I presented substantial competent evidence to support that position. And I look forward to, hopefully, you guys are in agreement. And as I do, I gave you a motion.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much.
And the motion that I propose is, we approve the 5 variances under the following conditions. Condition 1 is the standard, we're not going forward, we don't get permits. Condition 2 is when we do our development order, it's gonna be consistent with this site plan with these elevations, so that the expectation that's there. Condition 3 is the 6-foot-high vinyl opaque fence is put on our property. We maintain it, we're responsible for it, and it's there, and the buffer is gonna be 15 feet, it's gonna have type F landscaping, it's gonna be 100% native, all the trees are gonna be bigger, and that the sidewalk and the back stairs are only used for egress and for maintenance. And number 9, which we haven't talked about, which is just a given, is all the utilities are gonna be screened so you don't see them. Be it on the roof, be it on the back, be it wherever they end up. And with that, I'm open to any more questions.
Thank you very much, Jim. Questions for Mr. Inc.?
I have one
John?
again. So in the packet, it shows that this is a phased project, phase 1 basically being rehabilitating
I'm sorry, I
and putting
omitted
the,
that.
putting the,
That is basically, through owner direction. We feel we could get phase 1, the infrastructure and the first building going quicker to get rent revenues.
Mhm.
But it's essentially gonna be built as one phase building. The second phase is going right with it. It just may not be completed in construction and done before the other side is done.
So the phasing's really
The phasing's for,
occupancy.
yeah, the phasing's for us is how soon can we get a tenant in there and how soon can we collect rent?
But you'll build it as soon as you can.
We're gonna build it as soon as we can.
Okay. Other
Jim-
questions?
Jim,
Doug?
can you, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jim, the 50% rule, I have to admit, I'm kind of struggling with the ability to save that structure. You said it
50%
was
rule
worth
doesn't
300,
It's
doesn't
commercial.
apply? Oh, it's
Doesn't apply,
commercial,
'cause
doesn't
We're
apply?
gonna build it to code compliant today.
Oh, okay.
We're allowed to dry-proof it in the coastal zone, so the 50% rule doesn't apply.
Well, I rescind my comment.
Jim, you had a question?
Can you go back to variance 5 parking finding conclusions for a second, Jim, right there? So B, where you disagree with staff, it says, "We disagree with staff and believe that reduction in required parking places will not create use of the facility." What's that mean?
Oh, that's horrible grammar is what that means.
Now we got that in the record. Can you explain what you meant?
What I meant is reducing the parking will not create a burden on the use of the facility.
Okay.
Yes, that's, I'm an engineer, I'm not an English major.
All right, you can't be everything, Jim.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Inc. at the moment? All right, thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Judith, you wanna follow up with anything, or shall I ask for public comment?
I'll do it after public
Okay.
comment.
Jim, did you have anybody else that wanted to offer testimony? I mean, I know
No,
Albert's sitting
I've
here.
got Albert here in case the question went towards the architecture side.
Okay,
Can only hurt your cause.
yeah.
When in doubt, leave it out.
It's true, when in doubt, be quiet. All right, we'll open the public comment. Does anybody have public comment on the case? Yes, David. Nice to see you here.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good to see everybody. Yeah, I'm the infamous neighbor to the north. My property does abut.
Say your name for the record.
My name is David Lay. I was sworn in, 1920 Bayview Drive. Yeah, I had sent a email to all of you yesterday. You should have a chance to read that by now.
I did not.
Basically, Kim Beaver and I are, who's my spouse, are in approval of this project. We recommended it proceed with these conditions that I included in my note. So I did reach out to Jim. I had never been contacted by the owner or by Jim or anybody else, so I reached out to him over the weekend after I had a chance to review the package. And again, we're pretty much in agreement with most of it, except I want to read into the record some of the issues that we have we'd like to get clarified or changed. Clarify how the rainwater runoff will be handled. That footpath becomes a running river on a big rainstorm. You were asking about what that goes to. That goes to my street, which is Bayview Drive, which is just a block off of Estero. It's one of the very few parallel streets to Estero Boulevard on the whole island. Okay, so that's the first issue. I did talk to Jim about that. Plans show the owner to install a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence. Now, Jim even explained to me, he said that fence is supposed to be, according to code, frangible, which means it's intended to fly apart. So the way that this building's located, as the wind whips around the sides of the structure, it amplifies the force of the wind and hits my fence and my neighbor's fence. The fence that you saw knocked down, I put in a $7,000 fence, 3 months later Milton knocked it down. So Ian knocked it down and Milton knocked it down. So a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence, in all due respects, is not gonna work. It's gotta be CMU, reinforced CMU or something. So again, that would be something I did talk to Jim about. We appreciate the fact that the owner wants to put something in, but a vinyl privacy fence is not gonna work. Again, we had talked about item 3 was, we prefer the parking to be in 9 spaces. We've lived there and owned the property since 2011. We don't really recall parking ever being an issue. The traffic is so slow on Estero Boulevard in that area, you can back out anytime you want, it's not a problem. But I like the idea of golf carts and things and having access, so that's a problem. But in no issue would we ever want to have that property forced to be elevated to put 22 parking spots on it.
Right.
Makes no sense. So and we really much appreciate the owner trying to keep the original concept as it was originally together, because it was a good neighbor to the community and everything worked fine. So we like that. I've got 3 other items. Noise reduction, you saw it in your notes. Landscaping, we want that to be debris resistant landscaping. I suggested, Jim, we put in foxtail palms, trees. He said trees are not palm trees. I said we have open 2 pools, my pool and my neighbor's pool right behind there. I don't want leaves blowing over the fence into my pool. So if you have the option, put foxtail palms for trees, not buttonwoods. And the other last item is the view behind, just like Jim talked about at 726 Estero, he wanted to try to help enhance the view of neighbors behind. I'd like him to do the same thing on the first story part of this phase 2 and reduce that level. If you saw in the drawing, that's actually a two-story roof over a one-story plant, so that the interior volume is 20 foot tall. We're asking him respectfully, he can do what he wants, but we respectfully ask to do only a standard 1 foot height on that phase 2 section. And again, I'll just mention that my house that's behind there is totally destroyed. I'm part of the HMGP grant program that's stuck, and we have about 90 properties on the island that are in the same boat that I am. I can't rebuild. I cannot even touch that house. So, thanks y'all.
Good luck to you, David.
Any questions on?
Thank you. No, we got it.
What's behind there?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anybody else wish to speak? All right, hearing none, we'll close the public comment. Jim, I'll let you come back up, but let me first let Judith finish her. Judith, before you even go, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Parking spaces, does that mean cars? Or parking spaces could be a golf cart, could be a bicycle, could be a motorcycle, could be a skateboard. I mean, a skateboard's a little bit dramatic, but does a parking space only qualify as a car space for our code?
Yes. Per the code, there's specific dimensions for a parking space and how you can align them and what drive aisle width, and that's all designed around a typical vehicle. You know,
So it doesn't have to
motorized.
be a car, it's only space that they're.
Yes, but I would say we've seen more proposals. Yesterday's with the food truck mobile vending park. They provided some spaces for golf carts. We don't count that towards our total there. Typically, a golf cart parking space, you can do it a smaller, footprint. But for our code, when we're talking about parking spaces, we're talking about a typical parking space as defined by the land development code.
Okay.
So you could put something smaller in that spot, you could put a bicycle in that spot, that would be an inefficient use of the space, but you could do that.
Okay.
So when the land development code sets out the number of parking spaces required, we're talking about a specifically defined space, and parking lot and all those things that go with it. I did want to point out a couple things. I thought, I see Mr. Ink's point with a lot of his presentation, and I understand what the applicant is saying, what's happening in the rear with the buffer. There's a couple things something else I would consider when thinking about the CMU wall is, it will resist wind more than a vinyl fence. But typically, they're about at least a foot wide, and that impacts the available area for rainwater retention. So by leaving that substantially open, without any kind of structure, because a CMU wall then becomes a structure, there is more kind of open space for that, rainwater absorption into the property. The other point I would just on minutia disagree with Mr. Ink is that the existing building is not FEMA compliant at this moment, but it can be made.
Sure.
It can be made
world.
such, right? So we're in agreement that it can be made FEMA compliant, but it is not at this moment, and that's kind of where we get to the disagreement about the variances and where we are at the moment.
Okay, all right.
The other thing I just wanted to clarify, the parking spaces that are on Ohio, we've included them in our calculation because of the discussion at town council, but they do not belong to this site. It would be through a lease agreement, and that, is a separate procedure. So really on their site, it's really just the ones on Estero. I didn't think it made sense to exclude the ones on Ohio because the town council has said they're amenable to that kind of agreement. But that is the situation. And in looking at those spots, how they're laid out now and the space given to them, right now there's 4 spots there in Ohio. If one of them were to be made an ADA spot, you could probably only fit 3 spots in that same space. So just something to consider in your discussion.
So the ADA is on the front now?
Right now it's on the front.
Okay.
I'm actually not sure that it's the right width anyway, but they have some room there because of the pathway they're putting around the building to kind of play with the dimensions on that side.
Okay.
Not to say they couldn't make it fit, but just the space that they've allocated for parking right now, you know, that ADA space has to be wider than a typical space, and then you need an access, you know, usually it's a diagonal line next to that space, so if somebody has
A wheelchair.
wheelchair ramp,
Yeah.
you know, can get into that spot. So, I just wanted you to have that information. I appreciate Mr. Ink's, listing of proposed conditions. If you were to recommend approval, I'm happy to include those conditions. We have a couple more, but I do think his proffering of those conditions, I think helps to, make this a better project if you were to recommend approval. So as I went through the variances and their criteria already, I'll just go through what our if you were to recommend what our recommended conditions were. So I don't know if you wanna.
Are they different than what's in our packet?
So the ones that Mr. Ink has proffered here are not in the packet.
Right.
So, but I would be happy to include those if those are amenable to you. Specifically, the type F planting at the property line. Foxtail palms are a Florida-friendly tree, palm, so if that's something you would like to do, that would be in compliance with the Florida-friendly requirements. It's not native, but Florida-friendly. That the facilities and structure access on the north side of the property be used only for employee access and emergency access. I think that's a good condition to have in there as well. But the town conditions, if I could just read them in, would be, approval of these variances does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. Development of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, Land Development Code in effect at the time of permit approval, except as specifically modified herein. Property owner must ensure that they adhere to the maximum FAR for the pedestrian commercial future land use, which we expect that they will, but we don't have construction documents at this time to verify that. Property owner must have complete visual screening that includes all mechanical equipment to obscure from the public right-of-way and from the immediate neighbor's property to help mitigate noise. So in the renderings, we don't see where those will be, but we're requiring that they be screened properly. And that the property owner must ensure that the parking space dimensions adhere to section 34-2016. I did also want to add, not in my report and not on Mr. Ink's proffer, but since we're talking about landscaping, that I would also ask that the landscaping all must be compliant with line of sight requirements, especially at the corner of Ohio and Estero, to preserve traffic, the visibility. So that's what I have.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jane.
So how do you feel about the possibility of making, extra parking in the back for golf cart parking that would be parallel?
So I think you want to weigh that against the neighbor's privacy, right? So by restricting access back there to only employee use and emergency access, that means there's going to be less noise in that area for the neighboring property.
It's true.
And
I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
so you have to weigh the two things. I think that there maybe is some way to accommodate some golf cart parking, but there's no through access there, so they would have to back out and come around. Sometimes those those beep when they back up.
Yes, they do.
You might be drunk.
But maybe, you know, a bicycle rack would not have that
Right.
issue. So, I mean,
Okay.
I would
Be a good
consider that.
location for a bicycle rack.
Other questions for Judith? John, did you wanna talk any more about that?
Well, I believe that there is something in the code that allows some reduction in parking for one bicycle rack, right? We don't currently allow multiple bicycle racks
So,
to
yeah.
reduce,
Right.
but
Yeah, it would reduce one, space.
One parking space required.
Which they're already, you know,
Yeah.
asking for
yeah,
less.
it doesn't
than
make
required.
any,
But,
it's not.
I mean, I would
It
encourage
doesn't
them.
help much.
Yeah.
But it's a good point.
But we could certainly add that as a condition. I mean, it sounds like they would be amenable to, you know, being required to have a bicycle rack.
Even if it's at the back, it would be, you know, available and, you
Yeah.
know, it wouldn't have to take up a parking space.
Right, I mean, there's more flexibility with a bike rack where you're going to
Right.
put it. And I will say, you know, we did work with Mr. Inc. a lot on this project and go through multiple, versions of this, and he is right, initially they had all of that, back out parking on Estero that was originally there, and, you know, we wanted to reduce that, especially, coming up at the corner of Ohio, being able to see around that curve there. And moving up the dumpster, I didn't want the dumpster, you know, to be in that setback too close to the neighbors
The
there. So
neighborhood.
they have worked with staff on making, some changes to the project.
Okay. Okay, anything else for Judith? Jim, did you have anything you just have to tell us?
Couple things. Well, to help maybe clear up something. Comment from the public on the stormwater. We're gonna have to retain all our water on site, and
Right,
that's
that's
just
handled.
part of the
Coast
nature of the
code,
game. The fence has to be designed to meet wind load. So unless we have storm surge, the fence isn't going anywhere. I agree that some of the Home Depot fences that people put in, they'll blow down in an afternoon thunderstorm.
Yeah.
One of the comments where we collaborate and consultants, save me sometimes, parking in front of the building. I'm under the assumption that we're gonna approve this site plan the way the site plan is, and there may be a sentence somewhere in the code says you can't park in front of the building.
What?
Yeah, in the downtown district, I don't know, but I wanna put it on the record that in my opinion, we're substantially compliant with the picture when we do the DO. We shouldn't run into problems with staff getting it approved.
Okay, Judith, you wanna comment on that? I mean, I'm just thinking of the 100 million businesses that have parking in front of their building.
Well, you gotta remember, the code is aspirational for where we wanna go.
Yes, I understand, I understand.
And you can't park in front of a building if you build to the 5 to 10 foot build-to line, there's no space.
Amy, pass her your mic.
Is,
So I'm just trying to avert a.
okay, don't worry, any other questions for Jim?
And the Foxtail Palms,
Foxtail Palms, we're
if
good.
you guys are good with Foxtail Palms, I'm good with Foxtail Palms.
Thank you, Jim,
Excellent.
appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Appreciate your efforts. So, is that statement that if we were to approve this project, that in fact they could not use that parking?
I think that's a variance. And that's, make it.
Yeah. Yes, so we could add that in. I mean, to Mr. Ing's point, he wants to have all of his bases covered. If you are, thinking about approving, we could add that in on the,
It's
Nancy's
not
making the
really
base. There,
advertised.
it is, there, it is kind of existing, so, but we've been treating this as a non-existent.
Could it be brought in as
We're
a variance on the town council since this hasn't been
This
advertised?
is, it's not gonna go to the town council, it's
Oh.
just variances.
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
provided that the LPA approves it.
Yeah, right.
So as it's decreasing a non-conformity that was a pre-existing condition, and we're presenting it here, if this is amenable to you, because they are asking for a variance for another portion of the code. And I think if we can say that on the record, because if we're adding, Nancy's uncomfortable with adding another variance, on the fly here, which is
I think that's right.
understandable.
It's
Yeah.
not been advertised, haven't had a
Right,
chance.
hasn't been published.
Right.
So how would we deal with that hypothetically if challenged? We left it out, proceeded on, everybody knows the intention here, historical use, et cetera. Somebody challenges that, how would you deal with that? Is it worth all the effort?
It's the non-conforming feature of the existing building. So we would be looking in that section of the code, which does encourage
allows
the
it.
reduction
Yeah.
of nonconformities.
Would you like a quick break to work this out?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 11:25, we'll be back in 10 minutes. It's 11:35, and we are back. And Judith, did you fix the problem?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Well, we did a review of the code. I did want to say, because this is not a CPD, this is a variance request, the site plan will be reviewed upon, when they come in for their
Development order.
but it does not constitute a master concept plan, as that only applies to the CPD. So we need to make sure that we have everything on record, so that there's no confusion later on.
Okay.
So, in accordance with section 34-3241C, a variance is not needed regarding existing parking spaces in front of the existing non-conforming structure. Since no alteration is being made to the existing spaces, it does not violate Division 3 of Article 5 of Chapter 34. So there was some confusion, I mean, not confusion, but there was a comment made that a separate section of the code asks for there to be no parking in front of a structure in the downtown district, and this is in the downtown zoning district, because these are existing and they are not making any other changes to that space, that they would be, they wouldn't have to bring that up to that portion of the code.
So we're free to disregard this latest kerfuffle.
Yep.
Thank you.
We would just ask that we make a finding in your resolution, so that way, 5 years from now, if anybody questions it, the decision was evaluated and made.
And what would you like that finding to say specifically?
I
That
think what Judith said would work.
So would you like me to, I can add that to the
It could be in the
resolution.
whereas clauses.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other discussion from the LPA? I'm gonna say something. I love your project. I really do. I thought it was weird that you were keeping that blue section. I kept thinking, when are they gonna take this down? What are they gonna do with it? Why is their concrete building standing and mine fell? I had all these thoughts. But I love the way that you have adapted the old and the new together. The design is beautiful, and I think it's gonna be a great addition to the downtown. And to that, I'm not gonna make a motion, but I'm gonna support a motion to approve. So would somebody like to make one?
I'll make a motion to approve variance 2025-0048 for the 5 variances, I believe it is, including the conditions by staff and adding the conditions that the buffering will be Florida-friendly plantings and include foxtail palms, that the facilities on the north side of the building will be used for maintenance and emergency egress only, that landscaping will conform to line of sight requirements, and including a whereas clause to recognize that parking is allowed in front of the building.
Good job.
Support.
Excellent, excellent. Second,
Support.
Jim? Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, your vote, John?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations. Really lovely project. Lovely. Good job to the staff and to the applicant. It was very thorough. Congratulations, gentlemen. Okay, we'll do our last hearing before our break, and that is, hold on, have to regroup here. This is another variance, VAR 2025-0056. This is for 2900 and 2902 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions, variance 202-50056, requesting 4 variances for the property located at 2900 and 2902 Estero Boulevard in the RM zoning district, and generally referred to as strap number 304624W2003MO0140 in Fort Myers Beach. 1, a variance of 5 feet from the required 25-foot setback in Division 4, Table 34-3 from Estero Boulevard to allow a primary structure 20 feet from Estero Boulevard. Number 2, a variance of 10 feet from the required 25-foot setback, street setback in Division 4 of Table 34-3 from Seaview Street to allow a primary structure 15 feet from Seaview Street. 3, a variance of 15 feet from the required accessory structure street setback in Division 4, Table 34-3 to allow an at-grade pool without a screen enclosure 10 feet from Seaview Street. 4, a variance from Section 34-1174B to allow a pool closer to the street than the primary structure and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst.
And thank you
with
guys for that
Community-
break and for figuring out the glitch.
Of course.
It's very nice.
Glad we could do that.
I am too.
Sarah Probst with Community Development. Tamara
Do
Difels.
ex parte.
I didn't. Are there any ex parte communications, Mr. Dunlap?
None.
How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane? Jim?
None.
John?
No.
I have none as well.
Good morning again. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Tamara Difels Trust, the owner of 2900/2902 Estero Boulevard, represented by Kara Stewart, is requesting 4 variances. This property is zoned RM and is non-conforming for size, width, and length. The property is between Estero Boulevard and Seaview Street, meaning it has 2 25-foot street setbacks and is not a corner lot, so it cannot meet, isn't allowed the reductions for the corner lot setbacks. The 4 variances include 2 variances from Table 34-3 for the primary structure/house. And one variance is for 5 feet from the required 25-foot setback from Estero Boulevard, which would allow the house to be 20 feet from Estero Boulevard. And the second variance is for 10 feet off of the required 25-foot setback from Seaview Street. So that would allow the house to be 15 feet from Seaview. The second set of variances are for the pool. There is a requirement found in 341174B, which requires pools and accessory structures to be behind from a street, a primary structure. So you can't have a pool or accessory structure forward of the house. They're requesting a variance from that code section to allow the pool forward of the house on Seaview Street. And they're also requesting a variance from essentially section or table 34-3 to allow the pool to be only 10 feet from Seaview rather than the required 25 feet from Seaview. So staff is recommending approval with conditions due to the fact that they would be required to have variances in almost any instance if they wanted a pool on this parcel. And because the house is small, because the lot is small, and the design of the house has been, designed in such a way as to allow 2 cars to park under the house, which would improve the condition that they previously had where there were cars parking often in the right-of-way and in the pedestrian easement.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Staff is available for any questions. The applicant is also here.
I have a silly question.
Oh, okay.
If the driveway comes off of Seaview, how come it has an Estero address?
I don't know. I think that they were probably addressed by Lee County back in the day, and the one next to it actually does have a Seaview address.
That's interesting.
So, no idea.
Okay.
Jane, your question?
I called Sarah, or texted her or emailed her over the weekend about the, pools that, is this one of those pools that is not going to have a walk around on 2 sides?
I believe it has a very narrow walk around. So this has been a question that's been asked, and I apologize, I don't think I got back to you.
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
It was actually yesterday.
Oh, okay. So it's required potentially by the building code, but it's not required by zoning. We would prefer to see an edge around that for safety purposes, and when you're encroaching into a front setback, there are different requirements on how we count that when it's pulled forward of the, residential structure, which we have applied in this instance. However, I'm not sure that it's actually required that they, have the walk around, because when you think of the, those edgeless pools.
Yeah, infinity pools,
The infinity pools, they don't have a walk around.
but they have a catch basin.
Yeah.
The thing here is that, like, I've seen two pools on my street that the fence goes into the what's it called? The paver,
Drain.
no,
Coping?
the coping on the pool, so there's, maybe 4 inches on the edge to hold on to without getting, holding on to the fence, and that's on 2 sides. So if something should fall, or something should happen, you can't get out on 2 sides of this pool. To me, when I looked up what the code was for walkarounds for for Florida, it said 4 feet.
All the way around the pool?
All the way around the pool. I recall that we've done several with 3 feet, but, I'm just a little concerned with 2 sides not having access to get out of the pool. You're really a safety feature there to me, is my concern.
Okay.
Because on these 2 existing properties, on the other side of the fence, it goes straight down from the pool down, so there isn't even a walk around at all.
And I know that this has been part of a discussion in the past. It was several years ago when we had this discussion. I feel that zoning was overruled in this instance, but it was determined that it was a building official determination regarding because it's a safety feature more
So
than a
you
zoning
don't think that there's
feature.
a need for a variance if you're not going to have edges to your pool?
Our code doesn't require it for zoning, but if building did require a variance from that, that's a different process. Yeah.
It's concerning.
Okay, any other questions for Sarah at the moment? Thank you, Sarah. Ms. Stewart? Mrs. Stewart? How's your ankle?
Still there.
Oh.
That's a good answer.
Good morning, Kara Stewart. In reference to that pool, I'm texting the architect right now to see if there's a specific code section that he needs to be concerned with.
Okay.
I'm not aware of one either, quite frankly, in relationship to zoning or even in the building code, but let me get
Okay,
an
thank
answer,
you.
okay? And secondly, on the address, actually,
Kara, say your name for the record.
oh, I'm sorry, Kara Stewart. I thought I did. Kara Stewart. On the address, we are going to, once this is resolved, request from 911 to change the address to Seaview. It's in the works. We waited because we had already made the application. We didn't want to confuse with the address changes, so just for ease of that. So as Sarah mentioned, the lot is very small. It's irregular. We don't have many options. The variance on Estero, the 5 foot coming back from Estero or forward to Estero, was one we thought was a better option versus maintaining that 25 and then, bringing our pool and our house that much closer. In reference to the house, the reduction in the front setback, it's kind of interesting. The design of the home has 2 layers of decks in that front. So if we actually, in essence, only had one, we wouldn't be standing here asking for that setback. But the fact that the second floor has a deck on it as well requires us to request that setback. As Sarah also mentioned, we're in agreement. There's really nowhere else to place a pool on this property without requiring some kind of a variance. And because the structure is being located in such a manner to be facing, of course, the Gulf and not Estero, the area of entertainment and whatnot would be in the front of the house. So therefore, the pool is being located in that location. It is at grade.
the home below flood. We're only asking to enclose the area for access, so there is a staircase. We're in a high elevation here, so the home will be elevated rather high to comply with flood. That's all I really have. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Kara.
Yep.
Jim, any questions?
You don't have a recommended motion with you, do you? You're all-
You know, I feel a little. I'm not going to say any. I've already stuck my
I
foot.
know what to do without that help. Thank you, that's all.
Doug, any questions for Kara?
No, ma'am.
Jane, anything? Jim?
No.
John?
No, I'm good.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you very much, Kara. We'll open the public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing no public, thank you very much. We'll close the public comment. Any discussion from the LPA on this case?
My only concern is, I think we do need to find out what the rule is on that, because there's an awful lot of houses being built with no walk around on two sides.
Wouldn't it be a permitting issue when you go through that for the building code?
Well, but I mean,
Versus zoning.
if by law, by state regulations, it's required, they should be asking for variances if they, are not going to have them or provide them. No?
You come back up, Kara.
The zoning code doesn't have anything in there in relationship to that. What would have to happen would be us requesting a variance to the building code, which is a whole nother process. In that instance, here we go. I just have the architect just responded back. I asked him the question is there a distance requirement between the edge of the pool and the fence, which is what I think you're asking.
Yep.
And it can be against the pool,
Can be against the
is his
pool.
answer.
Wow.
As I'm not that architect, I'm
Okay.
quoting Kyle Vita.
Good to know.
Good, thank you. Anything else, Jane? No? You guys, anything?
Nope.
Okay, somebody like to make a motion to approve or deny these variances?
I'll make a motion to approve variance request number 20250056, 2900, 2902 Estero Boulevard with, including staff conditions.
All four variances, Jim?
Yes, finding that compliance is with all three of the variances, right?
There's four.
There's four.
Yeah, there's four.
Second.
1, 2,
And with the
3,
conditions.
second page, with the
Okay.
four.
And the conditions. Is there a
Yeah.
second for that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jane. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Jim?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Thank you very much, Kara.
Thank you.
And congratulations to that property owner. Okay, we are now, it is 7 minutes of 12, and we are now officially on a break until 1 PM, where we will come back for the Arches CPD, a comprehensive plan amendment for the Arches project also, and to finish up our administrative tasks. So, we're on break. Thank you, Josh.
Could we do the, historical
Hello, everyone. We are back from our break. It is 1 p.m., still on the same day, and we are here to have the second half of our meeting, which is going to be a CPD, a commercial plan development, and a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map. So if you all have, well, I'm just gonna turn this over to Nancy, because she's gonna swear you in and give you the groundwork.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a
Thank you,
couple of
Nancy.
comments I'd like to make. Just to recognize that the first item that the LPA will be reviewing this afternoon is quasi-judicial. The second item, which is related, is a comprehensive plan amendment, which is legislative in nature. So the two hearings are going to be just a little bit different. And I'd like to, I make comments before our quasi-judicial matters. We did have a very long break, so I wanted just to go ahead and make a few more comments about quasi-judicial hearings and how they're conducted, so we have it all into the record itself. So as I mentioned, the first item, as the chair identified, this is the Arches Resort CPD, and it is quasi-judicial, and then that will require our public hearing today on that item to comply with the procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. As in our other hearings, the proceeding will be less formal than a proceeding before circuit court, but it will be more formal than the subsequent hearing on the comprehensive plan amendment. We'll be following the basic standards of due process that requires noticing the application of the correct standards and your decision to be made on competent and substantial evidence that's presented to you either in written documents or through oral testimony. Your job is to evaluate the testimony and information regarding each item, draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria that's been identified in the Land Development Code or state law has been satisfied. So speculation and opinion that's not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by individuals who have been qualified as experts, and I think we do have a number of them in this case, in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and belief. So anyone in the audience, if you are intending to speak on these matters, please keep my comments in mind when you come forward. State your name for the record and whether or not you've been sworn in. So I do want to go ahead and ask the clerk, our town clerk, whether or not the two items that remain on your agenda have been properly noticed.
Yes, they have been.
Okay, and at this time, if there's any LPA member who has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, if you could disclose it for the record so we could ascertain that we do have a quorum present. I do note for the record that we only have 6 members of our LPA present today, with 1 excused absence for Dawn Sedeth. Anyone have a conflict?
Any conflicts of interest?
No conflict.
No conflicts.
Okay, so we do have a quorum, and we can proceed forward. At this time, if there's anyone who wishes to present testimony or evidence today, if you would stand and raise your right hand, and the clerk will swear you in.
And that would include public
It would
comment.
include public, anybody at all who's gonna speak.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, everybody is sworn.
So, Madam Chair, if you would read the title for our first quasi-judicial item.
This is Arches Resort CPD. Arches Commercial Plan Development, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying the commercial plan development, CPD, zoning for the properties located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, 935 and 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. also respectively identified as strap numbers 244623W300027000 and 244623W300260020. 244623W30030B.0200. 244623W30030B 1090. 0190. 244623W30030C0060. 244623W30030C0040. 244623W30030A0110. 244623W30030A0030. 244623W30030A0020 and 244623W30030A0010 Fort Myers Beach. Providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. John, do you have any ex parte communications, sites visits, anything?
I do. Very familiar with the property. I've spent time there in its current state. I also have spoken with the neighborhood company and the applicant, and they provided me with a presentation. We've received multiple emails, both for and opposing this project.
Thank you. Jim?
I have the same disclosure as John did.
Okay. Jane?
I had the meeting with the company, or the neighborhood group, and I had conversations with several people on my street that after church on Sunday, they wanted to discuss the arches and give me their viewpoints.
Doug?
I met with Ken, Patrick, and the owner and reviewed the project here at this office. And also, I've read numerous emails, both pro and con.
Thank you. Jim?
Same as Doug, exactly.
Same as Doug. So I have the same as Doug and everyone relative to meeting with the neighborhood group and Mr. Freeland for a presentation and the emails. But I also have had many conversations in my place of business about this project. I've talked at length about it with Chris Mysterio, who's a neighbor in that neighborhood. This weekend, I spoke with Bill Spakowski about this project because I couldn't think of why we didn't include this in the downtown to begin with. And we had a long conversation relative to that, the impact on the neighborhood and the project, even though he had not reviewed it, but just general concepts. And then I also called Tom Torgerson because I wanted to find out how his parking is working. So I spoke with him about that. And to the best of my knowledge, that's all. Okay?
Okay, so again, as we always do, I need to just ask for the record that you as decision makers, that you are coming to today's hearing with an open mind. You're willing to listen to the testimony and the evidence that's presented to you, and that you would fairly decide this matter that is before you.
Jim?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
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 So the applicant is present today with their attorney. If this is the opportunity for the attorney to ask you any questions that she may want to regarding your disclosures on your ex parte.
Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. For the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn. I'm an attorney with Strayhorn, Parsons, Mullica, and Fisher, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. It is a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon.
Nice to have you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a couple of follow-up questions regarding the disclosure. In light of recent events, as well as the town council discussion that occurred yesterday, as well as the public comment and discussion which occurred earlier this morning. And Madam Chair, I would like to provide this opportunity to you to explain. We have been aware or become aware of the social media post. And at this time, we just ask for a clarification as to the nature of that donation and the reason, and allow you to put into the record in a little explanation.
I'll be happy to, and thanks for the opportunity. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Arches project, strictly in support of an effort relative to the Seagate project and that group. I'm not a member of that group, I'm not a part of their board, I have no decision or any kind of impact on it. And, you know, I said to someone yesterday, if someone was going to challenge me on impartiality on this case, I think they'd challenge me because I've known the Freeland family most of my life. And whether or not I could be fair and impartial based on, you know, a long-standing relationship, friends, you know, I went to school with one of them. But that isn't the case. It's because I made a donation to another group. In all truthfulness, it has no bearing whatsoever, I swear to you, on my ability to be impartial in looking at this case. I hope that that's how Ben Freeland feels as well.
And I think that we all want to have the same result of today, meaning we all want to have a clean and a fair hearing.
Sure.
And I appreciate your sentiment and your explanation, and I will ask the follow-up question, which you already touched upon. Is there anything that would lead you to be biased or prejudiced to impact or render your decision to be not fair or impartial?
No, ma'am, living in a small town and growing up in Lee County, there are so many people that come before us, whether it's now as a member of the LPA or in previous situations as a member of the council, that I have personal relationships with. I have voted in favor and opposed to many people. And I just do my best to look at what's in front of me and make the best decision possible based on the rules and regulations that are in place and what I think would be best for the future of the town.
And that would conclude my follow-up questions, Madam Attorney. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for asking me.
As we always proceed in our normal course of business, there will be, I'm sure, a number of professionals that will be testifying as experts in today's hearing. Could those individuals identify themselves so we can ascertain if they've already been sworn in as experts? So can you just come to the podium for the record and state your name and your area of expertise?
Patrick Vanass, certified planner, here to provide competent, substantial evidence today. Thank you.
And he has been accepted
Yes, he
as
certainly
an
has.
expert before?
Many times.
Already?
Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company, AICP planner, been found as an expert, able to provide competent, substantial testimony.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay, our town planners?
Oh.
Yeah. So we have it all on the record.
Okay.
Judith Frankel, Principal Planner for the Town of Fort Myers Beach Community Development.
And she has also been accepted as an expert in
Certainly.
land use planning in Fort Myers Beach. Sure.
Just in case.
Yeah, you never know.
Sarah Probst with Community Development.
Similarly, she has already been accepted by
Thank you,
this
Sarah. Thank you,
LPA
Judith.
as an expert. Is there anyone else in the audience that's intending to give testimony as a professional, as an expert in a particular area? Okay, seeing none. Again, some housekeeping. We just want to make sure that the applicant property owner has had a copy of the agenda materials, had the opportunity to review that. Okay, I think at this point, Madam Chair, we're ready to have staff give an introduction to the agenda item, and then the applicant will come forward and present their case.
Thanks, Nancy. Judith?
Good afternoon, Judith Frankel, Community Development for the Town of Fort Myers Beach. Before we get started, I wanted to point out that there are two requests that we're going to hear this afternoon. The first that we're going to hear now is for a commercial plan development rezoning. I'm going to go through and list out all those properties. The approval of that application would be contingent on the approval of the second item that you're going to hear, which is for a small-scale comprehensive plan future land use map amendment, which for brevity, we're just gonna call the comp plan amendment. And I believe that there's two different presentations the applicant is prepared to provide on both of those. So you'll hear me say a couple times, because typically when we look at a CPD, we're gonna ask, is it compliant with the comprehensive plan? In this case, it could be this afternoon, but it is not yet. So just keep that in mind. There's gonna be a lot of caveats there. Freeland Florida Holdings LLC is seeking the concurrent applications. What we're talking about now is the rezoning of the subject property encompassing 10 parcels, which is approximately 4.98 acres, located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, 935 and 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. This board previously heard a comprehensive plan amendment application last year on April 9th, 2024. At that time, the LPA voted 2-4 to deny that request. CPD application request did not accompany that application for the comp plan amendment. The town council on May 6, 2024 granted a continuance for the comp plan future land use map amendment to a date uncertain, until such time that it could be presented simultaneously with the comprehensive plan development. So that's why you're seeing this today, and that's why you're seeing it in the order that we're seeing it. So we're bringing you the comprehensive, the commercial, I'm gonna try to keep them straight. The CPD first, so you can have a full understanding of what the applicant is proposing for the site. The proposed mixed-use resort aims to provide a high-end resort with a wet dock marina, commercial retail, ancillary, restaurant, bar, banquet space, an event chapel, an outdoor market, and bodega. The applicant's proposal lists public benefits, including public access to the waterfront, a bayfront public promenade lined with commercial retail storefronts, view corridors, a linear park, a memorial garden, and potential for a water ferry / taxi and terminal to the downtown area. I'm not gonna go through all of those elements in detail. I'm sure the applicant is gonna go over all of those with you and how they fit into their proposal. I'm just gonna hit some of the high points now, just for brevity, but please, if you have any questions, let me know. The proposed density in this case, again, subject to the companion small-scale comprehensive plan map amendments change. They're proposing that to be pedestrian commercial. And so they're looking for a density that would be in compliance with pedestrian commercial. That land use category allows for a maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre, except in certain cases. This proposal requests 263 lodging units, which is reached through an equivalency factor of 9.1. We get to that 9.1 equivalency factor, we multiply what is allowed by right, that's 6 units per acre, and then we multiply that to get to the proposed dwelling units, lodging units in this case. This is the same equivalency factor which was utilized by the Margaritaville development. The downtown core area is considered the nucleus of commercial and tourist activities on the island and is identified and is as an appropriate area for higher densities and intensities. The floor area ratio, the development is also subject to a maximum floor area ratio. Again, this relates to the proposed comprehensive plan amendment in a pedestrian commercial future land use category, which is what the applicant is proposing. You're allowed a maximum FAR of 2.5. In the land development code, when you're proposing a commercial plan development, you have to follow the zoning regulations for a commercial resort zoning district, which allows for a maximum floor area ratio of 1.8 within the downtown redevelopment district. They are asking for a deviation request, which is part of this application, to allow for a maximum floor area ratio of 2 within the Arches Bayfront Resort CPD. So if you can follow that, if they get the comprehensive plan amendment change that they're requesting, which is to pedestrian commercial, then what they're requesting here with the CPD would be compatible with that. So they're asking for a floor area ratio which is greater than is allowed by right by zoning, but would be within the limits of that comprehensive plan amendment if approved. Okay. Height. Again, the town's comprehensive plan comes into play here. Policy 4C4 talks about properties that are contiguous with other other properties that have buildings that are of higher than typical height. The Arches Bayfront Resort site is just west of the Marina Village at Snug Harbor, which is a 6-story condominium with an overall height of about 71 feet, and that's from grade. However, across the canal to the west on Matanzas Court, single-family residence exists, which are approximately 3 stories. The proposed project is requesting buildings that will vary between 1 and 7 stories with a maximum zoned height of 81 feet, measured from base flood, and a total height of 102 feet measured from grade. So in comparison to the nearby properties, there are single-family houses which are 3 stories, so we can guess they're around 30 to 35 feet in height, and the Marina Village at Snug Harbor, which is about 71 feet from grade, and what they're proposing has a maximum height of 102 feet. In this proposal, the allowance of the additional height through the plan development process will allow for narrower buildings with greater separation and greater setbacks from the adjacent properties. I will also point out policy 4C4 charges the decision-making body, the LPA, and the town council with balancing the public benefit of a height limitation against the resulting public benefit from the proposal. I'm sure the applicant is going to go over with you what those public benefits that they're proposing are, but that's something to keep in your mind when considering if those public benefits are commensurate with the height increase that they're asking for. There is a whole long list of schedule of uses, which I'm not going to read through, but there are in your packet and will cover most of the things you would expect to see in a resort of this size. Retail space, the banquet space, restaurants. The thing I will specifically point out is the old San Carlos parcel, which does abut the existing downtown business district on Old San Carlos. And that is, what they're proposing there is similar to what you would see on Old San Carlos. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, the current marina zoning, which does not cover all of the 10 parcels I listed, also in your packet, it goes over specifically what zoning is for which of these properties. 2 properties have the commercial marina zoning, and 5 of them have the residential, also commercial office, and downtown zoning. But in thinking about the marina zoning specifically, as it exists now, it does create a buffer between the higher impact downtown and the lower density residential districts. Elimination of that buffer between the intense commercial district and the neighborhoods could increase conflict. Uses that create additional noise in residential neighborhoods have been of particular concern to the town of Fort Myers Beach in the past. evaluation of the proposed outdoor music and COP consumption on premises areas, along with the vehicular circulation, is needed to ensure that nearby homes are not negatively impacted with this proposal. Again, the applicant is gonna go over some of those, proposed, buffering to reduce that conflict, with you. They are proposing a buffer area that varies from about 30 to 50 feet in width to reduce impact to the homes along Harbor Court, Bonita Street, and Third Street. They also have a vehicular circulation plan that has the intent to reduce intrusion traffic into that neighborhood just south of the proposed development. There are 8 deviations requested here. I'm gonna go through them again somewhat briefly. Again, if you have more questions about it, please let me know. Deviation 1 is a deviation from Land Development Code Table 34-3, which requires properties in the commercial resort zoning district. Again, because it's a commercial plan development, they're charged with using the commercial resort zoning district as their baseline to request deviations from. And the commercial resort zoning district requires a minimum lot width of 100 feet and a minimum lot depth of 100 feet. This deviation would allow for either a minimum lot width or a minimum lot depth of 80 feet, depending on the development's frontage on either Old San Carlos or Third Street. So this is for the particular part of the property that is abutting Old San Carlos, where they're proposing to put in what they're calling a bodega, like a small grocery corner store, and a restaurant as well. Deviation 2, a deviation from Land Development Code Section 34-645B and Table 34-3, which allows for a maximum floor area of 1.2 within the commercial resort zoning district, and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.8 within the downtown redevelopment district. And they're requesting an FAR of 2 within their resort CPD. And you can see in their application, they've listed what they think that the public benefits they're offering in conjunction with that request. Deviation 3 from Land Development Code Section 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel motel guest units per established equivalency factors as allowed for Land Development Code Section 34-1802A2. Deviation allows an equivalency factor of 9.1, which would allow them their proposed request of 263 guest units. And again, they've listed out what their proposed benefits are to go in conjunction with that request, to justify that request. Deviation 4, a deviation from Land Development Code Note 1 of Table 10-9, which requires a solid wall not less than 6 feet in height and with the landscaping to be placed on the adjacent property side of the wall to allow for a 6-foot high decorative fence with solid columns and landscaping to be placed on the interior resort side of the decorative fence for the southern property line as depicted on the enclosed master concept plan. I'm sure they're gonna go over what exactly that's gonna look like, but this deviation is to allow them to have that significant buffer on the south side, and to help mitigate any, impact to the neighbors by putting in this, solid wall, directly up against the neighbor's property with all of the landscaping on the inside. Deviation 5 from Land Development Code Section 26-77B, which states that new or expanded seawalls are not allowed along natural water bodies in order to allow the existing boat ramp to be replaced by seawall. This is kind of a cleanup item for that property. I imagine this is something they would want to do in general. Right now, there's a boat ramp closest to Marina Village. Our code does not allow them to fill that in and replace that with a straight seawall instead of the boat ramp, so this would give them permission to do that and to have a consistent seawall along the property edge. Deviation 6, a deviation from Land Development Code Table 34-3, which requires properties in the commercial resort zoning district to have a minimum height set at 30 feet and 3 stories to allow a maximum building zoned height of 81 feet, as defined in the Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code for the resort track. Again, 81 feet is from base flood. Maximum building heights will be in compliance with the approved master concept plan. And you can see on the master concept plan, there are a variety of heights there. It's not all at the 81 feet. Deviation 7 from Land Development Code Table 34-3, which states that property setbacks in a CPD zoning district shall be the same as for commercial resort zoning districts to allow for adjusted building setback lines within the resort tract and adjusted side setbacks and build-to lines for the buildings located within the old San Carlos tract as outlined within the enclosed development standards exhibit, which you can also see on the master concept plan. This deviation allows for a more cohesive urban streetscape along Old San Carlos Boulevard. It's gonna allow that property to be more visible and more accessible from the pedestrian right-of-way. And also will allow greater open space along the linear park and promenade areas. You'll see on the master comp plan that linear park is what we're talking about, the buffer on the south side with the neighbor. So they have not built to the build-to lines there, nor on the water side to allow some public space in both areas. Deviation 8 from Land Development Code Section 34-2020 required parking regulations. To allow a parking reduction of 50% in accordance with Land Development Code Section 34-676A1. The applicant and I disagreed a little bit on this one. Staff finds that the deviation from this land development code to allow for a 50% reduction in the total parking requirement does not align with section 34-676A4, which requires other streets in the downtown district to multiply the total requirement of 0.67. So other places in downtown are allowed to have a 33% reduction, and they're asking for a 50% reduction. The proposed development will be similar in nature to the existing downtown district, and this comparison is appropriate in staff's opinion that they should be made to comply with the regulation for the rest of the downtown district. The proposed development has more intense uses. One example is the event space. The event, they're gonna have a little chapel for weddings and things of that nature. The total required parking spaces for the resort calculated by use is 490 approximately. The number would be appropriately reduced in a manner similar to the abutting downtown zoning, which gives you 328 spaces. They are providing 336 spaces, which is more than what I'm suggesting would be the correct amount. But the applicant is providing more than required minimum. However, this leaves only 8 parking spaces available to the public for commercial shared parking. I know we have discussed this issue on other hotels and other properties, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So they're stating in their application that there are 91 extra spaces available, so in my calculation, there's 8 extra spaces. Staff suggests allowing the applicant to conduct a parking study after the development is fully operational, obviously it's approved, to determine if additional spaces could be allocated to the public commercial parking. This is done sometimes. Once you are operational, then you can prove that you're not using all of your parking spaces, and then you have a case to make for being allowed to do commercial or shared parking at your lot. They have people come out and will do studies about how many are coming in and out and what the actual use of the parking is. And we could make that a condition of the application if the LPA and town council so desired. But our position is that there is a number of uses happening here, and we don't really know the full impact, so giving them an additional, discount is not warranted at this time. So I'm not gonna go through the full findings and conclusions at this stage. The applicant has a full presentation, but I'm here for any questions, if you wanna ask any questions at this point.
Thank you, Judith. Jim, any questions?
I'm good at this point.
How about you, Doug?
I'm good at this point, too.
Jane?
Staff's recommendation?
So, we're recommending denial, and there's a couple reasons for that. So, one, the situation here has to be contingent on the comprehensive plan amendment, right? But even if you're assuming that that is approved and moved forward, staff has concerns about the impact on the neighboring communities, in terms of what we talk about a lot, nuisance, detriment to public welfare. The applicant has done a lot to try to buffer that, but it is not clear to us that there will not be significant impacts to the residential neighborhoods, both south on Bonita and Third and Harbor, and also across the canal on Matanzas Court. I have specific findings and conclusions to go over it, but that's the general gist of it. The other thing that, the comp plan points out is that especially when you're requesting greater height, you have to show what the benefit is. The community has to weigh what is the benefit, is there an increased benefit to allowing the increased height versus keeping the height restrictions. I'm sure they're gonna go over everything they're providing for public benefit, so you can see whether those two things weigh out. The other thing I wanted to say at this point, which I can probably reiterate again at some later point, is that when we're considering what goes in the ordinance, which will be the final rules and guiding document for anything that were to happen on this site or any site, we wanna make sure that we're only including conditions that are enforceable either by zoning or by our code compliance officers. There are a number of items in general that get proposed to you, which are good ideas and things that are nice and beneficial to the town, but are not appropriate in either of those categories. Staff has had discussion with the town attorney about the possibility in some situations of creating an additional agreement with the town where the developer or the property owner would make an agreement with the town, but that would be specific to that property owner. It would not run with the land. As this is a rezoning, it runs with the land. So if you're making an agreement, say, for them to conduct a certain policy, right? They're agreeing to recycle, let's say. I don't know whether they're required to recycle or not, but just as an example, that would not be something that we would put in the zoning regulations, as it wouldn't be appropriate there, but if they're gonna provide enhanced recycling or something like that, that's a nice idea, but that would have to go in some kind of separate agreement document. So just something to keep in mind when you're thinking about public benefits and conditions and what we can actually put into the ordinance.
Thank you, Judith. Jim, anything for Judith right now?
No.
How about you, John?
Would a water taxi ferry fit into that category?
So I would put that in that category. Unless they tell you that that's something they are going to build and have in place when they're either coming for their development order or for their building permit. Because that's the teeth that we have. So we create that ordinance, we have the conditions, we have the master concept plan, which their master concept plan does show that water taxi. But when they come in for their permit, say they're not ready for the water taxi, maybe that's gonna be a 5-year plan. I don't have any ability to hold up their project, which is really the teeth that the government has. We can, they say they're gonna do, a 10-foot wide promenade well, if they don't show that on their master concept plan, or on their site plan when they come in for the development order, then we reject it, they have to come back and show us where that's going to be. If they don't have that at that time, proof, then we would hold up their project. And I don't think that a water taxi, I mean, unless they tell you they're gonna do that, and they want that requirement in there, I would not put that in the ordinance. And I would, I'm looking
So-
to Nancy to verify that, but if that's, say that's their 5-year plan.
Right.
Right, they have an intent to do it, it's a 5-year plan, maybe they have to get capital, or they have to get other people involved, or whatever the case may be. That would be something that would go, I would think, in a separate agreement.
So the terminal itself would be appropriate to be part of this. However, perhaps, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but the service itself may be something that's contingent on other factors and therefore would not be appropriate.
Great, and the terminal's a good example, the terminal, like, they're showing that on the master
Yeah.
concept plan. Say the water ferry, doesn't happen, it doesn't materialize, if they were gonna use that for something else, they would probably have to come back.
Fair
and
enough,
do an
that's
amendment.
great clarification, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Jim?
So, help me with one more double click on the items you represented that aren't part of the master concept plan, but are represented as, let's say, public benefits in the overall scheme. And at least what I thought I heard is your representation says, well, that won't stay with the land, it could be a contingency on the approval by a separate document between the town and the owners, or the town and the operators. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And we would have to let the attorneys work out the details of what that agreement would look like. So if I could make a specific reference to something in their project. The don't rent a car
Yeah,
program.
direct,
Great idea, right? But it's not appropriate in a zoning regulation. It doesn't have to
Understood.
do with the layout of the site. It also is not something that code compliance can go over and check. If we agree that your hours are 8 AM to 6 PM, code compliance can go and check, are you operating or
Yeah,
not?
completely understand that. Let
Those
me
kind
go
of
back to
policy
Nancy
things.
then, because this is the first I think I've heard that staff or the town may be willing to construct a separate understanding agreement, semi-binding, to codify the public benefits represented during the presentations and on which we have relied for approvals. Let's use the pump out facility over at Pink Shell. I don't remember having a conversation before that we could actually document, itemize, and have at least go along with, not the land, go along with the approval, and therefore be more enforceable than a casual agreement representation by the owner of the applicant. Can you walk me through that for a minute?
That is correct. In fact, the attorney for Pink Shell has communicated with me, and she's beginning to work on that type of agreement. That agreement could also be binding upon future successors.
So it would
that-
seem to me then that our protocol, at least we can debate this on whatever the chair wants to do later on, et cetera. Our protocol includes some sort of an additional document in our approval or contingency of approval that gets read into the record, gets enforceable by representation, documentation, maybe not by code and zoning, but the reliance upon which we made our decision, and therefore the expectation of that service being provided in perpetuity based upon the approval we made in that condition. Would all vaporize if ownership changed, the land got sold or something. So we can talk more about that, Madam Chair, if you want to, but it certainly seems like a foundational document we ought to pursue.
It does, and it's interesting because it is quantifying and memorializing this nefarious public benefit thing we've been trying to wrap our head around.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had this
It's
option,
very
but I like
interesting.
it. Okay.
The only challenge is that at this point in the process, we don't have all the details worked out. And you know how attorneys are with details.
But we're also not the last stop.
Well, we're not.
Well, that is
So-
correct, but there would be some type of condition included that would say that there would be a separate agreement to be executed,
Right.
maybe with some parameters in it. And then once that agreement is negotiated, approved and signed, then the planners at the development order stage can actually check that box that that condition has been satisfied.
I think that's a wonderful enhancement to what
We've
I
been
didn't know we
doing.
could do. in addition to that, we can do a compare and contrast. Patrick's gonna tell us something today, and it's gonna be many, many months, if not whatever, till we're down to the final deal. We can take that document and compare what the final deal looks like, and all the promises and agreements, representations that were made can be documented for good, and you have that signing, or whatever the ceremony is, to memorialize that, just like we were told in Representative Lee when we gave our support or lack thereof to it.
Right.
That-
And you know, and sometimes when, I mean, this is a rezoning, sometimes in other communities, there is, I hate to use the word, a development agreement that sets forth a roadmap that says, so in order for this project to go forward, you need to get a rezoning, you need to get a comp plan amendment, you need to get an agreement that provides for certain things, you need to get an easement. It's kind of like a roadmap. But it can be done the way that we're proceeding as well, and, you know, things are evolving, and, but I think where Judith is coming from is a standpoint where they want specificity when it's time for the
Completely
development
understand.
order.
Yeah.
They don't want to have any type of delay because of ambiguities or inconsistencies. So that is the point where we are now in trying to separate what can they check the box on and what has to be something different.
This pulls those two apart. I like it a lot. It's got the even number rationale around it, promises made, equal promises kept. And we have it memorialized both for your enforcement and in the representation that what's in it for the town. I think it's a consumable document by the public too.
Right.
Doug, did you have something to add to that?
Just to support, I think Jim's idea is
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for Judith at the moment? Thank you very much, Judith. Appreciate your hard work. Okay, Mr. Van Ness, or Ms. Strayhorn.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board.
Were you
Again,
following that combo?
Sorry?
Did you understand
Yes,
okay.
yes, I understand. And for the record, Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant. We are in the process of reviewing the conditions as well. I have had small conversations with the town attorney about this. We're aware that we need to kind of work through it, identify those public benefits, which we need to have a separate codified.
Just pull your mic down just a
Oh.
little bit.
Thank you for pointing that out to me. So we will be working with staff, absolutely,
Excellent.
to work on that.
Okay.
Without further ado, so again, my name is Megan Strayhorn here on behalf of the applicant. We have two requests before you today. We're beginning with the commercial planned development rezoning. First, I'll introduce the team. We have the property owner, the Freeland FL Holdings LLC. We have Mr. Ben as well as Mr. Thomas Freeland here present. We have myself as legal counsel. For our expert planners, we have Patrick Van Ness and Ken Gallagher, and for transportation, we have TR Transportation Ted Treesh, who I do not believe is present here today. The applications, as I had previously mentioned, we have two applications before you both, and I want to talk about this very briefly. I think the town attorney did a great job of explaining the differences. So we have the comprehensive plan amendment. Right now, we are discussing the commercial planned development rezoning. So the analysis and the basis standard of review for that commercial plan development is going to be a little bit different. We're asking you to assume that all 10 of these parcels are commercial, pedestrian commercial in the future land use. Now, by way of background, regarding specifically the comprehensive plan amendment, this project was started and came before you guys almost a year ago to the date. So back in April of 2024. There was a recommendation of denial. The project was put on hold. We continued it. The developers, the owners, heard your all's concerns, criticisms, thoughts. One of the big ticking items was, how are we supposed to approve a comprehensive plan amendment if we don't know what you're gonna do with the property? We've heard that concern, and now we bring both of them back to you again today so that you can look at both the comprehensive plan amendment as well as this commercial planned development. As far as the hearing process is concerned, we are going to be addressing the commercial plan development in its entirety, and we'll be asking for that motion to be subject to or contingent on the comprehensive plan amendment, which will be the second agenda item before you all today. The basis of review, I will keep this simple, as Madam Attorney has done an excellent job for the commercial plan development, which we are involved in right now. This is quasi-judicial. It is a different level than what is on review for the commercial plan, for the comprehensive plan amendment. I wonder how many times I'm gonna mix those two words up here today.
It's a mouthful.
And for either application, everything we are presenting are competent and substantial evidence to support our requests here today. We do ask that the presentation which is being presented to you today be part of the evidentiary record. We ask that all the public comment that has been received be part of the evidentiary record, as well as we have an additional, I want to ask for this to be entered into evidentiary record both for the comprehensive plan as well as the commercial plan development, which is the this is prepared from last year regarding public input and support. Do I turn it to clerk or staff? Here we go. Thank you all. As well as the public notices that have been provided in both the mailers and the advertisement. So this request is the commercial plan development request. We are requesting to amend the zoning for all 10 parcels that will become part of this commercial plan development. I'm gonna turn it over to continue.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask Megan, do you want the LPA to take a look at what you just wanted?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I will pass it around during.
My apologies, I think
Just make sure it makes its way back.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Vaness. I'm a certified planner with the neighborhood company. I believe last time I was here in front of you guys for the Neptune, I told you that typically that's where I say I'm excited to be talking about this project today. And I think what I told you then was that I was tired, very tired. I think a lot of people felt the same way. That was on the heels of Helene and Milton. And I think we had all taken a beating. So today I feel very differently. I'm not tired. I feel pretty energetic, but I'm anxious. And I've got a lot of anxiety because I fully appreciate and understand the importance of this hearing, but also this project. And understanding how important it is, I take this meeting very seriously. So I hope that we will convince you that this is a great project. But I truly believe in my heart that this is the most significant project before you post-Hurricane Ian, and that this project is the catalyst to cement the recovery, the redevelopment, and the revitalization of our downtown, of our local businesses, and our island. Also, what I want to tell you is that unlike some of the stuff that you may have read on social media, I'm not here to pitch you a project, okay? I want to spend some time with you, and my team and myself and the applicants have spent a whole lot of time on this project. We looked at every aspect of design, every comment that was received, every aspect of compatibility, and we did everything we could to enhance and improve upon that. So, again, I'm not here to pitch you a project and sell you on a project. I want to discuss it in detail. I want to walk you through it. I want you guys to ask me questions, and I want to explain why we made every single decision that we made. So, with that said, bear with me today. It's going to be a long presentation. I've got a lot of slides. Again, I think the slides, like many hard things in life, you got to put the time into it. So we're going to put the time into it. Where I can make it brief, I'll try to skip over things, but you have a lot of slides there. And by all means, you guys tell me if you want to say, hey, time out, let's look at a certain detail and let's discuss it. But at least from a design standpoint, I'm going to take quite a bit of time to walk you through it and explain the decisions we made.
So you want us to ask you questions during this?
Yes, feel
Very
free
good.
to
Very
stop me and ask me some
Okay.
questions.
Thank you, Patrick.
And I've told the same thing to my team. If they feel that I haven't provided enough detail or missing something, to just interject and come on in and talk about that. You know, the other thing also in looking at those details, I want to explain to you that when we were brought in by the Freelands, and we were very lucky to have a client that was willing to listen to us on our recommendations of how they could change this project and improve upon it. But also they were very willing to acknowledge the comments and the feedback they got from the community and improve on it. So the obvious one is, we were told to scale it down, you know, so we're coming back to you from the original concept that was 3 hotels, 400 units. And we scaled that back to 260 lodging units and a project that has a lot less massing and provides a lot more setbacks and open space. So I'll walk you through that. Just know that we made a great effort here, and we put a lot of thought behind all of this. So with that said, quickly go through this. Staff did a great job summarizing the project. So it's 4.98 acres, 10 parcels, and a lot easier to go through it with a pretty picture. So this was pre-Hurricane Ian. As you can see, the Moss Marina property is the blue and green and white buildings located along the bayfront at the intersection of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos, adjacent to Snug Harbor and Marina Village. Just to quickly go through around the surrounding uses, we've got, like I said, to the east of us, we have Snug Harbor and Marina Village. Beyond that, we've got Old San Carlos. To the west of us, we have a canal and residential properties, single-family residential, and some vacation rentals also in that area. To the south of us, we have residential uses, some vacant lots, and some vacation rentals. And to the north is the Back Bay and the marina use. Just to give you an understanding of the properties included within the CPD. As you can tell, the larger lots are where the boat barns currently exist, and there was an additional boat barn along the waterfront. Some of the adjacent residential properties were owned already by the Freeland family, but they had the opportunity after the hurricane that there was some willing sellers, and their houses had been destroyed, and the Freeland family saw an opportunity to buy those properties and do what they believe would be a great project and something that would benefit the town. What's important to note with those single-family properties as we go through our design is the majority of those properties, those are the ones that are subject to this comp plan amendment, and so is the marina, but I think an issue is converting residential to CPD zoning. But keep in mind that most of those lots are 30 or 40-foot lots, and the majority of those lots are being utilized to create a buffer and provide landscaping and provide green space and something interesting and beneficial to the community. So we're gonna have a second presentation about the comp plan amendment, but just to give you an understanding so you have that context as we could talk about the rezone. Up top on your screen, the blue area is what has a future land use category of marina, and to the south of that, we've got a mixed residential. A little portion of our property is also designated mixed residential, and some of the existing property is already in the PED commercial future land use district. The map on the bottom is that map change where the blue and the mixed residential would all become pedestrian commercial, and thus would allow the proposed CPD before you. So keep in mind, and I'll talk a little more about this when we get to the comp plan amendment, The rezone would be contingent upon the comp plan amendment. And also, keep in mind that when you change the future land use category for this property, since these are coming in concurrently, it can't be that the future development can be anything allowed within pet commercial, okay? The only thing that would be allowed is what's approved through the CPD. Could someone later on come in and amend that? Of course, they would have to go through this elaborate process and go through a public hearing, but keep in mind that the uses that can go onto this property would be limited to that CPD. Okay.
Patrick, can I stop you for a
Yep.
second? I don't understand what you want, what part of this do you want as part of the record? I mean,
I can touch upon that. So,
Okay,
so
it's
yeah,
just-
and
it's a
I
lot
saw
of
your face kind of questioning
Like,
what that was. So, I think what's happened is that everything that came in since then has been forwarded to you as emails or letters
Sure.
from the clerk's office. This was prepared, during the first round. As you all know, there was a very extensive program to do public outreach where they had public meetings, charrettes, one-on-one meetings. We don't want to belabor everything that was done. That summarizes everything in
But
one.
it was for a different project.
But no, it was for the same property, and we have revised the project.
Okay.
But there's been several years of discussion about what was gonna go on that property. And it's just to have it in the record that there's been a great effort to have that public outreach.
Okay.
Okay, so, just to give you a snapshot as to what I'm gonna be discussing with you today, just the high level points we're gonna touch upon. We are gonna touch upon, this idea of this project being a redevelopment catalyst. I think it's gonna revitalize the downtown. It's gonna create a real sense of place, and it's gonna create an attraction for the downtown. And it's also gonna define what we want, and it's gonna be consistent with that vision of what we want for a downtown. It's gonna have a positive commercial and economic impact. And also, I believe it's gonna be a flagship project that's gonna signal to everybody out there that Fort Myers Beach is back and thriving. We're gonna talk about compatibility and design. So from a design standpoint, we've done everything we could to ensure that we are compatible with the adjacent properties. Again, we can't please everybody, but we really looked at all the comments that we received, and we looked at, while still providing a viable and attractive project, what we could do to enhance all those compatibility issues and address those concerns. We are also gonna talk about the outstanding public benefits that are being provided. Just touching upon the conversation about potentially other further agreements. What you'll see when we get to the public benefits, we also have a detailed list of commitments. And what I encourage you to do, we don't have to go through every single one of them, but we've tried to draft the language in such a way where if there was an easement needed or a future agreement, we've identified that in the condition, saying that council should delegate authority to the town manager or town attorney to negotiate with us and develop an agreement. So we've already put that in the conditions. Happy to look at that language if we need to rephrase things and wordsmith it, more than happy to do it. But we've already gone through that effort, and we had that discussion with staff, understanding that we may need further agreements. Then, when it comes to the outstanding public benefits, I think you'll agree with me that what we are providing here is above and beyond what any other project has been able to provide before. And these benefits are also very proactive and creative. So I'll give you just two highlights. We all know we've got congestion and traffic concerns on this island. We've talked about an airport shuttle, and we've talked about a ferry for many, many years. You finally have an applicant that is willing to invest serious dollars and commit to those things. So that's what I mean by creative and proactive. And also, these things represent significant public investments. So again, the ferry terminal that's been discussed, it wasn't just a commitment to be part of the ferry service. It was, who knows what's gonna happen with that? It's a it's a private entity, but we are committing to a brick and mortar, multi-million-dollar investment to provide that terminal, to demonstrate that commitment. Not just say we'll be part of it, but demonstrate that we're putting money into it. And last but not least, I hope that I'm gonna demonstrate to you that this is the right project in the right place. What I mean by that is, it's right in our downtown. That is the place that we've identified in our comp plan, our future land use map, that's where we should locate our most intense uses. And I think from a traffic mitigation standpoint, it's the most appropriate place for a resort like this. It's right by the bridge. You've got on and off ramps that are easy to get in, on and off the bridge. So I don't think the traffic would exacerbate traffic going south, or potentially if it was further on the island, traffic going north. What it also does is it creates this critical mass in the downtown where you're starting to have everything you need for a visitor to park their car and not have to leave unless they want to. So there's some entertainment, there's dining, there's shopping, everything is walkable, and hopefully we get that capture and we don't have those extra trips. So again, we believe it's the right place, it's the right project, and when it comes to issues about potential concerns and impacts to neighbors, I hope I'll be able to convince you that we mitigated for those, and this is an appropriate project in this location. So before we go into walk you through the project, I want to read the core area vision or excerpts from that vision that is in the comp plan. That's on page 3 of 5 of the community design element. And the whole thing is about half a page, almost a page, and I encourage everybody to read it. Again, I'm pulling out what is most relevant to us, but there's also sections that talk about Times Square, Crescent Streets, and the side streets. But I think this is especially relevant. I want you to keep that in mind as you hear what we're proposing, and just kind of keep thinking, are we consistent with that vision? I think we hit it right on the head. So what it says is, on the bay side, tree shaded plazas surround the expanded, there you go. On the bay side, tree shaded plazas surround the expanded marina, which hosts vessels from excursion boats to water taxis to commercial fishing boats bringing fresh seafood to sell from scattered kiosks. The corner at 3rd Street has become a focal point midway between Times Square and the Bayside, with corner stores providing a variety of goods and services. Please keep that in mind as we go through this. Okay, so as you recall, there was an initial project proposed for this site. I think it's important to go back and look at what was being proposed and how we've made some changes to this, and in my mind, improved many aspects. But this was what was presented. Personally, I thought it was an attractive architecture, a little kind of Art Deco, kind of chic look to it. What I could tell you is I personally thought that there was a lot of massing, and I fully appreciate people saying that we have to reduce the scale. And if you look at this, one of the things that you see is the two buildings that are closest to the Marina Village, while they're two separate buildings, they really, there's not much spacing, they create this one large mass. So we set to work on addressing that and addressing the overall reduction in number of units and addressing the scale and the massing issue. So these were the elevations presented to the public. If you look at the top of this slide, this is a view from 3rd Street, essentially looking at the back of the resort. Again, on the right side, those two buildings, significant massing. Also, a very large component of that mass is a parking garage. To me, a parking garage is a harsh environment, not the prettiest thing to look at. So again, that was one of the components that we really wanted to address and come up with an alternative. Then if you look at the bottom elevation, this is looking from the bay, looking at the resort. Some really nice things that we like is the public promenade, the arches, again, honoring the history of Fort Myers Beach and incorporating that into the design. One important thing to note, and we'll talk about this as we look at the promenade that we're proposing, that promenade that they had, that public plaza space, was on 2 levels. So you had the level closest to water at grade, and you had a secondary level up top. And for several reasons, and I'll go into this, we decided to make it just 1 level promenade, focus our energies and do what I think is a great job on 1 level, not confuse things. So these are elevations from on the top. You're looking from what would be Old San Carlos, let's say, looking at the side of the resort. Again, one of the prominent features is that parking garage, and I think it kind of overwhelms the entrance to the hotel. So that was one of the things that we wanted to address. Bottom rendering would be a view from the canal on the western side, looking east, and that was the building you see that's kind of clear is that building closest to the canal, and what's shaded is what you would see the buildings that are further away. You would see those, but they'd be pushed away. So also as part of all those charrettes and what was provided to the public, there was numerous renderings. Those 2 renderings that you see right there is what our team liked the most, and we thought was very attractive, and that was really what inspired us in our design, what we wanted to emulate. Obviously, these are the smaller scale elements of the resort. You can't necessarily do kind of a Key West style on a larger hotel, but we wanted to borrow all those architectural elements. So what you see on the top left is what was proposed as the Arches Cafe at the corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos. Really liked that concept, liked the idea of having a restaurant and bringing the uses right up to the street and kind of activating that public realm. And then the other one was the chapel that was being proposed in the middle of the project. Loved the architecture of that one, and something that we wanted to carry forward. So that inspired us, and that helped us in our overall design. So one of the things that I will ask you to do as I walk you through this is keep this key plan close to you, and I'll refer back to you to kind of let you know when we're looking at various renderings where we are in the world. So what you can see here on this illustrated plan is our property starts right there at the corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos. That's where we identified Building A. That will be a combination of a bodega, restaurant with outdoor seating, and an open air market, and that would be a market with arts and crafts, also with food products, and those would be various kiosks and vendors. So as you move from east to west, we have created a new street. It's going to be a new private street dedicated to this resort called Arches Way. That street is very important for multiple reasons, and we'll go through that. But this will bring you to the resort. Buildings B and C will be the largest components of that resort, and where we want to focus the activity. We've got building D, which is towards the western side of the midpoint, and then we have building E. One of the things that we're going to discuss is we broke down the massing to create more of a village feel and create view corridors and to really reduce that massing. what we've also done is we were very considerate of the, creating a gradient in activity, meaning that buildings and uses that are closest to Old San Carlos are the most active, more intense uses. And as you get closer to the canal, the uses become less active, a little more passive, and the buildings go from bigger to smaller, from taller to shorter, as you go from east to west. And some of the things that we'll talk about is obviously the public promenade, Bayfront Promenade, providing access to the waterfront to everybody, to the public, and also this linear park and memorial garden that we are using also as a buffer and separation from our neighbors. And if you go back to that boundary that I showed you in purple, if you recall the smaller lots that were purchased, if you compare that to what we have here, most of those are used for garden and for landscaping. So here's a look at the reimagined Arches Resort. So this shot is from the bay, looking south. As you can tell, we've broken down that massing. We brought in architectural elements such as cupolas, metal roofs, corbels to bring in that coastal feel. What you see on the left corner of your screen is that ferry terminal. The inspiration for that ferry terminal was a ship's lantern. Again, nautical feel, coastal feel. That's what we were going with that design. This is a slightly different angle. Also keep in mind that we are looking at this standing right by the docks, the slips. People have asked if we are gonna maintain that marina use. Of course, we are gonna maintain that marina use, and we are asking to expand it, going from 55 slips to 75 slips. Another view here of the overall project before I get into the more localized and finer details. What I really want to highlight with this one is that public promenade. And as you can see from there, it's undulating, it varies in width. And what we've done is, and this is a benefit to my business partner, Ken Galander. Ken was community development for Destin for years. And they have a very successful Harbor Walk project over there. And it's very popular, but it is on 2 levels. And what Ken was aware of is the shops on the upper level always struggle. Where people want to be is they want to be directly by the water. That's where the fun, that's where the activity is, and that's where the merchants also want to be. So the idea was to reinvent that promenade, not have it on 2 levels, have it purely on 1 level, make it a little wider, make it interesting, make it attractive, and do a great job at it. And then create a separation with the hotel uses. And another reason for that, there are pragmatic and practical reasons for that. For a hotel operator and for a hotel to be successful, it's a lot easier to be able to separate kind of the general public uses and the guest experience. And you do a better job at the guest experience, and you do a better job at that public realm experience. And just another thing to keep in mind, because that question came up when we were meeting with each of you individually, is does that mean that the guest portions will be completely closed off to the public? No, it won't. Bars and restaurants at the hotel will be open to residents and the public. It just won't be that general plaza for the general public. There are gonna be there's gonna be dining and entertainment activities along that promenade too. So there will be options. Obviously, this is a higher end hotel. I think if you go to the restaurant in the hotel, it's gonna be fine dining. It's gonna be different type of restaurant that might be at the promenade.
So I see you've got the pier rebuilt. What year is this picture?
No, no.
Just want to get you on the record.
The picture is actually a picture post hurricane. So as you can see, it looks pretty grand.
Yeah,
Not a whole
right.
lot of landscaping. So, you know, that's what we're dealing with. It's, we got some work to do, you know. Okay, so now I'm gonna start walking you through the project. So we're gonna start at the corner of Third Street and Old San Carlos. So this is, what we, have designed as a, coastal Key West style, bodega on the first floor, on the very corner. The building that's, well, it's all one building, but the component of the building that is blue. As you can see, we've kept the arches theme going with the windows and then the arches when you get to the market in the back. So the blue component, you've got a true bodega, and the idea behind the bodega is if someone's visiting here, they don't have to leave unless they want to. There's gonna be a mini grocery, might be a sandwich shop in there, there's gonna be stuff they need to go to the beach. It might be some pharmaceutical products. So what you think of as a true bodega in bigger cities.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Just to orient, so where Jim is the Smoke and Oyster, that's John
Yes.
Richard's parking lot, and that's, okay.
Correct, right on. Then, as you move down the building, the area that's more of a yellowish color, that would be the entrance to the restaurant. Again, we change the color to make it clear. You've got a bodega, you've got a restaurant, you go upstairs. Some of the architectural elements, like the awnings, are consistent with the overall theme, and you've got these same awnings on the bigger resort building. You've got nice porches outside for people watching and to enjoy kind of that lively street that we've envisioned and we've wanted to create since the inception of this town. And also that restaurant has outdoor dining on top of that open air market. And my next slide shows the market in a little more detail. So previously what they had is they had the cafe on the corner. We love that cafe. But in back of the cafe where we've got the market, they had a parking lot, and that great parking lot. We thought that wasn't very attractive, A, and it wasn't the best window to draw people to your resort. So we thought of what could we put there that would be create a sense of space of place, would be complementary to the entire area, and something that basically is providing a public benefit on top of being complementary and consistent with the overall theme, but something that really works. And that goes back to the vision of these kiosks that you might have a fish vendor in there. But that was the idea behind the market. Again, open air, that would create opportunities for local residents, local vendors to have their businesses there and have their kiosks there. A few other things to highlight with this rendering. As you can see, we've got golf carts. We know that we'd have to work with the town. This isn't a public right-of-way, but if we are gonna make those improvements, we'd be happy to make those improvements to provide golf cart parking. We wanna encourage alternative modes. They're gaining in popularity. Let's find some parking for them. Also, towards the back of the market, that's where we wanna have a dedicated transit stop and a dedicated pickup and drop off for ride hailing services. That's an Uber or a Lyft. We think there's a few reasons for that. A, you kind of take it off the main stretch and you avoid having cars parked in the roadway and creating congestion. It's a dedicated spot. It's also very easy for anybody to understand. If you're an Uber driver or Lyft driver, pick me up at the downtown terminal, and they know exactly where to go. And I think also what it does is it creates a safe environment. So you've got people that might come here and go out and stay out late at night, and this is gonna be a dedicated spot for that. And we think it creates a safer environment for people to be dropped off and picked up.
I have a question.
Yes.
Just because the limited parking that's going to be on the street and the limited, public parking that's going to be in the.
You have to speak in the
Oh,
mic.
in the, parking area, will there be valet for the restaurant for those people who do drive?
That's one thing we can consider. The option of valet at the resort is definitely gonna be there. So I don't think we've thought through all the logistics, but the idea is if someone goes to the resort, there's gonna be a nice porte cochere where if you want valet, it'll be there. So I guess if you went to the restaurant and you also wanted your car valet, again, we'll talk about parking, but anything that is supplemental and overflow parking would definitely be open to the public.
Okay, on your list of, benefits,
Mhm.
you had said you were gonna have water taxi and airport transportation, but the airport transportation isn't on that list.
On what list?
That list of improvements, or, benefits,
In your
It's
packet
right
or
above
in the
you, yeah.
presentation?
in the packet.
In the packet? If it's not in there, that was an oversight. It's in my presentation
Okay.
and it's definitely a commitment.
Okay. I'm writing it down.
Yeah, you'll see, we've gotten the commitments. It's in the commitments and the Freeland family is actually gonna, have a van and run that van and they're gonna be in charge of it. And hopefully it's very successful and very popular and other hotels decide to jump in. And eventually if there's a big enough critical mass, I'm thinking this could be a third-party company that
Right.
runs numerous buses at any given time during the day.
Patrick, I want to touch on the Uber taxi,
Yep.
the pickup zone, the pickup spot. I started to say this to you all when you were giving me this presentation, and I thought it wasn't the moment. In concept, I love the idea, but I'm concerned that you're bringing that pickup spot into that neighborhood.
Okay.
So, the homes begin right there. I'm just wondering if there wouldn't be another opportunity for that same concept someplace else. Ideally, the other side of the SOB would be a great spot the idea is fantastic. I have a concern about that
Okay.
location for that.
We'll
I'd
make
just
a,
like you to think
yeah,
about that.
we'll make a note. There might be another spot. I think we wanna look into it. The reason we chose that spot is we are creating that new Arches Way.
Yeah, because you've
And-
got, yes, I get
And
it.
it made sense from there's plenty of queuing for our visitors, there's plenty of opportunity for people to park and pull aside. That's why we did it. I was thinking more like an engineer of how do you make it work?
Yeah.
Good point. We can certainly look at that.
Just think about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we're talking about
Yep.
parking and vehicles. How did you arrive at a 50% reduction in the required parking versus, and Judith testified that it's
Yeah.
2/3 elsewhere in the downtown area. So that gives you more relief, which I think conversely adversely affects the number of public spots that you're
I understood,
offering.
yeah. If I may, can we hold that one? Let me go through the presentation. I've got
sure.
slides, I've got slides to address that.
He's got
and-
slides.
And I'm more than happy to go into it.
He's got slides. That doesn't have a suggested motion yet, but that's.
You guys saw me, I came prepared with my
I
snacks.
know, you've got your lunch and everything.
I even brought some
All right.
Tums, the agita
Yeah,
starts
I
coming
already
out,
took
acting
some.
up. Okay. So,
You're all right, Patrick.
again, when we were talking about creating a nice sense of arrival, I didn't want people to see parking garage first thing when they got to the hotel. I think this is more of a classic look for a Florida hotel. It's got that great sense of arrival. You've got the porte cochere, people can swing in, drop someone off, pick someone up, or just turn the car over to the valet. There's gonna be self-parking, there's gonna be valet, both. The areas with the striped awnings, those are entrances to the parking. All the parking will be under the building. So what we've done is we went from one big massive parking garage to having parking under each building.
You mean here?
Yes,
Yes.
and the other one to the right, and there's another entrance right next to that, and that would be the service entrance. So that would be everything that's back of the house for the hotel, deliveries, service, all that stuff. We've tried to separate that, and we are trying to direct all our traffic to the front of the resort and to minimize, and we know some people will put up signs saying no through traffic, local traffic only, whatever. We know people will go there, but we've done everything we can where all our access, all our traffic, guests, service, back of the house, everything should be done from this area, and there's connection throughout internally to the resort.
So
And I've got
one question.
exhibits for that.
Okay, one question on that, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Trying to speak in here, guest experiences down Archer's Way
Yep,
and around.
yes.
All back of the house, deliveries, et cetera, are coming through this street, is that correct?
That's where we have identified as the priority.
It's not really a street,
It's an easement.
Easement, yeah.
Right now, as you guys know, it's mostly a parking lot. We would love the opportunity in the future to work with the folks at Marina Village and Wahoo Willie folks to make that a little more attractive and to create a safer pedestrian environment. Right now, we don't want to encourage people to go there.
Right.
Because it's a parking lot. We really want to encourage them to go down Third Street and up Arches Way. But if we have the opportunity to work with them to improve that and make it a better and safer access, we definitely want to do that.
And if you did,
Yeah.
then ideally would everything route there?
No, I still think the Arches Way is where we want to funnel people.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so another thing to point out, again, we've replaced the parking garage with resort uses. As you can see, that's our tallest building. That's going to be 7 stories. Next door at Marina Village, they're at 6 stories. Albeit we fully understand that we're taller. We are building with very different code requirements and at very different times. We're talking about an older building where, standard floors weren't as tall and your base flood elevation wasn't the same as it is today. But we're 1 more story at the tallest part. We've stepped down the wing, which is closest to the residential, by 2 stories. There's a nice sunset deck on there with a small bar. Again, this is not a party bar. We see this as an upscale resort where it's more of a sunset, nice cocktail, jazz music kind of a place.
Is there service there?
There would be service. The COP, we'll talk about the COP, and COP would apply to that area. So moving on, this is taking you down the linear park and the Memorial Garden. So that's where I want to talk to you about our design choices, what we did. So we knew that we had to create more separation, more buffering, more landscaping, and create a nicer interface with our neighbors. So we set forward to do that. But at the same time, we were looking at using a lot of valuable space. And we said, what can we do that would be a public benefit to everybody, would be attractive, would provide some element of place that we don't currently have in our downtown. I think as you guys may know, I spent a few years in Key West before I moved to Fort Myers Beach. There's a memorial garden right close to Malley Square, and that was kind of the inspiration. You make this passive, nice shade, places to sit and rest. We all know that when it's 90-some degrees in the summertime, you might want to take a little water break. So that was the idea, keep it passive, but also commemorate the great disaster we had in our community, and kind of commemorate the efforts to rebuild. and also honor our history. And I think that'd be a great place to have little plaques and bus and really, really play that up and, you know, if someone's visiting, I think that's always fascinating when I go somewhere where I can get a little piece of history and not just there to go have fun, but I learn something at the same time. So, that's really the intent behind it. We are creating that buffering, that separation, nice lush landscaping, but also making it interesting and creating a public benefit.
Pat,
Yeah.
going back to the previous slide on Building B.
Yeah.
That's a 7-story building over parking. How
It's
many
total
levels-
7 stories.
How
So
many levels of parking are there?
we've got, this building here, we've got 3 levels of parking with 4 levels of lobby and lodging above. And I've got.
And what's the height then? If you have 3 levels of parking and 4 levels of rooms?
Our zone height from base flood elevation to the top, and let me make sure I get this right, it's either 80 or 81 feet.
81.
Yeah, yeah, it's 81 feet. And then what we call the actual height, and again, we wanna be 100% transparent, so every application that we bring before you guys, we always tell you base flood elevation, what is considered zone height, and we tell you from grade to the tippy top. And that's, I'm borrowing that term from an attorney down in Collier County, but tippy top is 102 feet, okay? And go back to some of the height, you know, so we've got one more story than Marina Village. The building methods and what we have to, the codes we have to meet are very different. But also, I'd like you guys to appreciate the fact that we wanted to put decorative architectural roofs, slanted roofs. We wanted to have metal roofs. We wanted to have cupolas. We wanted to have certain design elements. I fully understand why people do flat roofs when you're stuck having to meet a rigid height requirement. But I think a slanted roof and an architectural roof is way more attractive.
How many rooms are in Building B?
Ken, do we have the numbers? Ken can pull that up. I don't have that readily available to me.
Okay.
But, so one of the things to explain, we've got the various floor plans, and I can go through them. I've got those at the end. So when architects, and we've got architects that we typically use for a lot of our projects, and we've worked closely with them. And the reason we like working with them is that when we come up with those pretty pictures, they let us give quite a bit of input as to how things are gonna look. But, okay. So what they do is they look at a building structurally, and they create these bays, okay? And depending who's gonna be operating and doing the finishes on that resort at the interior, they may decide to do suites and combine 2 bays or keep them as smaller rooms. So there's gonna be a combination of suites and smaller rooms. So what we have right now is an estimate of what would be in each building, subject to change. Okay, so, buildings B and C, there'd be 173 lodging units in there. Building D, there would be 61. And building B, there would be 25 to 29.
Building what? Was the last
E.
one?
E.
Oh,
Yeah,
Will be 25.
It's the one bordering the canal.
yeah.
Thanks.
And I will show you some pretty pictures illustrating that in a minute. Okay, so this now brings us to the promenade and the uses along there. Again, going back to the inspiration for the terminal is a ship's lantern. That's the building that, it's an accessory use to the resort and to the marina. It's the one closest to the water with the smallest setback. The intent to put it close to the water and that seawall is you're close to the ferry and close to the water taxi. So in there, what we envision is a ticketing booth, some offices for the marina and kind of marine type of uses, and a little cafe sandwich shop where people can get a drink and get a sandwich while they're waiting for the water taxi or the ferry. And then as you move west, what you guys are seeing there is the promenade kind of widens, and you've got a restaurant, and you've got some outdoor seating. Above that, at the mid-level, that is for the hotel guests, and what it is an observation deck where people can go sun themselves. And it's a little separate from the main deck, which is right above that. And again, someone that wants a little quieter spot rather than being right by the pool, they've got that mid-level. Up above is where most of the activity is between buildings B and C. You've got the pool, you've got the pool deck area, you've got a bar that you see on the left of the screen. And also overlooking the pool area would be the restaurant on the interior. So the most active places for this resort, the activity is really concentrated amongst those two buildings around that deck area. As you go along the promenade, what you'll see is the uses kind of decrease in intensity. And the idea is we really want people to, we want to open up the waterfront to everybody, but we also want to concentrate the amount of people in this area. And as we go further along towards the canal, there's fewer people. So this is just a close-up of what that terminal could look like, outdoor seating, nice place to wait for your water taxi or ferry. This is when you get to Building D. So a few things to point out. The promenade is much wider. The uses we envision, so what you see on the left of the screen would be that view shed, view corridor, that would be between Building A and B and Building D. That's the widest one. There'd be a little green space there. There'd be a splash pad for the kids. And that's where we envision maybe alongside that area where perfect space for an ice cream shop, really catered to families. What we see here is at grade, the building that we see, the commercial uses over there would be ancillary to the marina use. That's where you would have your ship store. That's where you would have a boater's lounge. Again, boater's lounge, you have to be a member, you have to be at the marina, fewer people, less pedestrian traffic. So again, we're trying to create that gradient in commercial use. Also, what we want to highlight is two great architectural features that we kept that chapel, and we created that clock tower. Again, clock tower, the architecture is very coastal, but also complementary to Times Square. We kept that in mind. And if you're in the water, that's kind of your beacon that you see from far away. And that's where, you know, if you're dropping off family and friends to go hang out at this resort, you aim for that clock tower. So I'll show you that upper deck area for there. So obviously the chapel is not necessarily for religious gatherings. The idea would be it's an event chapel. We think it'd be a great place for a wedding, but it can also host other activities. That building, that kind of a tannish color, at the deck level, that's where you would have banquet hall kind of facilities that would be complementary to that. The one thing, if you go back to your key map, that I want you to look at is the configuration, the design of Building D. So Building D is an L, and the outdoor deck area is nested within that L. That was completely intentional. The idea is we want that building to buffer the residential behind. So all that activity is nestled in the middle. The other things we want to point out is, if you see the chapel is angled, if you guys know that property, you know that's where the back bay starts widening and we get some of the best views.
Yeah.
We want that chapel to look right at those views. So this is going west, and that's our last building. That's Building E on the promenade. What I want you to notice is that's our smallest building. What's important to note also is that Building E will be a condo hotel building, okay? And the reason for the condo hotel is, again, it's gonna be more of a private building within the resort. That building and the pool and deck area associated with that building is gonna be only for the guests of Building E. So again, we're not inviting everybody from the resort and providing them access to that pool. It's only the people within that building. Another important thing to note is there is no commercial at grade over there. So again, we're not putting commercial there and attracting more people. We want this to be the quieter part of the promenade. The previous concept brought the promenade and wrapped it all the way around down the canal. We've eliminated that. We heard the concerns from the neighbors. We've got 40 feet of, it's a pool, but it's creating that separation. We're landscaping it, and we are not putting a public promenade. We don't want the public there. Again, relegated simply to the guests of Building E.
And in the narrative, you state that that would be consumption on premises, but it would be strictly for the guests of
Yeah.
E as well,
Yeah.
that there wouldn't be any entertainment there, it would
No.
be strictly ambient music or?
And I'll paint the picture right now. So the picture is we've asked for consumption on premises. This is a higher end hotel. And if one of the hotel guests that is paying a pretty penny to visit us wants to have a drink by the pool, we think they should have the ability to do so. Is this gonna be a party scene? Of course not. And we don't even envision necessarily a bar there, day in, day out. It'd probably be more of a happy hour rollout cart, or in the lobby, and I've been to hotels like this, where resorts where I was at a resort where the resort component where I was in, and I rented it, but it was the condo hotel part, and just for our building, we had some fridges downstairs with snacks and with some drinks, and we took our drinks and we went to the pool. And that was the quiet pool, and then you had the resort pool which was a lot more active.
Understood, thank you.
So that's the concept there. We just think it makes sense.
Question, on this building in particular, you say it's gonna be a condo hotel. Is this going to be owned by the resort or individual owners?
The idea is, it might be both. They might keep some of the units as the resort owners, and they might sell some. And the condo hotel limitations of no more than 2 months a year would apply, and it would be run as a hotel. So it could be sold as a condo, but the use is a hotel use.
And is this still nightly change-outs?
Yes, people could rent them nightly, but we also envision that that's probably the place where if you're gonna wanna do a longer stay, that would be the spot.
But not a timeshare type of situation?
No, not a timeshare.
Patrick, can you talk while we're on this slide, this area about Harbor Street and Bonita Street, Harbor Court, I mean?
Yeah.
What happens to those roads as they come into your development?
Yeah, I think.
Or you're gonna get to that later?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
Okay, good.
So just a bit of a close-up of that 40 feet that I said along the canal, and again, creating a little quiet sanctuary for the folks in that building. Okay, so we could talk about the streets with this one.
Yeah.
So this is a view from Third Street. A few things to highlight, again, the gradient that we did, the breaking up of the massing, the view corridors and the view sheds. And also that we've really widened the buffer and the separation. So one of the things that we heard is, the folks along Bonita and Harbor want to try to avoid and prevent as much local traffic as possible. We get that, we understand that. One of the things that we considered was, do we put gates there? Okay, because we don't need people to access the resort
Right.
over there. They can access through the resort. So putting gates brings about two concerns. First is invariably, someone's gonna wanna look at that neighborhood and drive around. If we put a gate there, then someone's gonna be backing up into someone's private driveway. We didn't think that was great, so that's why what we have is, as you come in, there's like a little square, little plaza where you can turn around at each of those. Yes, yeah, and we've got some better depictions of that. The other thing is, from a fire and emergency rescue standpoint. We need to provide access to that part of the resort. Also, we need to allow a fire truck to turn around.
Yeah.
So what we've done is the linear park that is between Harbor and Bonita, we have a substantial pathway, but we've got clear zone with stabilized subgrade. So if needed, the fire truck can cut through and turn around. So those are the reasons we didn't gate it. If we can certainly consider gating, I think we just have to talk about the practicality of, you might have people backing up in your driveway. Also, it's done elsewhere where our fire guys have access with a code, and they can go through the gate. And that's done everywhere throughout Southwest Florida. So definitely something that we can discuss with the neighbors, we'd be happy to consider, but from practical reasons, that's why we did it.
Pat, are you gonna go back? You have more slides about the marina, or should I ask the marina question now?
Go ahead, hit me with the
Okay.
marina question.
Hey, marinas, I think, in our, comp plan, they deal with, boat slips and the water taxi and pump out station, which you have in your public benefits.
Yeah.
But currently, there's boat sales there and boat repairs. Are both of those going away then?
Yeah, the idea is to have a recreational marina. The marina use is gonna be expanded, it's gonna be opened up to the public. Right now, it's a private marina. We're gonna provide access for way more people to the waterfront than before. The recreational component is gonna stay. We intend on having, gas service, pump out is gonna remain. We also intend on, expanding some of the services and uses there. We wanna have dedicated
Does
spots.
that like include boat rentals and,
Yeah.
okay,
Slips for other vendors or charters, so potentially boat rentals, potentially fishing charter boats, dolphin excursions, all that stuff. So again, bring people to waterfront, let them experience our lovely waters, and provide 4 slips just for that. We are also gonna do day docking. So you're visiting, you wanna go there for the day, of course, it's gonna be limited, but if you're one of the ones that gets there early, you can get a day dock. We're also gonna have a dedicated spot where if you're a resident and you've got family in town and you wanna drop them off, pick them up, there's gonna be a place for a drop off and pick up at the marina. And also, we're gonna have what we call a non-motorized vessel parking, so if you live close by and you've got a kayak or a paddle board and you wanna go eat or hang out at the promenade, you can paddle over, we're gonna have a rack, and you can park your kayak or your paddle board. So, from our standpoint, we get rid of what we consider an industrial component of the marina, which is kind of the repair, the stacking, all that stuff, and what we keep the recreational component and enhance that component.
now, does the town get any portion of the boat sales? From a tax standpoint?
Well, ultimately, yes, any
And
business.
so there will be some reduction in town revenues by not selling boats.
Well, I sure hope the resort as
understand. I
a,
just-
as a whole
The answer
more
is-
than overcomes that.
But there is an effect.
Well, I think it's a net positive.
Well,
I can clarify, sales tax doesn't go back to the,
But
it goes to the
that's
state.
true, sales tax.
on
doesn't-
boats, there's no
No,
excise
boat
tax
sales
But
coming.
Ben, you have to talk at the microphone, but he's right, that doesn't be like, hi Ben.
Ben Freeland. Boat sales tax goes to the state of Florida, not back to the town.
But the state doesn't share any of it with the town.
Back to the counties and then how they distribute it, so it's definitely an indirect path.
A penny here and a penny there.
Thank you.
But I have a slide for economic impact also, so I've got a slide for that. We can talk about that, but
So before you go on, Jim, are you done with?
I'm done.
Okay, well, just to follow up on this, because we talked about this during our one-on-one meeting, and Ben, thank you for listening to this. Remember I brought up a couple meetings ago that where's the place that we can drop off family and friends
Yes, you did.
with our boats when we're here in them, whatever it happens to be, that you don't have to pretend you're going up and buying a drink and then run away real quick. And we talked about that during the presentations, and I just want to emphasize that the development of this includes a receptive, friendly place where you can be a private boater, come up and drop people off, get them onto the walkways, whether it's Times Square or here, and pick them back up. And it's not only available, it's welcome.
Yeah.
It's part of the design, and I think it's a unique feature that I hope duplicates itself down the coast a bit, so that we have several options like that. But good start on that, I appreciate you listening.
And look, we've approached this completely from a win-win standpoint, and we're gonna talk that when we talk about benefits.
Sure.
Yes, the landowner and the developer has to win, but the town also wins. So the idea is, and we'll talk about what that test is of what a public benefit is, but we kept that in mind throughout the entire design, is creating a win-win for the town and obviously for the developer. So we were asked to come up with two more renderings, and we did so. And Anita, thank you, and I think they came out great. You were asking us to show what it would look like at grade from one of the side streets, and this is a shot from Harbor. And of our view corridors or our view sheds, that's the smaller of the two that are midpoint. And again, it shows kind of the opening to the sky and the air, and providing that access for that neighborhood to walk right to the promenade and to the waterfront. The next one that we were asked to show is a shot from the bridge and what it looks like. So this is it. We see Marina Village right next to us, and in the background we've got the resort. Again, we're slightly taller. Those are our tallest buildings close to the Marina Village, but I think it's complementary, it's in keeping. I think it's a great asset, and frankly, I think it looks beautiful. So that kind of concludes the rendering portion. We're gonna go into the exhibits that deal with specific compatibility issues. So this one is I just want you to look at this, and the top one kind of gives you a view from Third Street looking north. And what we really want to convey here is that we broke down the massing and created more area and space between the buildings. And again, I think a monolithic, big mass building, the way you approach it as a human, it's what we call it. This is a little more human scale. The massing is not as imposing, and that was one of the key components in our design that we wanted to address. Also, it gives you kind of the height, and we've already discussed the height, but it illustrates it right on there. This is to talk about the vehicular access that we talked about. So a few things to point out on this is when you go on Third Street, right by where the bodega and market would be, we've intentionally angled the street there so we could provide the neighbor more buffering and landscaping. And that is on our property. So we are providing that buffering and that landscaping, and we're gonna be putting that vegetation right there, again, to ensure compatibility. And we could have kept it straight, but that provided just that extra. So again, we're bringing everything up Arches Way, and this shows you that cars can drive into the parking garage area, and they can drive from building B, C, D, and E internally. No need to go onto the local streets. We're gonna work with the town to have a sign right there, no through traffic, dead end, whatever we decide is appropriate as a town, but we are happy to install that. And what we are also pointing out on here is that we are providing that emergency turnaround area for fire rescue. This shows you the pedestrian network, but also it could be a bike network. So we've got different colorized arrows and lines. The yellow and red are really highlighting the access for the neighbors in that neighborhood, so they can just walk through the resort, get to the promenade. What we're showing in red is showing that the guests of the resort, they have access throughout the entire resort internally. There's no need for them to go on outside roads. They can access each building and go from building to building internally. And then what we show in green is that network that interconnects everything on the resort, and that is gonna be available to the guests and to the general public, and you'll be able to walk throughout the entire property. Next slide is a public access plan. So the things I do wanna highlight on here is obviously the areas in orange or public access. If you look at building E, closest to the canal, that is not orange. That is private and relegated simply to the folks that are in building E. Again, that was designed intentionally for compatibility's sake with the residential neighborhood across the canal. Also, I want you to notice the gates that we have for the linear park. The idea is after sunset, those gates would be closed. We don't want the public there past sunset. And again, that is in order to be a good neighbor to the residential to the south. These are the view sheds, the view corridors. Again, I think there's been discussion of what's a view shed, what's a view corridor. We fully acknowledge that between buildings B and building C, there's 3 stories of parking that connects those 2 buildings. We understand that. We understand that if you're standing right there, there's gonna be an obstruction. But if you look up, there's a separation of the buildings. There's a lot of benefits from that, from a massing standpoint, air, light. So those are what we see as our view sheds, view corridors. Also, by reducing the number of units and going slightly taller on some of the buildings, we've been able to move the buildings a little more inside. They were pushed a lot further on the outside. So between us and the adjacent properties, there's more of a view there, and same thing by the canal. Jim, when you were asking about the heights, we can look at this in a little more detail with this slide here. And let me catch up over here. So what you see is at the bottom of the slide, you see an elevation for buildings B and C. So you have in gray, you've got the parking underneath and the lodging component above. Also, you see the step down on the left side of the screen, where that's the part that is closest to the neighbors. So again, that was intentionally designed that way to create that step down. Building D, a smaller building than buildings B and C. And then you've got 2 levels of parking garage on there, 4 levels above. The height drops down by 1 story. And then when you get to building E, that's our smallest building, and it's also our shortest building with 1 level of parking, 4 levels of lodging above. This, no need to go into great detail, but it just goes to show the exact dimensions of some of those areas. So if you look at bottom left, that's cross-section BB, and you can see above where BB is. We're looking at a 50-foot separation, 50-foot buffer. You've got that linear park in there, memorial garden, but it's lushly landscaped and creating that separation. That's a significant increase to what was there before. And again, some of those lots that we are converting from residential lots to resort are being used for buffering, for landscaping, for greenery. Cross-section AA, which is also on there, is a 40-foot width, and same thing, cross-section by the canal is a 40-foot width. That's what we are depicting here. So if you move on to the next slide, this is the master concept plan. No need to look at all the details, but that's the regulating plan that would be in the ordinance. There's a lot of little details on there, but those are kind of all the details that I've walked you through that are in that regulating plan. Unless you've got questions, no need to really go through that. And then what I want to do is I want to give you a quick snapshot, the before and after of where we were when we first came to the LPA and where we are today. So we reduced the density. I hate using the term density for hotels, but that's what we have on Fort Myers Beach. So we were at 400, we're at 263 now, significant decrease. And the commercial retail, that is non-ancillary commercial, meaning that completely open to the public and dedicated, where the primary user is the public, we've decreased that. The floor area ratio previously was at 2.07. Right now, our concept shows 1.93. We were asking for 2.0. That extra, it provides us leeway. When you're designing a resort of this size, there will be changes when you go to architectural drawings and everything, and we need that leeway to be able to make some adjustments. The zone height, we pretty much had one monolithic height previously with a little variation, but I think what's important is, yes, we do go to our maximum of 7 stories, but what we do is we vary that height quite a bit, and we create that height gradient, which we believe is an improvement. Setbacks and buffering, we had a 20-foot minimum setback before, and planting area was 7.5 feet. Our minimum width is 30 feet with at least 10 feet of plantings, but that linear park is more of an average of 40 feet in the entirety, and in some areas it's up to 50 feet. Separation from the closest homes to us. Closest home was at 25 feet. We've increased that to 38 feet, and with most of the homes being at 55 feet or more from the building. The view corridors, we had 5 view corridors. In our minds, we have 5. We had 4. We have 5 now. I fully understand that people might have different opinions as to it, but we're breaking down that bigger building and providing that separation between the buildings, and we think there's a benefit to that, a design benefit. The massing, we had 5 wider buildings. We're doing much smaller and narrower buildings. Parking, we had 381 spots. We now have 336. If you guys support our deviation for a 50% reduction, that would give us 96 excess spaces. Technically, 91 of those are under building garages and 5 are on street. Talked about the view corridors, talked about the massing. I think those just got repeated when I did my copy.
For emphasis reasons.
When I did my copy and paste. That's just me.
They caught ya.
Yeah, having technical difficulties. Pedestrian access, before we had pedestrian access throughout. I think our pedestrian access is a little more strategic right now. And we are trying to guide people in certain directions and trying to reduce the amount of activity on the western side. So I think while you've got access throughout, I think it's a little more strategic. Vehicular access, again, we try to reduce all the access on the local streets. We talked about that. Density, intensity gradient, we talked about that. Architectural theme, we've talked about that. So, with that said, I can start going into the regulatory aspects, which are not quite as fun. I'm gonna try to
How
go.
would the 96 public spaces be managed or administered?
Okay. You know what I'll do? I'll skip straight to the that deviation and that parking issue.
Can we raise the temperature in here at all? Is that possible back there?
We'll get it.
So, so one of the reasons why staff is recommending denial is that they do not concur with us with our deviation number 8. We apply a 50% parking reduction. They say that what should apply to us is a 33% reduction. They, however, acknowledge that we have sufficient parking to meet our requirement.
So it's really splitting hairs.
So what it is I think they're saying that what we are presenting as a public benefit might be diminished, right? And I think that's fair. That's completely fair. I don't think that should be grounds for denial, because we meet the parking requirement. And if you guys want to discount that as a public benefit, by all means discount it. But let me explain to you our rationale, how we got there, okay? So if you look at the code section with regards to parking, and let me find it. Okay, this is the code section that says if you're downtown, you can get parking reductions. It says that if you're Times Square, you can provide no parking whatsoever. It says that if you're along San Carlos Boulevard, you can get a 50% reduction. I don't know, folks, but does our bodega building face, and it's a contiguous property, does that face Old San Carlos? I sure think it does. And then it talks about bayfront pedestrian plazas. And the figure that's in the comp plan is what you guys envisioned in 1999. You thought it was gonna be under the bridge and to the right. Now you've got an applicant willing to provide that to you at no cost to the left. So, but we think it's consistent with the intent was pedestrian plazas, uses along that pedestrian plazas can get a reduction of 50% also. So that's why we looked at this and we said we're consistent with that. We abut Old San Carlos and we are a bayfront plaza, pedestrian plaza. We completely agree that figure 34.7 is not consistent with what we're asking, but we're asking for a deviation. You can ask for any kind of deviation you want, and I think we've justified it, and then you guys can, again, if you think that ultimately the amount of overflow parking that's left there, if you think it might not be 96, it might be 8, or it might be somewhere in between, by all means, discount that public benefit as you guys see fit, but please don't use that as a ground for denial. I think the basket of benefits far justifies the ask.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for asking. So, man,
Now you go forward and find where you were.
go ahead.
This might not be the best place to insert this question, but as I'm looking at all these slides, I'm thinking, there's a pretty large staff for this facility.
Yes.
Is there a plan to manage the, bringing staff on site and off site?
So one of the things is some of that overflow parking, some of it is the ferry. Some of it is the public parking in the downtown area, and some of it is that shuttle. So the shuttle will be for the guests and for the employees. And one of the stops, for sure, will be that transit stop at Pine Ridge.
Pine Ridge, Lee County's.
And then going to the hotel. So yes, there's been some thought to that and some mitigating factors.
I would, I don't know if it's occurred or not, but I know the Pink Shell has a very interesting and unique program by which they are able to bring in their, primarily it's, I think their housekeeping staff.
Yeah.
Is they're able to shuttle them in from a couple of different locations.
And we were so happy. I've been doing this for 25 years down here, and I did not know that service was available. I think it's through Lee Transit.
Yeah,
And I'm happy that John brought it to my attention, That's another item on our radar of using Lee Transit and getting those services.
Maybe.
Okay, so, look, bear with me, comp plan consistency is not the most fun, a lot more fun looking at pretty pictures. But again, in light of everything happening on this island, we need to establish a strong record, and we need to really touch upon comp plan consistency, okay? So I'm not gonna read through all of this, but I'm just gonna highlight what I've put in green here, and I've bolded in green. If you want me to stop and provide more detail, please do, but that's gonna be part of the record, and the detail is there, and everything, all your written documentation goes into way more detail than this also. So again, goal 1B, there's discussion about beautifying public spaces. I think we hit that. Goal 3, to revitalize and improve specific transitional neighborhoods. I think we are contributing to that. Times Square, and keep in mind that Times Square is related to Times Square in the downtown area as an overall area, to stimulate the revitalization of the downtown core area. I think we do that. Goal number 4 talks about Fort Myers Beach, a healthy and vibrant small town, while capitalizing on the vitality and amenities available in a beach resort environment. Providing amenities, we are providing a resort. And minimizing the damage that a hurricane could inflict. We are building a resilient structure, hardened structure that will meet all code, building code and FEMA standards. Small town character, the highlight there is pedestrian-oriented public realm. Again, I think we're trying to build up that streetscape, that public realm. We wanna make that intersection of Third Street and St. Carlos, that node that is in the vision, and we wanna make it pedestrian-oriented. 4A2 talks about a vibrant economy and walkable commercial areas. Enough said there. Policy 4A7, Estero Bay also provides great benefits to the town and can be enhanced by improving public access. So I wanna stop on that one, spend a little time on it, because I think it's Ben that made me realize how important that is. So what Ben explained to me is they've had that marina forever, and it's a private marina. So really, the folks that get to enjoy that bayfront and that marina and that access are people that are members, that are paying to have it. So by doing this resort and opening up that promenade, we're opening it up to the general public. To now, people can go there, not only walk there and enjoy the promenade, but you're gonna have charters there, you're gonna have a ferry, you're gonna have access. So this is a great way to promote that water environment. So I think that's very important. I think that some communities pay great amounts of money to acquire land to provide that access. You've got, again, I look at this, it's a private-public partnership where, both parties benefit. Future land use categories, what's important with pedestrian commercial is that's the designation we're asking for to allow this to happen. And it talks about commercial uses and intense activity centers. So again, when I say this is the right places, that's what I mean. We've always envisioned that pedestrian commercial as our most intense land use on the island. And commercial activities contribute to the pedestrian-oriented public realm. I think we do that. All marina uses are allowed in the pedestrian commercial. So I've had people ask me, does that mean if you make it pedestrian commercial, you're not gonna do the marina? No, we're keeping the marina, we're expanding the marina. Transportation element, talks about improving mobility through balanced transportation improvements, and then it talks about arriving without a car, the drag program, water taxis, huge investment in a multi-million-dollar terminal. hidden pathway system, you've seen our exhibits where we show all our pathways. And shared parking. Again, we've talked about parking. We believe we're gonna have an excess of parking that would be open to the public. And the other component of that parking that I think we all need to keep in mind is you got season, you got in season and out of season. And that overflow parking is gonna fluctuate. But our commitment is that whatever overflow parking there is, it's gonna be available to the public. Commercial intensity, policy 4C2, encourage more intense commercial use in the pedestrian commercial category. Pedestrian commercial category allows a FAR of 2.5. That's the highest FAR allowed on this island. We are asking for a maximum of 2, which is significantly short of that 2.5. Coastal management element, plan a more sustainable redevelopment pattern. Maybe you guys envision a devastating storm and having to do this, but we have to do it. And it's definitely gonna be better structures, more sustainable, more resilient. Limit the potential for damage of structures, hurricanes, same thing, construction methods that we're gonna have to use. Increase the number of well-maintained accesses to the beaches, to the bays. We are providing that bay access. So if I could take a breath here, and then we can talk about the LDC compliance and the criteria of approval. I think one of the ways that
Patrick,
we-
would you like to take a break?
I'm okay, I can keep
Okay,
going,
okay.
not a problem. If anybody else wants a break, that could be a good spot, but I'm ready
Anybody
to go.
else want a break? You all okay?
Okay.
We all took one individual break.
So one of the ways I want to shorten this presentation, but again, we want this in the record, is the compliance with the LDC and the CPD criteria and how we meet it. So one of the things that you do have is you have a detailed staff report. Staff did a great job. Staff walks through all the criteria. I think they concur with us on all points except 2. So if I'm not qualifying it the right way, and I'll be happy to address that. But it's, again, if you look in your packet, for each of the criteria, we have a long paragraph justifying and explaining it. Don't wanna go through that in detail, but I wanna talk about where we differ in opinion. Again, deviation number 8, we talked about that, that's the parking deviation, okay? So what we've got there, our position is that, doesn't seem to us that they have a problem with the reduction. I think they have a problem with the assertion that we're providing 96 overflow parking spots. Again, by all means, discount it as you see fit, okay? Then, the requirement to comply with various elements of our comp plan and LDC. So when it says on page 229 of your report, complies with this chapter, this entire chapter, staff's comment is the proposed uses comply with this chapter except in regards to deviation in number 8. But otherwise, we agree with them. We believe we comply with that completely. And then it talks about any other applicable town ordinances and codes. The proposed request complies with the town ordinances and codes except in regards to deviations. So again, we completely agree with that. We concur. So I think when it comes to those the criteria, if you guys wanna look at any of those individually, happy to address those, but otherwise, I think our written submittal does a good job addressing that. So a lot of this stuff I've covered as I went through the renderings, so I'll go through very quickly. Okay, so from a location, site design, and compatibility standpoint, you guys have heard how we've designed this and why. So I just wanna reiterate, we think that the downtown core is an ideal location for such a resort. We think it promotes walkability. We think it's an ideal location to minimize and mitigate traffic impacts for the entire island. So again, if we were somewhere mid-island, we all know as you're driving south and your peak season, any additional trips there will contribute to that congestion. How much? We have different opinions about that, but I can agree that it does contribute to that. Whereas if you're downtown and you're right by the ramps, easy on, easy off. Also, we are providing public access to the bay in our coastal waters. We have a beautiful design, and we are promoting kind of the Park One strategy that was put out there back in 1999. More on the design. Structures are resilient, hardened structures. Right now, we've got an older marina that was put in place when there were no regulations when it came to drainage. They are gonna have to go through a drainage plan. They are gonna have to meet today's strict requirements. You're gonna have an improvement when it comes to drainage versus what's there today, which is really a paved marina with just sheet flow to the neighbors. It's gonna provide unparalleled public benefits, creates and enhances public spaces. Again, we understand that this is a private resort, but I think we have to acknowledge that this is creating public spaces that we never have. And it's gonna create an attraction, a sense of place, and something that a visitor will wanna see. We, in our design, we've enhanced compatibility aspects, including setbacks, buffers, massing height, view sheds, view corridors, access, and we've included multiple conditions to mitigate any potential impacts. And as you'll see when I get to those slides, I think we provide unparalleled economic benefits greater than any development on this island today. So when it comes to density, always a major issue. We understand that. I just want to explain to you how we got there. So we are asking for 263 lodging units. Previous ask was for 400 lodging units. That's a 34% reduction. So how we calculate the density, we start with our acreage of 4.98. The base density with the pedestrian commercial is 6 units per acre. That gives us 29 units that would be units by right. And then you look at, you can convert those residential units into lodging units. And the code allows us, when under exceptional circumstances and when providing public benefit, to ask for a multiplier greater than what's in the table. So we are asking for a 9.1 multiplier, so you take the 29 times 9.1, you get 263. So that request is the exact same multiplier as Margaritaville. And I point that out because every time I go on social media, I hear people pointing to Margaritaville as being a great example of what we should allow.
That's
Again,
what happens with the passage of time.
Yes.
Because that's not how they
No.
felt on day one.
And I was here, and,
Yes,
and.
so was I.
And so again, keep that in mind. It's not because it was granted to one project that it should be granted to another. That's not what we're alluding to whatsoever. What we're saying is it's a perfect example that you need to consider. So from an intensity standpoint, FAR, again, we can ask for up to 2.5. We're asking for an FAR of 2. Right now, this is a breakdown of every story and each building and our total gross square footage, which would be a total gross square footage of 417,879. That is 1.93. As I mentioned, that's our concept plan today. We want a little leeway, and we're asking for a FAR of 2 to give us that leeway. When it comes to transportation, again, I don't like discussing this issue. I think there's a lot of differing opinions. I think I've explained to you how I feel about it, and that it was existing, it's gonna keep existing, and we have to find ways to mitigate for it, or we're not gonna solve it. But the TIS conclusion by our expert concludes that, and I'll just read the part in green, will not place an undue burden on the adjacent roadway network. The level of service information for the surrounding roadway network and intersections shows that the Estero Boulevard is already over capacity during season, based on data collected prior to the hurricane. So what this explains is, we've got a congestion problem, okay? Our location and our amount of traffic, and again, when we look at traffic, it's important to note that we don't look at all the traffic that we are generating with this resort. We look at the delta between the marina that exists today and what is being proposed. That's the additional traffic. That marina already generates a bunch of traffic that's already on our streets. The parking issue, we've looked at that slide. We've explained why we think we are eligible for the 50%, but again, discount our benefit as you'd like. So traffic mitigation, as I mentioned, we got a congestion issue. Now, how do we try to mitigate and solve this issue? How do we improve conditions? So, from a mitigation standpoint, I think this is an ideal location. The mix of uses, this is a true mixed-use project that also is significant enough that I think if someone comes here and wants to park once, and wants to be entertained, and be able to dine, and be able to walk around, this is the place. So I think that can take trips off the road. The ferry water taxi, to me, that's the biggest game changer when it comes to the traffic on Fort Myers Beach. And I live on the south end. I can tell you in season, I'd love to be taking the ferry downtown. Bicycle for gas, that's a small incremental thing, but I think it helps. Bicycle parking, more than happy to provide that. Designated golf cart parking, same thing, small incremental, but I think it's an alternative mode, and we're promoting that. Happy to provide that parking. Designated transit, we can talk about the location, but I think, again, that's helping transit, it's helping ride sharing, it just promotes alternative modes. Pedestrian connectivity throughout the entire design, again, creating a walkable downtown.
Patrick, can I stop you for
Yeah.
a second? Judith, is this list a good list of what you're referring to as not quantifiable, or it should be part of Jim's memorialized action list or agreement in between the parties, because zoning isn't going to fix any of this?
Correct. This is a
Okay.
good example. I've been taking
Okay.
notes as we're going of which things should go in which bucket, and certainly
Yep.
we can meet with the applicant.
Yep.
Following this and kind of determine which should go
Okay.
where.
Well,
For
now I'm very
example,
clear on that.
Like
Okay.
the bicycle parking, that's gonna be on the site plan. They're gonna show us where they're gonna
Exactly,
put that.
exactly.
Them providing bicycles for guests, that's not gonna be on the site plan. They're gonna have to, if that's a commitment that they're making, then they would.
It goes on the other list, okay. Sorry to interrupt, but
That
that
would
was.
be true with the
Most of it.
executive summary, most of those public benefits that are listed there as well.
Yes.
I think if you look at our conditions, we've tried to actually write the condition in such a way that there's a hook, that it's not just we'll try or we'll do this.
No,
So
that
if-
wasn't a
yeah.
criticism at all, Patrick,
No,
that's just a
I agree,
clarification.
but I want you to understand our effort. So the water ferry and taxi, I talked about putting a building there in the terminal and having that capital improvement is that way where we wanted to demonstrate the commitment, and a way where we think that condition should be in the ordinance. And we've talked about this also, is we're more than happy to have a separate agreement, but we think that all these commitments should be in the ordinance. Because if you're the public and you wanna say, what did they promise?
Yeah.
And I wanna go
Yeah.
back and I wanna look at it, you want that in there. If, there might be a reference to another document, there might be an easement, or there might be a separate agreement, But we want it all centralized, cause we want people 5, 10 years from now to say, what did they promise and did they provide it? We're
Got it.
fine with that,
Okay.
okay?
Sorry, we can talk about this later or in extent, but we've had these kind of meetings internally about this. There was a particular situation where a certain resort promised a discount to residents. They had said that in a meeting, and then complained to the town, and then the town was in a position of how do we enforce a private operator to giving a discount. And that's kind of an uncomfortable place for the town to be
I only
in.
brought that up because I clearly understand the delineation now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Where was I? Don't rent the car program, shuttle service, public parking, kayak parking, boat drop off and pickup, day docking. Again, those are all traffic mitigation measures. Hopefully, those are great things for the town, and hopefully they benefit the resort also. You know, we want people to come to this resort. We want it to be successful. Man. Public benefits. So this is not just traffic mitigation, it's all the public benefits. Do you guys want me to go through this? I think.
No.
Ready?
You've all read it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so,
Been there.
so it's there, it's part of our slideshow, it's part of the record.
Read it first.
Hopefully everybody can take a look, at our package if they wanna see exactly what it is, but I think these, when it comes to, and I wanna talk about the basket of benefits, okay?
I would like to add though, those 20 extra boat slips, cause I don't see that on any of this.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we just knew that we were gonna provide the marina and the request and what we're moving forward with. And different agencies take care of the water side of things. But currently there's 55 slips, and the request and the applications they're gonna be submitting with the state and everything is for 75 slips. So there would be an expansion.
So that'll be easy to check.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'm happy to address though is, besides Snug Harbor and the Marina Village area and the marina, that boat ramp that Judith mentioned, and it's full of debris now after the hurricane and it's fallen apart. So the issue is our rules say that we're not gonna create more seawalls. We don't really see this as more seawall, we see it as it's an infill. You've got a ramp that's defunct, that's not
I
working.
think that's very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got it.
so the good news is we got our state permits, state agrees, we can fill that, not a problem. That's good news. So again, long list of public benefits. You've seen it, you've read them, happy to answer any questions. Proposed conditions and commitments. Again, you've seen them. That's where if you wanna pull any one of these out and talk about the language, we're happy to do so. But I just want you guys to appreciate how we've tried to memorialize all our commitments through a condition or a commitment. And I think that's where the teeth comes in, or if there's a need for a separate agreement, that's where it would go, is in those conditions, commitments. Again, just the general categories, traffic mitigation, we've got the marina use and design, we've got the public spaces, we've got the design of the resort, and we've got kind of the miscellaneous, supporting the school, schedule out, flexible schedule hours, that type of thing, that fall into that. So, if you guys are happy with that, you have it in your packet, you've seen it, no need to go over it. When it comes to, go ahead.
On the COP hours of operation,
Yeah.
amplified sound, hours of, for all of those places, there's no times in here.
So, we have them here on hours of operation. So we deal with COP and hours of operation separately. So COP is just identify the areas that would have the COP. So, I think where we
Where do you see that?
we disagree with
It's got
staff.
it, next slide.
Yeah, so where we disagree with staff, is staff, would rather not see the COP applied to Building E. Again,
To apply to
Building
what?
the Building E and the private pool for
Oh.
that last building
Yes.
by the bayfront. And I think I've explained to you what that is. It's not open to all the guests of the resort. It's again, having the ability for a hotel guest, that wants to have a drink and have a.
Maybe there's a compromise that there's that you can consume there, but there's no bar there.
Yeah, perhaps, and if it's kind of we have it inside,
Mhm.
and like I said, in some of these resorts, you've got that cooler, whatever, you can grab it, you can go outside. I think, would that work for you guys, or you wanna?
However you work.
If we didn't have an outdoor bar, but we still have the COP for Building E. Yeah,
Because the only people that can get inside
Yes.
are the
People
ones that
that are
belong
there.
inside.
exactly.
That's right.
So I think
Okay.
Ben nodded
Okay.
that
Somehow write that down.
he would
Okay.
be willing to accept that.
Okay.
Okay, well then, since we're on that, could I just suggest something else, Ben? Will you come up here for a second? I think one of the things that, in my opinion, impacts the neighborhood dramatically is the deck on the hotel that's like right on top of, those houses.
Sunset
The
deck.
sunset deck.
Okay.
So if that sunset deck was a quiet spot, like Patrick described the one on the front end, which really should be a loud spot because it's on the front end, it's where all the action is. If that was a quiet spot where somebody went where there wasn't a bar, where somebody just went to have a cocktail, have a glass of wine that they brought up from their room, and it was just a nice chill zone instead of a potential party zone, it would minimize the impact on the neighborhood dramatically.
Well, it's for hotel guests only,
It's for hotel guests
Yeah.
only.
so we already have that restriction
Yep.
in there.
Yep.
So it couldn't become a party zone. I guess they'd
Okay.
have to, I don't know how they would get together.
But there's
and
a
run
bar
party.
there.
Yes, a bar
So,
with
so it's
service.
basically an outside bar on a deck
Right.
overlooking that neighborhood.
Right.
And it would just be ideal if it wasn't a bar there. If it was just an area, like Patrick described, look, everybody's gonna start asking for what they'd really like, and I have really given a lot of thought to how can you minimize the impact on that neighborhood. And if I lived at Christmas Stereo's house, I would hate that deck. Because to me, somebody's gonna stand out there, they're gonna, whoever it is, whoever's staying at the hotel, they're gonna order some drinks, and they're gonna start hanging out there at the deck, and before I know it, I've got a party on top of my house that I'm not a part of. And it seems to me, the most obtrusive element of the project is that deck. You just think about it, I'm just
Okay.
telling you now, think about it for a few
Okay,
minutes.
thank you.
Yeah.
I think a good example to think of is we've got a brand new hotel in the Luminary. I don't know if they've changed names downtown Fort Myers. I don't know if any of you have been there,
Different scenario, Patrick.
but there is a deck up
Yeah,
there,
it's
and
lovely.
I've been there,
Lovely.
and it's not a party deck.
No, it's
pretty
not,
subdued.
but there's also not a neighborhood there. So if there was a party there,
Understood.
Yeah.
The other thing also that I'd like to point out is in the packet that we gave you, Ben's team had done a survey. And one of the top requests for the design, what people wanted to see,
Mhm.
was a sunset deck.
okay, yes, it's a sunset deck, it's just not a bar.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I'm the only one that feels that way, so,
Well, I'm thinking that the difference is not so much whether or not you can consume alcohol there. The difference is the level of entertainment and volume of
service.
music that's there.
Sure.
Music, bands, you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
I
That's,
didn't hear anything about that.
I think that's what would make a space
More obtrusive.
different. You put chill music up there, people will be chill. You put rowdy music up there, people will be rowdy. And the amount of serving you do, obviously, I think factors into it, but.
Okay.
Understood.
Something to contemplate in the next hour or two.
Understood. We'll certainly discuss that and be happy
Okay.
to do so. Again, what I've highlighted on this page is, again, where staff noted in their report that Building E, they would recommend no music, along the pool? Or was it no, or just different hours, I believe? Yeah, I think they were saying 10 to 6 perhaps, rather than 10 to 1 hour after sunset. Again, what I want to point out is we're not talking about a live band. We are talking about ambient music. So I see this as no different than the right that we all have in our backyards to have a little radio playing and some background music. I think that's the intent. It's not a band, it's not live music, it's ambient music only. And 10, the idea was we said 10, again, you might have people that are up and going at 7, but we figured 10 is a good time. It doesn't necessarily bring you to the end of the day. And 1 hour after sunset, you know, when we get to summertime, the days are much longer. And I think there's gonna be people that wanna hang out at the pool. And if we say 6, it really doesn't kind of acknowledge the fact that our days are much longer during the summer. So that's really what our intent was with the 1 hour after sunset. But again, if those are the points of contention and we're being recommended denial over those issues, you know, certainly happy to address those.
Did council yesterday on the food truck, on the ambient music, put a decibel level? Yes.
It was a voluntary
Something
reduction.
different than the noise ordinance?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
60.
Yeah,
what I
and that was
remember.
voluntary on the
Talk about
behalf,
a policing nightmare.
on the behalf of the,
Okay.
Yeah.
the applicant.
Walk around hydrophones.
Okay, all right. What else,
Yeah.
Patrick?
You've got this in your packet, no need to go through that. Deviations, justifications. The only thing I wanted to highlight, I think they're pretty self-explanatory. The first one, is the setbacks, and it's really reducing the setbacks to bring the building. So the funny thing is, if you're doing a CPD for a resort, you have to abide by the CR zoning regulations. But you're downtown, where we have build-to lines. We're trying to put the buildings at the build-to lines,
Yeah,
like the
that-
downtown calls for, but we have to ask for a deviation for it. So just to know, when we update our LDC, we might wanna look at that. Okay. Floor area ratio, we talked about that. Number 3 is, the conversion, ratio, we talked about that. One of the issues that we can talk about right now, I think it's worth discussing, because I know we've had a comment from the public on that, is we are creating this linear park memorial garden, and we want to have beautiful landscaping there, okay? What the code calls for is a masonry wall to the neighbors, and the landscaping on the outside part of the wall. Okay?
Outside meaning your side.
No,
There's,
on the neighbor's side.
Oh.
Obviously, we're not gonna plant in their property and take their property, so we would build that into our property. But what happens is, now you've got maintenance guys that need access to their property to maintain our landscaping. What we think, instead of a masonry wall, because we think the real buffering is the vegetation and not the wall. And sometimes these masonry wall, to me, looks darker and it's more attractive to see nice vegetation. We were envisioning a part masonry wall with nice decorative fence. So you've got the columns that are masonry, the base, nice decorative fence. You got the landscaping on our side, and they can maintain that on a daily basis. They don't have to go onto the neighbor's property.
That's
That
the
was the reason
deviation.
for it.
Okay.
So I know it's gonna come up, and that's our reason, we're happy to discuss it. The seawall issue, we talked about that. We got permission, we can fill in that little ramp, but unfortunately, that's a deviation, so we're asking for that deviation to make it happen. 30 feet. So the deviation 6 is the height, we talked about the height. Again, we think it's in keeping and complementary to the area and the adjacent Mariner Village. Number 7, it's the setback lines. We talked about that. Number 8 is the parking deviation. We've also talked about that. Okay, about to wrap this up. Okay, economic impacts. We know that this are estimates. This same methodology was presented to you when we did the Neptune.
Yep.
And it was, I think, also utilized by Seagate possibly. They were asked to use the same methodology. So what this table shows you is 2 different methodologies are used. And bear with me here, I'm trying to, can't read the slide from here, that's the problem. I hate to admit it, but I need to find my page. Okay. So, what this is 2 methodologies are used. One is where we look at how much people spend for the rooms, and then we have a multiplier for every guest. On average per day, they spend X amount more. And we come up with a total impact of 132,979,900,000. So roughly 133 million. Then the other methodology that was used is looking at the Visitor and Convention Bureau data for Lee County as a whole.
Yeah.
And what they do is they look at all the economic impacts to the county, and then they have a number for how many visitors we have per year. So you take that total number, you divide it by the number of visitors, and then you take that number and you say how many visitors are coming to the arches. And when we use that methodology, we come up with a much bigger number of roughly 321 million. Okay, we understand there's a big divide between the 2 of those, so we think we probably fall somewhere in between. So the visitor impact, we believe, would be over $133 million per year, and probably less than the $320 million per year. We've also looked at, and that's what you have on the first line up there.
Well, on that, Patrick,
Yeah.
the economic impact for what they're doing is the moment they touch down,
Yeah.
all the way through till they leave. So
Yeah.
it's the indirect spend throughout the entire thing. We're obviously interested on circulatory system here,
Yeah.
Fort Myers Beach. So I think your number's more accurate and more applicable
Yeah.
than Fort Myers area. Just because if they're coming here as a destination, the spend around the greater area isn't concentrated like it would be if they're coming to Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah.
So that's the arguable one in my mind.
And that's it. And we acknowledge that, and,
Okay.
and that's why we provide the range. Then we looked at, sales tax, bed tax, payroll tax, ad valorem. And, as you recall last time, there's been discussions of how much stays with the town.
Mhm.
And it's not a big amount, it's 6.2 of those taxes, but it's not just the town, it's geographically where it stays, and FMB library gets a portion of that, FMB mosquito control gets a portion of that, FMB fire gets a portion of that. So in the end of all those taxes, we retain about 27%. And that's on a yearly basis, and that's a little more than half $500,000 every year. Permanent jobs, so, Thomas and Ben have worked on coming up with estimates of FTEs, of what they think, would be needed for the resort and the various businesses. They come out with, 227, full-time equivalents, for those who have worked in corporate positions and have to deal with FTEs.
How does that
That's the
compare to
limit.
today's payroll? Staffing level?
I
So
don't know,
what's
do
the
you
new
guys have an
jobs?
idea?
12. We have 12 today.
You have 12, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ben just said we have 12 today, just for the
Yeah,
record.
so I think the comparison was how many employees at Moss Marina today versus what is anticipated in the future. And then we're looking at coming up with an impact fee ordinance and having impact fees. Again, that is not drafted. The methodology that was used here was, let's use Lee County impact fees as a proxy. It could be a little more, a little less, don't know. And also, the only thing that I wanted to point out is you've got, Lee County does impact fees for roads, parks, fire, EMS, and they don't have an impact fee for water and sewer. They call it a connection fee. But to my mind, those are all impact fees. And those are one-time fees. And when we look at the potential cost for this resort, we're looking at over $4 million in impact fees. So, as you can see, that is more than any other project that has come before you today. When it comes to this slide, I just want, again, to look at 30,000 feet, where we were and where we are today. This is the latest information from the Visitor and Convention Bureau. With Margaritaville included in there, we only have 48% of our lodging rooms back online. So again, we're asking for 263. It improves things, but it's you know, it's just a drop in the bucket versus the deficit that we currently have. So I'm wrapping it up right now. Okay, so staff report. And I'm simplifying it. I know they talked about general conditions and general compatibility. I think we've addressed compatibility, but what they point out clearly in the report is they point out the parking reduction that we're asking, that they do not agree with us, they do not concur. And that's one of the reasons for their denial. And then they clearly point out how we treat Building E when it comes to COP and music. I think we've made our points on that. Again, we do not believe those are reasons for denial. I think there are ways to address these compatibility issues that we have tried to do so extensively. But again, if we need to talk about hours of operation and sound, we're happy to talk about that. And if that will alleviate concerns, we can certainly consider how we can make adjustments. So with that said,
I know you don't wanna let it go, do you?
we support staff's recommendation, except for their treatment of the COP, ambient sound, and Building E. And in my professional planning opinion, and the opinion of my entire team with multiple experts, we believe that our proposed CPD is consistent with the comp plan as amended. As will be amended, and that we meet or exceed LDC requirements. And that based on our expert testimony and all the evidence that has been submitted to the town and provided to you, we respectfully request a recommendation for approval. So with that said,
That's very good, Patrick.
happy to take a break.
Good.
Less than 3 hours, good job.
Right, yeah, less than three. Any questions for Patrick at the moment? Because we'll still let him come back up. Mr. Freeland, you have any comments you still want to add? You're okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, Judith, could I ask the public to speak before you give a wrap-up, because they've been sitting so patiently? So I'm gonna open public comment. Is anybody who raised their hand, oh, Amy's got a list. Anybody wanna take a break? No, let's just keep going. Come on, go.
Okay, first up will be Chris Smuts. After Chris is Linda Miller.
Chicken fingers for dinner, we know that.
Good afternoon. Chris Smuts on behalf of London Bay Development Group. developers of Outrigger Charlie's Sandpiper. We greatly appreciate your dedication to Fort Myers Beach. As Fort Myers Beach stakeholders, we encourage you to consider the island-wide economic impacts of the Arches Bayfront Resort proposal. Large-scale projects like this are key to restarting the economic engine of Fort Myers Beach. This project, and a handful of others like it, not only have obvious economic impact related to permit fees and impact fees that Pat just went over, but also to increase property values and property taxes, sales taxes, job creation, and island-wide commerce, all a cascading economic impact for Fort Myers Beach today and for generations to come. It's been 2 years since Ian, and although Build Back exists, it's not enough. The island is struggling to return to the thriving community it once was. Last year's storm season reminds us that Hurricane Ian wasn't a one-time event, highlighting the need to build resiliently to current Florida Building Code, FEMA, and FDEP code. The Arches Bayfront Resort proposal is well balanced. It may very well turn a disorganized marine industrial area into a premier mixed-use North End Bayside destination. They offer a variety of public benefits, including a bayfront promenade and plaza with dining, shopping and entertainment from the Bayfront Park North, landscaping and shade, buffers with existing neighborhoods, a linear park and memorial garden, resilient structures, updated infrastructure, coastal architecture, a diverse hotel offering, public parking, hosting public events, airport shuttles, participation in DRAC, flexible work schedules to support attendance at the beach school, a large-scale marina with fueling services for long-term or short-term use, and taking the initiative to provide the infrastructure and operational expertise to serve as the founding partner of the Fort Myers Beach Public Water Taxi. By recommending approval of this project today, you're sending a message that Fort Myers LPA is committed to rebuilding for future generations. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Chris. Who's next, Amy?
Linda Miller, sorry. After Linda will be Chris Mostero.
Okay, Chris, get ready. You're gonna be up next. Go ahead. Linda, pull that microphone down, would you? You're little.
Good afternoon, and my name is Linda Miller, and I run the farmers markets on Fort Myers Beach, which is about 90% of my income, which suffered greatly during Hurricane Ian and Milton and so on. But what really I bring to the table to you all is that I spend about 40 hours a week in the trenches with tourists, residents, vendors who own businesses here, and a lot of social media. I'm on social media probably another 50 hours a week. And what I'm hearing from a lot of people, what I like about the Arches that answers the public comments that I hear a lot is that the Arches Bayfront replaces industrial-looking boat barns with a beautiful structure, adding to the esteem of Fort Myers Beach that you can actually see from the bridge when you enter. So it's going to be like the gem of Fort Myers Beach. Just like Fort Myers has their downtown now corridor of shopping and art walk, now we would have something beautiful like that. Just like Naples has Fifth Avenue, we would have something beautiful like this walking district that has gorgeous architecture, and I don't think anyone has presented anything so beautiful to come to our beach to replace industrial boat barns. So the focus also on Park Once and having a walking district, it reminds me a lot of Key West, where you park once and you walk through all of downtown and you support all the businesses and all the restaurants. And I think that's a benefit to reducing traffic, that those 300 people that comes to stay there have one place to park, and then they just walk the rest of the time. We're seeing more of that now that we have the Little Farmers Market on 3rd Street and Old San Carlos. that all the people, I mean, I swear it's about maybe 30 people park all day long, and they come and go, and they park and they leave. But I would say 90% of our customers at 401 3rd Street are walking, and a few are biking, but primarily they're walking from Snug Harbor, they're walking from Marina Village, they're walking from Matanzas, and they're going to all the restaurants. And that's what we need to support and build up downtown, because right now, we just don't have enough hotels downtown. I know that sounds like we're just adding more traffic to it, but I've seen over the last, I've been in business down here on Fort Myers Beach for 11 years, and I've seen a decline since Hurricane Ian. Actually, it was kind of a boost. We had a lot of support after Ian, but then we had this this decline this year. And maybe it's an election year, but I think that this would really boost the economy, and not only do we need it, but we need it yesterday.
Thank you, Linda, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Chris?
After Chris will be Robin Atwood.
Robin Atwood.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Estero. My property is 923 3rd Street. Basically, my backyard is Mas Marina. But as a neighbor planning on being in this area for the next 30 or 40 years, when I first heard Arches was resubmitting their plans, I got excited. Maybe they were going to listen to neighbors. Maybe the plan would be much more reasonable for the location and limited access. And then I saw the plans and I was confused. It didn't look like much of a change. There are still 4 massive buildings. These buildings are even taller. Where are the public benefits, the resort amenities, and the cost of doing business? Nothing residents spoke up about regarding size, access, balconies facing our homes, and buffers were addressed. I guess they removed the parking garage. Lee County denied the expansion of the marina in 1985 because there was no good access to this site. The Freelands applied for a variance, which was later granted, and I have a letter from Inc. Engineering in 1989 that says the access variance was granted to allow for commercial development after the relocation of the Matanzas Pass Bridge. The access to this site is planned along the southeasterly boundary at the existing gate off Old San Carlos Boulevard. The vehicular traffic is to be encouraged to use this access. That's the gate in front of Snug Harbor. Today, there's a gate blocking this access, and all marina traffic is coming through our neighborhood. They've created these trips through our neighborhood. There should be 0. They should all be using that gate. Why have they stopped using this? Why did they do this? Because it's not a good spot for vehicles to come through. There was no access for a small marina expansion in 1989. The roads have not gotten any bigger. There's no good access for this size development today. What they are calling a linear park is laughable. It's a required buffer, which is going to become a pedestrian highway in our backyards. What's currently a quiet, enclosed boat shed 25 feet from my house is going to be balconies and gathering places in basically the same building footprint. The proposed buffer is 30 feet. That's a 5-foot difference, a 5-foot increase. This buffer should not be a minimum, it should be exceeded. It should be a 25-foot buffer with a park that's double or triple that for their pedestrian highway. A much larger amount of green space might be a public benefit downtown, but not this. You know, we talk a lot on the beach about buildings. Do we like buildings like this, or do we like buildings like this? I did tell the Freelands personally I'd be okay with one taller building closer to downtown, pushed away from our houses, if that's what it takes for a revitalization project like this to happen. But what they're not proposing is this or this. It's this. 4 of these massive structures. I ask for your denial today on this project as it currently stands. It's still too big with little thoughtfulness to the neighbors and public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Robin. After Robin will be Jay Bonema.
Hi, Robin.
I
I'm Robin Atwood. I'm at 735 Matanzas, just right across. And I would like to point out that as the homeowner there, we have never been contacted by Mr. Friedland, never asked a single question, never surveyed, nothing. Crickets. I have some concerns that are not only just for me, for my property, but for the traffic coming off the island. There's still one exit. We all come the same way. Pink Shell's already down there, we have all that traffic. But then you're gonna turn and come up Old San Carlos, you're gonna have all those vehicles. There will be parking, but that is also very much a pedestrian pathway to have that much traffic in that small area. Traffic, just, it's crazy down here the way it is, and increasing it seems wrong to me. The other thing, they pointed out was their, I had to write this down. The focal point, their views going out. My view is of a marina. For 30 years, it's been our view. And now it's going to be of people looking back at us and into our homes on Building E. Building E is a huge problem. I would like to see it disappear, actually. And if there is a bar, there is a party. You all know that. Saying that it's going to be maybe it's going to be condos, or it'll be resident, we're implying it's going to be residents. It's like a kiss and a promise. It is not. It is hotel guests, and where there is a bar and people are vacationing, there is a party. There is a loud party. And as far as I can see, there is no buffering between us. There's a pool where we're going to serve drinks and do those things, and that those two things do not connect in my brain. When you vacation, you're out for the good time, right? And I don't care how much money you have and that this is an exclusive building, you're still there to have a party and a good time. Again, it's the buffer. I ask that you not do this. This is so nerve-wracking standing in front of you.
Don't let it be, don't let it be.
I ask that you deny this as it sits. I think it's beautiful. I think it is well designed. The pictures are gorgeous. You can't argue with any of those things. But again, on our side, we are not buffered. There is basically a pool and a party going to happen there, and balconies looking into our homes. We bought this as residential property. If we'd wanted to live downtown where that was happening, it would have been bought. We would have bought downtown, not on a nice, quiet canal and cul-de-sac. That's what we do, is we set outside. That's where we live in Florida, is outside. So again, I would like to ask that you not approve this the way it stands.
Thank you, Robin. You did a fine job. Okay, who's next?
Jay Bonema,
Oh,
and
Jay Bonema.
after Jay will be Dale Bonema.
Okay.
And that's all I have signed up after Dale.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Jay Bonema. We live in 725 Matanzas Court, so our house is directly across Mas Marina. So I prepared something, but I think I gotta adjust a little bit based on what we've heard this afternoon. So I agree with everything that Robin said. So I've seen the building E with the pool, and I don't see any buffer at all. So you probably remember us attending all the meetings with what we've experienced with the root shrimp. So we don't want to live that nightmare again. And so we highly request that you follow the recommendation for the COP removed from that area and the amplified music removed from that area. So we all know that the canal between us, it carries the sound, and no matter what they do, we will still hear in that area. So I watched the town council meeting yesterday, and I felt very sad that these residents tried to to tell the council and that these developments are gonna intrude on their space, their residence. And now here we are with the Arches project. So I'd be honest, I've looked at the marina for a very long time since I arrived in the US, and generally it's very quiet. And I don't mind seeing the marina for many more years. And it's a big benefit for the town. We need a marina that can service a boat, can repair a boat, and I believe, based on what was presented today, that part of servicing the boat will be gone once this is changed. So, and I know that's a big benefit for us being an island, right? So I respectfully request that you deny the request, and if we are, since this is a hotel resort and building E, it's 80 feet, so it's gonna be towering over our single family residence, which is, I don't know, 30 feet or so. So if we are forced to live next to this resort, it should be restricted to the same height as our houses. And it should face the canal, it should face the bay, not the canal. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane.
Dale?
Dale, do you want to speak, Leah? Okay, you can come after Dale. I'm sorry? And you have to be signed in and sworn in.
Dale Bonema, 725 Matanzas Court. We've talked about a lot of details today, the whole presentation. But I think that the huge issue is that Moss Marina, over the years, over the decades, has consumed approximately 10 single-family residential lots. And when you think about that, that's the definition of intrusion. That's why we have zoning laws and a comp plan. And their latest acquisition is the 2 single-family cottage lots right on the canal. And so now we're faced with, an 80-foot building right there. And gobbling up all these single-family homes and enlarging the marina operations, that's one thing. But now, it's not just gonna be marina operations, it's gonna be a hotel. And this is not the core area. I know we wanna pull the core area a different direction. The core area is Times Square and Old San Carlos. The core area should not go into our residential areas. And so this, compare Margaritaville. Margaritaville occupies land that was commercial. It was a McDonald's with a drive-through. It was a liquor store. It was a bar. It was the Mermaid Lounge. So I'm really amazed when we look at the big picture and not all the details, is if we can't say no to this, what's the point of a comp plan? I mean, this is the definition. And when we're considering the town granting the zoning change of several of these single-family residential lots and awarding them with this intense use, hotel use, that's like giving them tens of millions of dollars of profits over the decades at our expense. At our expense, because our property value is going to decline from this. I don't think anybody would question that. Everybody's gonna make money. The Freelands are, the Lee County, the tourist everybody, the shops, the rest, everybody's gonna make money. But we're taking a hit. It's a big hit. It's probably 30%, because our whole property there, it's a beautiful property right on it's gonna be balconies, it's gonna be a bar, it's gonna be noisy, we're not gonna see the sun till afternoon. That's just the reality of this. I don't know why that building has to be 80 feet high. It should be limited those are residential lots. Any building on a residential lot should be limited to the residential height. 30 feet, whatever it is, not 80 feet. 80 feet is very intrusive. And it's, like I say, it's all about the money, and we're dying here. I mean, Hurricane Ian, an act of God. But we're still trying to recover physically, emotionally, financially. Hurricane Helene, act of God. Hurricane Milton, act of God. Well, this arches, it's an act of greed, and we're paying the price. Everybody's gonna make money, but our properties that are right there.
Okay, thank you, Dale, I appreciate your
Thank you.
comments. Is anybody else going to want to speak? That Terry, you'd like to also speak? Anybody else want to speak that, yes, ma'am? Okay, so would you all stand up, because Amy's gonna swear you in. Were you sworn in at the beginning? Okay, if you were sworn in at the beginning, you don't need to do it again, but, okay, go ahead, Amy.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Okay, Leah, you're first. Good morning, no, good evening, almost, good afternoon.
Hello. Leah Gregg, Bonita Street. So keep in mind, when I decided to purchase my home on Bonita Street, it was and still is in a residential neighborhood with a zoned operating marina close by. There were no commercial properties anywhere in sight. I'm not totally opposed to this project, but I would like to address a few concerns. So first, I believe honesty, integrity should be at the center of everything we do. We all know how badly the Freelands want this project approved, and I can see where they're coming from. And I thank them for scaling it back a bit. But I also ask them to be honest and not implement tactics such as they did May 2nd of last year by sending a blanket email to who knows how many people, asking these people to sign a letter urging the LPA and council to support this endeavor and to share this letter with their friends and family. Although the email showed Ben Freeland as the sender, when you clicked on Ben's name, the name in the from section was a marketing firm. So that was a little deceitful. I thought that was a little deceitful. And the marketing firm, you know, I asked, who was this sent to? How many people? Was it sent just to Fort Myers Beach residents, the state? Who knows? So it could have went out to everyone in the country, possibly, you know, in the world, just to solicit that type of information. You know, I just asked them to just be honest, have integrity with this process. I'm sure it'll go your way if you do the right thing. We all want growth on this island. The second thing is the neighborhood is very small. So for example, Bonita Street, where my home is, there's 3 homes on the street. So when I come to speak, that's 33% of my street coming in speaking on behalf of this project. So during the 1LPA meetings last year for this project, Patrick Vanace, who at the time was an LPA member, he made the comment that there wasn't much opposition to the project based on the number of people who spoke during public comments. So he approved it. I had to remind Patrick that there's less than 15 homes in this whole entire neighborhood. 3 on my street, 5 on Harbor Court. It's tiny. So, you know, you really can't take a few people coming in and completely throw that out the window when there's very few people that live in that community that are affected. I also, so again, I asked Patrick too, don't mislead the public, have integrity, have honesty, just be honest. Third, I wanted to address the county-owned Bonita Street and Harbor Court, 2 very short, very tiny streets that if you continue driving down these streets, you would end up in the bay. They're essentially dead-end streets. The staff report states that the owner will provide an accessible, stabilized surface for the area between Harbor Court, that has 5 homes, and Bonita Street, that has 3 homes, for emergency vehicles and access points at Harbor Court. So if I could just say one more thing. So emergency and limited access only. Limited access is defined as intended to allow vehicles that have unintentionally driven down Harbor Court or Bonita Street. So temporary access to the turnaround area, and then they have to literally maneuver through the resort and then exit back out on Bonita Street or Harbor Court. It just sounds cumbersome. Matlacha, all these other small towns where they have streets that are dead end, that are narrow, the fire trucks, the emergency vehicles, the trash vehicles, they back in and then they simply pull out. From what staff
Okay,
wrote.
Leah, I gotta stop you.
All right, I'll let you go.
But thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Anita.
You too, Terry. Terry. And I'm sorry I don't know your name, but you'll be next. You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Pull the mic
My
up
name-
just a little bit. Thank you. Oh, we're off.
There you go.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, LPA members. My name is Terry Prasad. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I also own a property in Times Square, which was the old and former Sunset Beach Grill. I'm looking at the Freeman's project. It's a beautiful project. It's what we need for the rebuild of downtown. As we work with our Times Square project, you know, we're having a difficult time coming up with ideas and how to rebuild our town or our downtown because of the costs. And we need larger scale projects to bring more people to the island that will support the small businesses on the island and that will create the vibe that we all so much want. As you know, after Hurricane Ian, we lost majority of our business in the downtown and Times Square area. And this is gonna be the first project that will come back and will be a great catalyst to helping us restore downtown and motivate people to come into Times Square area also and rebuild. So I urge you to approve this project and let us get the rebuild started back in downtown Times Square. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Madam? Come tell us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Xana Garza of Lee County.
Nice to meet you, Anna.
Nice to meet you. So for the record, Lee County resident here, and I want to thank you guys for all you do. This is a labor of love. And you'd be happy to know I'm not on social media. I'm taking a fast from Lent, so I'm missing all the social media action.
Oh, blessings, honey.
But
Good timing, right, Anita?
But I am proud to call Fort Myers Beach my family's home beach for my entire existence. And I stand before you not as an expert, but as a former Fort Myers Beach kid, and now I'm a mom of little Fort Myers Beach kids. In fact, I just found glittery tooth fairy money in my purse to prove that I am a mom, as if this didn't show you enough. But when I think about Fort Myers Beach, I think about the words community and collaboration. It's what I've seen especially since the hurricane hit. And when I think about the Freeland family, those same words come to mind. They were quick to respond to Ian with the assistance with the U.S. Coast Guard, which is when they really first caught my ear and my eye. I even friendly stalked Mr. Freeland at that quick response and might have sent him an email just expressing my gratitude for really working with not just the town but with the U.S. Coast Guard to help resolve some of our issues here. They've continuously listened to the community through various public forums, local leaders, asked for public input, and not just listen, but they've woven in those points to their plan, as Mr. Vanassi, I think I pronounced your name right, sorry, so thoroughly explained today, which I enjoyed listening to and reading. It's been great to watch the evolution of the Arches Bayfront project, and I do hope to see it move forward. With uncertainty of tariffs and escalation in costs, coupled with the roadblocks that they've already faced, my fear is that development in the area is really going to slow down, and time is of the essence to get our island back in action. Before my littles are too big to enjoy the splash pad, and a needed staycation, I must say, I do hope they're granted permission to move forward with this vital project. And while I know that change is sometimes hard to digest, I'm a firm believer that residents and businesses can coexist in harmony, and I appreciate your consideration for approval. Thank you.
What a lovely person you are. Thank you. That was very, very nice. Collaboration, and what did you say is Fort Myers Beach? Collaboration?
Community.
Collaboration community. I think that's lovely.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you for coming, Anna. Okay. Was that Anna?
Oh, Anna.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yes, sir, did you swear?
Yes.
Good, come on.
Come do it in front of us.
Hey, Nick, are you gonna speak also? Okay, Nick's gonna be next. Come on.
You.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dennis Weigeman, and I'm a realtor here on Fort Myers Beach. Want to also mention there's no conflict of interest with the
Lucky you.
with the Arches project, although I am here in support of the Arches project for a number of reasons. It represents something more than just a building. It represents an opportunity for the town to rise up again. I think, as some other folks have mentioned, it's a pivotal project, pivotal opportunity. And when we look back at the island's history, south end of the island used to be preserved down there, Florida Preserve. And along came a guy, someone you might have heard of, Mr. Santini. Bought a little bit of land down there, and he built a Leonardo Arms, I think, was the first condo on the island that he built. Then he built this place called Santini Plaza, and what a anchor that's become to the south end, to the island. It's, I miss the South Beach Grill. My wife's my favorite restaurant was down there, so it was a wonderful place. We hope it comes back. And Ian changed everything for all of us. We all know that. It took away more than buildings. It took away our rhythm. It took away our vibe. For now, for now. And I think the Arches, I think Pat's presentation, the thought, I'm sitting there, I'm a detail-oriented guy, I'm that type A obsessive guy and everything. And the amount of detail that Pat threw at us today is like amazing. Amazing, the care and thought that went into this. Is it perfect? No. But they're here, I believe, wholeheartedly with open arms, open minds, to do what they need to do to make it as great as possible for everyone. I firmly believe that. We all know Pat. We all know his abilities and his heart, and also the Freelands as well. So I think it's a wonderful thing that they're doing, and also just everything at one spot. The traffic. Yes, we're an island in the Gulf of America. So in the Gulf, how's that? Okay, we're an island in the Gulf. And people are going to come want to see us. And as Pat rightfully mentioned, we're never going to eliminate it. We just have to mitigate it. And so I think with a number of thoughtful things, being a destination, it's going to limit the amount of traffic, water taxis, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's a lot of great thought that went into this entire project. And I think it's wonderful to have everything. We've lost a lot of the old places. Every corner, every street brings back a memory to folks, right? We've got to look forward and what are we going to leave behind to people who are going to come behind us and after us. So, we need to start creating new spots, new places for destinations, for enjoyment, and for having a wonderful evening and remembering it, when we took our kids there, we took our grandkids there, the legacy. So, thank you all very much, and I ask that you move forward and approve this project. Thank you.
Dennis? Nick?
Hello, my name is Nick Ruland. I'm one of the owners of Snug Harbor Restaurant and lived here for quite some time, 40-some years, I guess. Anyways, and we are neighbors to the Freelands and the project, and I've watched that project for many, many years. It's kind of went from the gambling boat on it, so it's had some density and intensity on that property before, and which fit in well with the community then. I would, and the reduction in the size of the project was the right move, and what it will add to the community, I think there's not much question there. I would ask if you would please consider this project and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Okay, seeing no, I thought you were gonna raise your hand, Ken. Seeing no one, we'll close the public comment and let's take a break.
How long?
7 minutes. 10 minutes. Oh, I just. Okay, it is 4:42, and we're back on track.
I'm ready for happy hour.
If everybody could just calm down for a minute, we're back on track. So where we are right now is Judith. Judith, why don't we do this? Why don't, unless there's something you feel you need to put on the record, why don't we see who's got some questions for you? Or would you like to do you need to say something?
Well, so I was gonna summarize a little bit. I think that there was some confusion or things that were unclear about exactly why staff has recommended denial. So I was gonna go over that. And then, just for the record, I have to go through the findings and conclusions. And then we have
The deviations.
the deviations and the, if you were to recommend approval, then there are staff suggested conditions that would go along with that. So those are the things that I need to get to,
Okay,
so
well
we
then,
can do that.
before you do that, let us
whenever.
see who's got any questions for you, so we
Okay.
could address them, we could do a big wrap-up.
Okay.
Dunlap, you got any questions for her?
Just you covering the reasons for denial again versus what was represented, that's what I wanna hear, so.
Okay.
Other than that, good.
No questions. I'd like to hear what she has to say.
No questions?
No questions.
I'm wrong, okay, go ahead.
That was easy. So first up, I wanted to address deviation 8 and the situation with the parking. The applicant, Good. Uncomfortably close. The project would require a deviation even if they were only asking for a 33% reduction. I was suggesting that the 33% reduction would be the appropriate reduction to ask for, not the 50%. Only the portion on Old San Carlos is in the downtown zoning district now. I did want to clarify a little bit. Sometimes we say the downtown as a general area, but when we're talking about downtown, in this case, we're talking about what is zoned for downtown. So there are 3 zoning districts now for the parcels that we're discussing. There's the marina zoning, there's the residential, and then there's the downtown zoning. So in discussing this with the applicant, if they wanted that 50% reduction for that Old San Carlos parcel, that would be appropriate. The remainder of the property is neither now in downtown or is proposed to be in downtown, because when you create the commercial plan development, you're charged with using the commercial resort zoning, not the downtown zoning. So it's a little bit of
Charged by whom?
logistics. So the land development code says that when you're doing a CPD,
No,
you
the
have to
LDC,
use
okay.
Commercial resort zoning. So when you're considering what your regulations are, that's where you have to look. And so if you need a deviation, it would be from those regulations. So we're not comparing it to downtown. They're suggesting, I think, that the downtown would be an appropriate guide in this case because it is adjacent to downtown. It is not in the downtown zoning district, but is in what you may think of as a general downtown area. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 things. They would need a deviation in any case because they are not providing 100% of the required parking, what would be required. What I'm saying that they do provide is they provide enough to meet that 33% reduction, and that was my suggestion, that that was the appropriate deviation to ask for. I am not recommending denial because of the parking count.
Okay.
I was only suggesting that when in considering the approval or denial of the project, that deviation could be perhaps addressed individually. And it does speak to the public benefit, or what we're counting as a public benefit, because if they do not have sufficient parking to offer commercial parking, then that would not be, in general, a benefit to the public. And what I did say is that once they're in operation, then they will have a much clearer idea of exactly how the parking will all be used. And whether or not they will need it, and I think adding that as a condition gives them that flexibility once they're up and running of saying, look, we did a study, we had somebody in here, you know, providing the count, we know exactly where things are going, and it turns out we don't need all of this parking for the resort. So I added that in as a potential option and something that you could add as a condition if you wanted to,
Okay, I
or
think
not.
is everybody
Okay.
clear on the parking?
Totally,
Yeah.
Very clear.
Move on.
Okay. The applicant did a good job of explaining the difference or the story or the development of the proposal. They showed a comparison between what they had previously proposed and what they're proposing now, and I do agree that they've done a lot of work trying to refine the proposal and get to something that would be more compatible with the neighboring conditions. When I'm looking at it, I'm comparing the existing to what the proposed is. The existing includes that marina zoning. It includes the residential zoning as well as the downtown zoning. So in thinking of what the impacts or what the potential, because mostly we're trying to mitigate any negative impacts, that's what we're taking into consideration. What's there now in terms of zoning and what could be there in the future. So I wanted to clarify that also. And to summarize that, when I talk about neighborhood compatibility, the project is compatible with the old San Carlos and that zoning category there. It, you know, clearly works with those commercial uses, with the restaurants, the shops. It provides an anchor point, I believe that's the word that they used, on that end of the island, on the Bay Island, the Bay end of the island. And anybody visiting that property would have to walk through the downtown district, which is certainly a benefit to those businesses, in order to get to the beach. My concern is, and why we ended up recommending denial, is because of the potential for nuisance impacts and long-term changes to the single-family neighborhoods. There's two particular single-family neighborhoods, the area with Bonita Harbor south or so, and then on the other side of the canal, the Matanzas Court. The marina zoning, while being commercial, provided a buffer between the downtown zoning and those neighborhoods. It's commercial, but it was a kind of a low-impact commercial in terms of nuisances to the neighbors. So was a big part of our consideration. And in looking at the comp plan, there's elements of the project that go along with the vision of the comp plan. I don't disagree with the applicant in that. The bayfront access, the views of the bay, the promenade, that public space is certainly part of what I see also in the comp plan as a general goal. But on the reverse side, then we're weighing that against the single-family neighborhood and the intrusions there. So that's kind of my summary of where we stood as staff and why we got to that recommendation. What I'm gonna do now, I did wanna make one more point about the transportation impact study, because Patrick brought it up. It is in your packet. We did send it out to an independent reviewer for comments. Those are not in your packet. He had several comments. Generally, he felt that the transportation study's conclusions were correct, but he had some points about the references and the appendix and sources and things like that, but he felt by the time this would move forward, if it does move forward to town council, that they would be able to address those and move that forward, and that he didn't see any reason to slow down the project because of the traffic impact study. So I did want to say that. And the other comment, I just wanted, I don't know if you want to talk about that, the stabilized area that's on the master concept plan. That's really for emergency access. in thinking about this, we want fire trucks, which are the largest of the emergency vehicles, to be able to access all of the buildings. We've asked them those walkovers that they have to keep them up high enough so that a fire truck could pass under them. And in terms of stabilize, so some of them are shown as grassy areas, and you can grow grass but have a stabilized foundation underneath. So it presents as green space, but then fire trucks can still drive onto it. So that was the intent there. Okay, so I think those are the main things. So if we're okay with that, I'm gonna go into the findings and conclusions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Were you raising your hand? No, okay.
Okay, starting with Land Development Code, section 34-85B. In reaching its decision, the town council shall consider the following whenever applicable. 1, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. No errors or ambiguities exist. Whether there exist changed or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. The site as existing is damaged and in need of repair or redevelopment due to the destruction caused by Hurricane Ian. To be clear, it could be, redeveloped as a marina or something else. The impact of a proposed change on the intent of the chapter. The proposed change will not have any impact on the intent of this chapter of the Land Development Code. The CPD rezoning will allow for the redevelopment of the damaged Moss Marina structures and the adjoining properties. The testimony of any applicant, which you've heard, the recommendations of staff and the local planning agency, the testimony of the public, which you have heard, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. So as we discussed in the beginning, the comprehensive plan amendment would need to be approved in order for this to be consistent with that.
So may I ask you a question? And we spoke about this earlier, we did. Depending on who makes the motion, if someone's making a motion to deny, obviously, we still have to hear the future land use map possible changes. If someone makes a motion to approve, do they need to include in that contingency or something provided? What would the word? A condition.
A condition that a small-scale amendment be approved.
Adopted. Okay.
Changing the future land use from one to the other.
Yep, okay. I just wanted to.
Pedestrian commercial.
Yes, okay, got it.
Okay. So where it's asking about densities and intensities, that all points back to the comprehensive plan. When the request meets or exceeds, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards for the proposed use will be required to meet performance standards set forth in 34-2031 and 34-2032. Whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change, the urban services exist in this location. Whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The proposed redevelopment is located on a previously developed site which does not contain any environmentally critical areas or natural resources. And as the applicant said, they already got state approval for that boat slip removal, which otherwise might be a concern. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. The request is compatible with existing or known planned commercial and civic uses adjacent to the subject redevelopment and will likely not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to the commercial or civic property uses of Fort Myers Beach. It is less clear whether the proposed development will cause a nuisance to the abutting single-family residences. The property was previously a working marina without buffers and adequate landscaping, and the proposed development will create additional open space and buffering to enhance the visual aesthetics of the area. Whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities and will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. The location of the proposed development immediately adjacent to the Matanzas Pass Bridge and the Old San Carlos downtown area will contain any traffic impacts to the vicinity of the development. The addition of 236 lodging units will likely impact the flow of traffic in the downtown area through guests' arrivals and departures. Once guests are parked, there would not be a need to move their vehicles until departure unless they have a planned excursion, as beach, restaurant, bars, and other amenities would be easily accessible on foot. Staff has concerns regarding the sufficiency of parking provided for commercial shared parking lots. So that's what we've already discussed about the parking, but we are in agreement with the whole park once concept, that a visitor could come to this area and access everything that they might need on foot. For planned development rezonings, see section 34-216, so we'll get there in a moment. Land Development Code section 3485C. Before granting any rezoning, the town council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, the concurrent CPA application to amend the future land use category must be approved. So I would amend that to say, instead of must be approved, must be a condition of approval in this situation to comply. The approval of the CPD application should have a condition of approval for the amendment of the comprehensive plan in order to comply with the comprehensive plan. Nancy had a better wording for that, but complies with this chapter. The proposed use complies with this chapter except in regard to deviations. And Pat pointed that out in the discussion. This is a typical statement that we make. It means mainly that they've addressed any possible inconsistencies with the commercial resort zoning. So any place where we think that they might be deviate, that's where deviations come from, with the commercial resort requirements, they have provided for. So that's really all this sentence is saying. It's saying it is approvable, should you so desire, to go that route. Any other applicable town ordinances or codes. The proposed request complies with the town ordinances and codes except in regards to the deviations, because that's the place where you're deviating from the code section. For planned development rezoning, see section 34-216 of this chapter for additional findings. The recommendation made to the town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth, 3485, which we covered. In addition, the findings must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. The proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate at the subject location. Staff's response is that the proposed mix of uses, lodging, commercial, restaurant, is appropriate in this location in general. However, the COP area of Building E and the request for ambient noise at that location may create a nuisance for the single-family homes across the canal. I would also ask that you consider the impact of the Sunset Deck as well, as you brought up their impact on the neighbors to the south. Sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulations. The linear park buffer, the bayfront public access, the view corridors from the neighborhood, separation between buildings acts as safeguards to the public interest. The applicant is proposing signage to reduce resort vehicles accessing that neighborhood, and the abutting single-family neighborhood may be impacted by noise and increased traffic. The applicant is proposing signage and also recirculation to train people away from that single-family neighborhood, but we can't say for certain that there's going to be zero intrusion. And the impact of noise is also a consideration here. All recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impact on the public's interest created by or expected from the proposed development. All recommended conditions are related to the public interest. This is here again when we're thinking about those proposed conditions, thinking about the public interest and how we're meeting that. The proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development. The comp plan amendment application to amend the future land use category has to be a condition of approval for this CPD application in order for us to state that the proposal is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I think we all understand that at this point. Land Development Code Section 34-216A4 requires that the local planning agency's recommendation must approve with modification or reject each requested deviation based upon the finding that. So I'm not gonna go through each deviation one by one, I'm just gonna tell you where staff disagrees. Each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the plan development. Staff concurs except for deviation 8. The general intent of this chapter to protect the public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved and promoted. Staff concurs, and that's with the deviations. That each deviation operates to the benefit, or at least not to the detriment of the public interest. Staff concurs. Each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. See above. If the local planning agency concludes that the application omits necessary deviations, it may include the necessary deviations in its recommendation without an additional hearing. Okay. So now we get to recommendations. Staff finds that the CPD with deviations does not meet the criteria set forth in section 3485B and C and 34-216-2 of the Land Development Code and recommends denial of CPD 2023-0151, a request for a CPD with deviations. If the town's LPA recommends approval for the CPD application, staff recommends the following conditions of approval. Also in listening, I may want to think about adding some things to that. The applicant is correct that I did suggest on here removal of the COP from that building E. I also suggested reducing the hours for ambient noise as well. The other point I disagreed with their recommended conditions is that ride-hailing spot, well, I think it's a good idea. It should not be the same location as the Lee Tran stop. And mostly that's because I don't think that Lee Tran is going to be in agreement with that. They don't like to have other things impeding their transit, because if the Uber driver happens to be there at the same time as the tram needs to stop, then it provides a conflict. And so I think that should be a separate location. Okay, so I'm going to go through those conditions now. Owner will provide an accessible, stabilized surface for the area between Harbor Court and Bonita Street for emergency personnel vehicles. This is on site, not on the public street. The master concept plan indicates the access points at Harbor Court and Bonita Street provide for emergency limited access only. Limited access is intended to allow vehicles that have unintentionally driven down Harbor Court or Bonita Street to temporarily access the Arches property, maneuver through the turnaround area, and then exit the property. The intent of this is Pat said, is to not provide gates, to have that kind of open access into the property from the neighborhood. If you put a gate there, that impedes your views of the water. It also makes it a little bit less friendly. And then allowing those vehicles to turn around on the property instead of having to turn around on the street. That's the idea there. All walkover pedestrian bridges will be constructed at a height to permit fire and other emergency vehicles to pass underneath. Night-controlled access will be a system of gated sections with keypad or scanning capabilities to only allow employees, current registered owners, guests of the property, and emergency personnel to enter and exit the property from these locations during the night. This came up during discussions with staff. We want to make sure it's safe. Sometimes when you have a narrow space with a whole lot of shrubbery and it can be a place for unwanted activities, let's put it that way. And so by having that security, they kind of close it off in the evening, so you're not, opening yourself up to things you don't want. access to the Arches Resort through the easement number on First Street shall be limited to vehicular travel. I would like to see some agreement there for that easement. I think pedestrians probably will use it, just because that's how people are. They're gonna look for the shortest distance between A and B. It's not set up now for pedestrian. There's no sidewalk. There's not really lighting there. So I would like to see the applicant kind of attempt to work with the neighboring property owners there, and come up with some kind of improvement. It's not on their property. The other thing I would suggest is putting some kind of plantings or something on their side of the property to discourage people from walking through there. So that's that. Detailed landscaping plan showing the location and type of all plantings must be provided with the development order. They've already shown you a significant amount of landscaping. This would cover the specific species and locations. Vehicular access to the resort will be directed to Arches Way. Local traffic only, no through traffic signage will be placed immediately west of the intersection of Third and Arches to minimize vehicular trips within that neighborhood. They will have to work with town staff, and we may want to add that as a condition, that they work with town staff on the location, and, standardized signage. Ride hailing spot must be a separate spot from the Lee Tran stop location. I've added that in. I would also like to add in now with sufficient lighting, just for safety. If it's not gonna be, because we've talked about maybe moving its current location to a different spot, it may need additional lighting as well. Okay. Applicant shall remove the COP location at the 100 level amenity deck of building E from the master concept plan. Again, that's where I differ from the applicant. Hours of operation: the Arches Gateway Restaurant and rooftop deck at the corner of San Carlos Boulevard and 3rd Street will operate 7 a.m. to midnight. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. Sunset deck, you may want to consider these hours as well, 7 a.m. to midnight, and amplified sound until 9 p.m. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. So maybe in thinking about how they're orienting the sound away, maybe that's the location of the speakers. Speakers can be no closer than X number of feet from the edge of the deck. Commercial Plaza Restaurant along the Bayfront Promenade, 7 a.m. to midnight. Pool deck, buildings B and C, 7 a.m. to midnight. Pool deck, building E, 7 a.m. to 1 hour after sunset, and amplified sound, ambient music only from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. Outdoor deck area by the Events Chapel and Reception Hall, Building D, 7 a.m. to midnight. Okay. And I think that's where we are. In considering also the Building E, the applicant has represented that this is going to be a hotel condo and that's going to have a different clientele. For our purposes, for zoning purposes, it's a hotel. And again, this goes back to conditions of approval. We're gonna treat it as a hotel, conditioning one building to be under a different ownership structure than another building. I don't know that that makes sense in a zoning ordinance. I don't know that it makes sense necessarily at all, because from a public standpoint, we're treating it as a hotel. I don't think it's appropriate to put code compliance in charge of going onto a private property and are you supposed to be here, are you not supposed to be here? I think from a public standpoint, treating it all as a hotel resort, from a zoning point of view, makes the most sense and is cleanest for everybody. We don't necessarily want to be responsible for being involved in their operations, and certainly if that's what they want to do, we don't have a problem with it. But in terms of regulation and how we're going to treat this building different from the other building, that's hard for us to.
Are they asking you to do that?
No.
Well, what they're talking about is like the
I know the difference in the operation, but does
Yeah.
that anything to do with your zoning? You're telling me it doesn't?
well, we're talking about the pool deck and the uses, and what they're saying is that it's going to be a different clientele
Yeah,
at
I
that
get
specific
but for
building
zoning,
than
it's
the
the
other
same
one.
For you?
Yes.
Okay, we're good with it.
Yes.
Yeah, we can treat it just as we would either
As
the
another
sunset deck
location.
or as,
Exactly.
yes.
Yes, because essentially we don't know whether somebody's going to be there
Right.
for a month
We
or a
got
day.
it, got it,
Okay.
got it.
I did make some notes about this potential agreement and what can go in that. I know Patrick's not a fan of this, but I do think that this is not a development agreement. It is a rezoning, and so I think it's important to think about what's appropriate for zoning rules versus other kinds of agreements. And I do think it's important to think through how things get enforced, because if there's no enforcement, you know, anybody can represent something as a benefit, and then we have no way to check on it or enforce it in the long run. But there are certain elements of what they're saying that I think could be included into the site plan itself. So, as Patrick said, they are committing to the capital improvement for the ferry terminal, and so they would only be allowed to use it for that purpose, and if they needed change, they would have to come back. Where are they putting the bicycles and the golf carts? Even if that's just a statement of they're going to put X number, you know, in the parking deck.
Let's leave that
Okay.
basket aside for a minute.
Okay.
Just for a minute. Okay, does anybody have a question for Judith at this point? John?
No.
Jim? Jim? Nobody?
Can I ask just a clarification question? So, with the condition of approval of the comprehensive plan, it would be your opinion that the approval would be consistent with the comp plan as amended?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make that crystal clear
That was kind of our
because
understanding from the beginning.
I got it, but the primary role of the LPA is really a finding of consistency
Absolutely.
with the comprehensive plan. So if she is recommending denial in whatever fashion, I want to make sure that the record reflects that the denial is based on the land development code, but that the proposal is consistent with the comp plan.
I think that's,
Okay.
That's all I was trying to make clear.
that's just process question then,
Appreciate
Madam
it.
Chair.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to think about a motion with this level of detail that we're being exposed to and recommended to be included. Seems very different than what we would normally do on master concept plans, et cetera. So at some point, Judith, if you're gonna guide us to that, the basket is huge right now. It's different on two sides. Some are zoning, some is forcible, some isn't, et cetera. So before you leave, I'd like to hear what you need from us specifically, and what a motion would have to, what level of granularity a motion have to go down to be legitimate in your mind, that it represents an approval or a denial.
And that could also be something, Jim, that is a recommendation from us that the council needs to
I see.
handle at the
I
other
see.
end, so that it's
Okay.
not, we're not, I mean, you know, your brains can only handle so much. So, if there are no questions for Judith, are there any questions for the applicant?
Anita, I have one more.
Okay,
Okay, so as a possible condition, something to the effect, it's very general, an agreement for benefits and commitments that are not otherwise reflected on the site plan,
Or the conditions, because sometimes we put things
or
in
in the
yeah.
conditions.
okay. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Jim?
No.
Doug, you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Jane?
No, I have some discussion.
Okay.
Sure.
You have any questions for the applicant?
No.
John?
I'd like to know whether or not the applicant would be open to modifying the amplified music on the Sunset Deck.
Yep, me too. So Ben, could you come up? Because I have three things I want to ask you for.
I'm in there too.
And I'm not gonna ask Patrick, because I don't want a middleman.
Yeah.
I don't want a middleman. John, go ahead first.
My first question is, are you open to modifying the amplified music, both hours and perhaps type of amplified music, specifically on the Sunset Deck?
We were just discussing that.
On
What I'd like to
building
do
E.
is
No, 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 this is
Sunset
not,
Deck,
not building
Oh,
E.
Not building E.
Not building E.
This is the
Same
one
thing,
that's
yeah.
facing into the,
Yeah, I think we'd like to put a plan together and come back and council with it.
Okay.
For recommendation, so we understand the concern. And I don't know that I'm ready right now to commit what the right solution is, but we know noise is an issue. And we're
It's a
willing
deal
to
breaker.
address it, yes.
It's a deal breaker for me, Ben.
But we're gonna
And
address it.
I'm gonna tell you why.
So,
So, you know, there's 3 little things in the
Okay.
scheme of things for this monumental project
okay,
that, that right now, I think are super important. One, that sunset deck needs to have only ambient music,
okay,
and it probably doesn't need to have a bar, but I'm gonna leave the bar alone, and I'm just gonna stick with the ambient music, okay? That's number 1. Number 2, there needs to be some kind of buffering between the Matanzas houses, Robbins and the Bonhams house in that last building. 'Cause I didn't realize there was no buffering there. It's like they have no buffering. Now, maybe that's something you can think about. But the last one is something that Judith brought up to me when I very first talked to her about this, and it's come up several times now, and that is that building E, that should only have ambient music as well.
it does.
It does.
At the pool.
It
And
does.
that,
That's right.
no COP at that particular location.
not even indoors, I thought we agreed.
Oh, no, indoors, indoors is fine, it's outdoors.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought we
see,
already
it's the
agreed to
pool.
that.
COP, I thought the
They're going to
conversation,
carry the drinks outside.
that's what they would do.
Yeah, we already
Okay.
agreed to that,
Yeah, yeah,
so,
yeah.
Okay.
and I, is there, you see any issue with ambient music from the sunset?
No.
No, I think that's fine, I'll agree to that.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
anything else?
Good.
I must think about it now since I'm on a roll.
Wait a minute.
See what else you
All
can
right,
get.
let me throw one
Just
more
give
out.
me a minute, Ben.
My apologies. For the record, Megan Strayhorn, can we just get a little summary of what occurred? So we have ambient music, just so that we can keep it clear. to our-
Ambient music only
In our
at
record.
the,
On
at
the
the
sunset.
sunset
And is
deck.
there a
Slow
time
down.
frame
I
you
think
want
Sarah's
to end
wait,
it at?
writing
wait.
it too, so.
Ambient music only on the sunset deck. Are we okay with the hours?
Till midnight?
7 AM to 10 PM, to midnight.
How about to consistency an hour after
After
sunset,
sunset, that-
since it's
yeah.
a sunset grill?
It takes up the daylight savings issue and all that.
Okay, because that's mentioned someplace else.
It is.
How's that for you, Ms. Strayhorn?
So, I've heard, I think, a couple of different things. So, the request is ambient only on the sunset deck, which is in building E,
No,
Nope.
No,
or building B, sorry.
That's it.
Building
Building
B.
B, I used the wrong letter.
We
In
know
building
this
B,
development now.
yeah.
7
Building B
AM
from
to
7
1 hour after sunset.
Till 1 hour after sunset. I think
Which
the
is
timing
actually-
is a new element.
but currently
should
it
fit
says
what you're
9
trying to do.
PM, which.
9 PM.
It's 7 AM to midnight.
It is currently 7 AM to midnight,
Correct.
so you
And
want it.
1 hour
No,
after
no, the
sunset.
music.
The music.
There's
Just
two
the
The
elements.
music goes till 9.
There's two elements.
So amplified sound till 9,
Well, we're
Mm-hmm.
ambient, yes.
Till
9
9.
o'clock.
1 hour after sunset.
I think if we put them,
I've heard three.
Okay, wait, you can't talk off the, off the
So
mic.
ambient music until, your proposal is until 1 hour after sunset.
and it would make sense to be consistent that those are the hours of operation of that deck, in my opinion.
Consistent with, so just continue it, consistent with hours of operation.
Correct.
So, hours of
Wait,
operation.
wait, you're suggesting that the bar, the deck closes 1 hour after sunset?
No, I don't.
No,
I
I
don't
don't,
agree-
I wouldn't
I don't
agree
agree
with
with
that.
Okay.
I don't,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
don't
was
agree.
trying to make
I
it
don't
no
agree
way.
with that.
Here's
That's-
to help the process.
Middleman's back.
What I would suggest is, you guys tell us exactly clearly what you want,
Yeah, we're trying to
and
get
then
there.
you give us some time to just give us a little recess so we can discuss it.
We have
because
another
the
meeting.
back and forth like this is no good.
Yeah, I understand.
So
Yeah,
if
we're
you-
gonna go one by one. So right now, we're discussing the Sunset Deck Building B, ambient music only, 7 AM to 1 hour after sunset, but that doesn't mean that it has to close.
That's right.
Right. Hours of
All right,
operation
so
till
in
midnight.
winter, during season, that's gonna be really early.
Just for the music.
Just for the music, just for the music. It's just to keep sound down.
What would the problem till 9 PM be? Because that's gonna be an hour after sunset, late in the,
in the summer.
in the summer, but it's gonna give you
I'm okay
the
with 9
season.
o'clock.
I just think
You
that's.
okay with 9
I'm
o'clock?
okay with 9.
What do you think, Doug?
Yeah, I'm okay with 9 o'clock
What
for
do you think?
music
Nine
and
o'clock's
midnight
good
for
compromise. It's be
being
fair,
open.
about midnight.
I think
Okay,
it's
9
fine.
o'clock.
You got
Very
it.
good.
9 o'clock. I feel like I'm getting ready to sell.
Sorry,
a
if
car.
I could just read what's there now, because it sounds like you're agreeing with what we already have. So the hours,
No.
for the sunset deck, hours of operation, we had 7 AM to midnight
Right.
with amplified music until,
Amplified or ambient?
Ambient.
Ambient
Ambient.
music.
it says amplified, so
But
you
we're
wanna
saying
change that
ambient.
to ambient.
Ambient music.
Till 9.
So no live, just to be clear, I'm gonna put no
Ambient
live
music.
music. What? No,
Only ambient music.
no live.
Until 9 PM or 1 hour after sunset, whichever's longer.
Well, right now it says
We know what it says. We're telling you what we want
until
to
9.
say.
You
That's
wanna
right.
say until 9 or?
No,
1 hour
just say
after
9.
sunset.
Just 9.
Just make it 9. Period. 9.
Okay.
9.
That's
Okay.
easy.
Got it.
And on the, on
number
the
1.
Okay, that's number 1.
building B,
That is building B.
Yep.
no, I mean, building E,
Building E.
no COP outside and the,
No,
that pool,
they can consume outside.
Outside.
They
They
can't
just
have a
can't have a
bar
bar.
outside.
That's the deal.
and
That's the
so,
deal. And ambient music only.
and should that pool close 1 hour after sunset?
The pool?
Well, that's what Margaritaville does.
Oh,
It's
well, we just,
we or staff.
Could you make them consistent? So all the pools, all the ambient music stops at the same time?
It's not just the music, it's the use of
of the pool, yeah.
of the pool. So there's not, what time does the hotel pool close?
In our, so in the application submitted, we have the building E pool deck, which is 7 AM to 1 hour after sunset, and the pool deck which is contained in building B and C from 7 AM to midnight. So the internal
So you
is a
can
little
go
bit
there if you
longer
want to.
than the building E, which is
Right,
I think that's appropriate.
right.
Good. Good with
So
that?
1 hour after sunset for building,
So can you tell me what's the deal with the buffering on building E, on the building on the bay?
It's
That
just
there's no
40 feet.
buffering for Robin Atwood's and the Bonema's house?
There, for the record, Patrick Vaness. So what we have is we have 40 feet of separation. We have a type A buffer, which is a minimal buffer by code. That's the vegetated portion of it, you know, a buffer.
So there's no wall there?
Yeah, so what we can do is we're happy to come back with enhanced plantings along there. That's not a problem. And we can, again, I think the intent is you're asking us to thicker plantings, more lush, provide some screening.
I'm asking you to give them comfort.
We can come back at council with a proposal on that.
even if it's palm trees to
Does-
hold
does-
the view away from their balconies and
Yeah.
things like that would be,
We can do that,
Preferable.
no problem.
Okay.
I don't wanna block the
Okay.
view of the bay
How,
and the
how are you on
canal.
all
I
of
mean,
this now?
I don't
I'm
want-
good.
You're good.
I'm
How,
good.
how are you on all of this now? Doug?
I'm good.
Jane?
Good.
Good.
John? And Judith, how are you on all this?
I got your
You got it?
Okay.
Okay. And Nancy?
I'm fine.
You got it? And Patrick? And how about you, Ms. Strayhorn?
Satisfied.
Okay, everyone's satisfied. Okay, who's gonna make a
I'd be
motion?
glad to make a motion if I could get 3 co-writers to help include it.
I-
But I will go on the record.
I can try.
Oh, you're gonna try it?
I'm gonna try to make a
Okay,
motion.
great.
Damn, the engineer's going
Test,
for it.
we'll test this out. I make a motion to recommend approval of the CPD with conditions. The first conditions being a small comprehensive plan amendment gets approved. The second condition is that we accept all of staff's recommended conditions of approval, including the ones that we have just discussed, that Judith added to her list as we were discussing and that we've discussed as a group just now.
So I think the right word there is we've modified some of hers with some specificity. So if you could just, if that's what you're representing, I think I'm in total agreement.
And then C, a condition that we document we memorialize the agreements of additional public benefits that are not shown on the site plan in some form of document and attach it to the
Second.
agreement.
Well, wait, what about the sunset deck and building?
That was included in my condition B.
Okay, okay. So there's a motion by Doug and seconded by this Jim for approval. Is there any discussion? I'm gonna discuss. So Ben, I called Bill Spakowski and I had a lovely conversation with him, which led me to reading the old San Carlos plan, reading sections of the comprehensive plan. And I know people criticize me because I'm always thinking about what we've done, but it's important what we've done. But what it made me recognize is that those neighborhoods, the first neighborhood that really changed, you'll remember, is when the swing bridge went down and the sky bridge came over. It changed everything in there. I mean, the Kohler's whole life was cut in half. So it's changed dramatically. Times Square, when the town incorporated, changed dramatically. There have been a lot of changes there. And your project is also going to change things dramatically. But I think that it does embody, even with the crazy things of, it's high, it's dense, it's whatever, I think it takes the spirit of what we were hoping for and makes it real. And I appreciated the changes you made, and I appreciate even more the ones you're making here on the fly to accommodate that neighborhood, because it is gonna change their neighborhood. And I hope, in a way, maybe it gives them some opportunities somewhere down the road. I don't know, but it was a difficult decision for me to come to. I really hated everyone assuming I was gonna vote no, because I was enthusiastic when you showed me this project. I was happy about the changes you made, and I really have flipped and flopped and flipped and flopped, and today made all the difference in the world. And I thought about Tracy Gore during the Margaritaville case, because she was so emotional and so stressed. She wanted to vote yes, but she knew all her neighbors would hate her over it. And I just feel like people are gonna think I'm not being true, but I think I'm doing the right thing. So, congratulations, Ben.
Call the
We're
question.
gonna call it in just a second. Doug, your vote.
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Anita's aye. Jane?
Aye.
And Jim?
Aye.
It passes
Unanimous.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Jim. Thank
We
you
have
very much.
more.
Yes, I know. So now just hold tight. Hold tight.
Wait, we've got to do the comp
We have
plan
a-
amendment.
That's what I'm saying. Hold tight.
Small
Hold
one,
tight.
it says.
Okay, so the next item is a comprehensive plan amendment, marina and mixed residential FLU, future land use, to pedestrian commercial FLU. So it says it right there. You want me to still say it again?
You didn't read the entire title.
I read this highlighted part, now I'm gonna
Oh.
read the title.
Right, okay.
Arches Comprehensive Plan Amendment, hey girlies. Girlies. Arches Comprehensive Plan Amendment, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending the Town of Fort Myers Beach adopted future land use map dated January 1st, 1999, for properties located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435, and 438 Bonita Street, also respectively identified as strap numbers 2446234300270000. On the record here, do I really have to read them all? I read them previously. I'll
Okay,
continue.
as stated in the
As
agenda.
stated in the agenda.
Okay.
On Fort Myers Beach, from mixed residential and marina to pedestrian commercial, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, Judith. And Judith, thank you very much for all the work you did. You did a really good job.
Happy to do it. So I would like to apologize. There is a typo in here. I forgot to take out Jim Inc.'s information. He is no longer attached to the project. It is being applied for by the neighborhood company. So I
That's
apologize for that. The Freeland Florida Holding LLC, owner of the subject property, and the neighborhood company, applicant for the owner, are requesting a comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment. The amendment requests a change of 3.53 acres of marina future land use known as Moss Marina and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial. There are no proposed text amendments to the comprehensive plan, so means it's a map change only, we're not changing any of the content. So everything is, will completely have to fall under pedestrian commercial. And the number of properties, some of the properties are already in pedestrian commercial, so it's a different number of properties than we previously talked about, parcels. As you know, the applicant has also applied for a commercial plan development that encompasses the 3 additional properties that are already mapped as pedestrian commercial and do not need to be amended here. That is 935, 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. The marina future land use is defined as designed for prime sites that can provide access to valuable waters around Fort Myers Beach. The category provides services for recreational boating, including related accessory uses, provided that they don't displace recreational marina services. It continues on from there, but essentially it's for marinas and marina and boat-related things only. Other land use designations allow for marinas to be contained within them, but also allow for other uses as well. The mixed-use residential future land use category is defined as designed for older subdivisions with mixed housing types on smaller lots, newer high-rise buildings and mobile homes, which are not really any longer allowed, and RV parks. This category will ensure that Fort Myers Beach retains a variety of neighborhoods and housing types. For new development, the maximum density is 6 dwelling units per acre. And that's typical in many future land use categories across the island. The combined marina and mixed residential parcels could allow a total of 295,990 square feet of floor area through a CPD. The current zoning districts allow a lower square footage. The proposed change to pedestrian commercial could allow a total of 493,317 square feet through a CPD. It's an increase of almost 200,000 square feet of development potential. So you see in changing the future land use, you're also changing the potential of what can be built and the value of that property because of the increased square footage that you have available to you. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, the current comprehensive plan refers to this area as the north end in one section and the core area in another section. It describes that north end area as follows. The north end of the island retains its residential and resort identity. Its motel rooms, older cottages, and high-rises all benefit their proximity to Bowditch Point and the downtown core area, yet are comfortably removed from seasonal traffic congestion and outdoor entertainment activities that many residents find intrusive. Okay, so if you take a look at the staff report, it goes over where these different designations are found now. I'm not gonna go through all the infrastructure impacts. They're provided in the staff report.
Thank you.
Overall impacts, since the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan was approved in 1999, there have been changes in marina operations. The comprehensive plan specifically identifies 4 marinas. Island Bay Marina, which was relatively small, was destroyed by Hurricane Ian and has not yet been rebuilt, and we don't know whether it will be. The Snook Bight Marina appears to be now located at the former Mid-Island Marina as identified on the comp plan, and Fishtail Marina remains at the original location. Neither of the 2 remaining marinas, minus Moss Marina, are located in close proximity to the downtown area. Although the proposed CPD would increase the wet slips, the dry dock storage and servicing of boats would no longer be present. Okay, findings and conclusions. Proposals to amend the future land use map must meet comprehensive plan policy. Should I break and let them present before I get to findings? Sorry, I'm just kept going.
So she gave an introduction. Do you want her to go ahead and just finish?
Sure, go ahead and finish.
Policy 4C10 for map amendments. The intensity and density levels allowed by the future land use map may be increased through formal amendments, which is this process, to the plan if such increases are clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner. Petitions from landowners will be accepted annually. The town council may accept applications more frequently at its sole discretion. The LPA must make a recommendation to town council based on whether the proposed comprehensive plan amendment is in the best interest of the town of Fort Myers Beach. The following segments of the comprehensive plan may assist the LPA in determining that interest and impact. But in general, it comes back to clearly in the public interest is what you're charged with determining here. The marina future land use category limits the uses and therefore the potential economic impacts of the land. Policy 4B7 marina in the comprehensive plan is designed to provide water access to the water bodies around Fort Myers Beach. All marina uses listed in 4B7 are permitted in the pedestrian commercial designation as well. As Fort Myers Beach is an island, both visual and physical access to the water is an important component. The changes to the future land use category will not necessarily limit access to the water. I would point out that they will be a different kind of access. In the coastal management element, the section on land use conflicts notes in a few cases, marinas are completely surrounded by residential dwellings and the only road access is by residential street, thus limiting future expansion potential to protect other existing uses. This site currently falls into this category. The rezoning proposal provides an alternate access road to the site that avoids use of the existing residential streets by the proposed development. However, this is not a restriction of the future land use category, but is provided in the comprehensive plan development proposal. Policy 1B7, pedestrian commercial, states that commercial activities must contribute to the pedestrian-oriented public realm. The proposed map amendment would allow further development to contribute to this goal for Old San Carlos and Times Square. Any new development in this area would be required to be pedestrian-oriented. This land use category also encourages a mix of uses to contribute to the vibrancy of the area. Objective 3D, Times Square, is to stimulate the revitalization of the downtown core area near Times Square, as the nucleus of commercial and tourist activities. The enlargement of the pedestrian commercial future land use would increase the number of available land uses permitted at the site. As stated by the applicant, the Old San Carlos Boulevard commercial corridor will benefit from the expansion of the pedestrian commercial designation, and a redevelopment project on the bay will complement the recently completed Margaritaville Resort and the proposed redevelopment of the Times Square on the Gulf side. This creates two significant anchors and will encourage a vibrant and sustainable downtown district. The Old San Carlos corridor has long been identified as an area where infill development should be encouraged. Staff finds that the request to amend the future land use map to change 3.53 acres of marina future land use and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial future land use is not clearly in the public interest. Creating additional commercial land adjacent to the existing downtown does not necessarily provide a benefit to the town and will result in traffic and noise impacts to nearby residential uses through elimination of the buffer between the intense commercial districts and the neighborhood, which could increase conflict. Additionally, the area lacks sufficient pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure to support the proposed amendment, which will increase density and intensity. So you may have noticed I've pointed out places where I think that the proposal is in keeping with the vision of the comprehensive plan, and places where it also differs. In our recommendation, staff has reviewed the request for a comprehensive plan amendment and found that the comprehensive plan amendment request does not meet the requirements set forth in section 3492 and comprehensive plan policy 4C10. Therefore, staff recommends denial of CPA 2023-0152. If the LPA finds that the concurrent CPD application for this area adequately demonstrates that the proposed development is clearly, and in quotation marks because that's the language from the comp plan, is clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner, approval could be granted. Approval of CPA 2023-0152 would be recommended if the CPD application is found by the LPA to sufficiently address policy 4C10. Is any questions on that?
Thank you, Judith. Any questions for Judith?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Patrick? Or
Yes, it's
Megan?
me again. Good afternoon. For the record, Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant, landowner Freeland Holdings, Florida LLC. We are here on the comprehensive plan amendment. At this time, I'm gonna take this, my apologies. There are some items that we would like to enter into the evidentiary record. This was entered into the evidentiary record for the CPD. We're asking it to be admitted into this record. As you all know and may remember, this comprehensive plan amendment came before this board about a year ago. This project has been working on by the owners since shortly after Ian, so there was a lot of community outreach and public discussion about what the project would look like, and that's what is contained in this PowerPoint presentation. We also ask for the records to include the hearing that took place on April 9th in 2024. For the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn. I already said that. We are here for the comprehensive plan amendment. And we have a full presentation. That does not look like it's this presentation, but we have a full presentation if you all would like for us to go through it. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. This looks like this is the old presentation for the comprehensive, for the CPD rezoning. And while we're figuring that out, I'll just give a little brief introduction. Thank you, staff, for explaining the comprehensive plan amendment request. This is requesting to amend the future land use of 7 of the parcels, 3 of which are already designated pedestrian commercial. So we're asking to utilize that and extend it throughout the rest of the project. You all have heard the commercial plan development, which has been approved. So by approving the commercial plan amendment, one concern that was brought up a year ago was, how do we know what's gonna happen with this project? Well, now we know. So I will leave it, let's try this one. This is the right one? Okay. Got it, okay. So now we're here for the comprehensive plan amendment request. I've introduced the team. We have Mr. Patrick Benas, who is a certified planner with the neighborhood company. We have Ken Gallender with the neighborhood company, as well as the owners, Ben and Thomas Freeland. LPA, would you like for us to go through with the expert testimony? Do you have any questions at this time?
what's your pleasure?
No questions.
No questions.
I
We
don't
ask
think
that
you-
everything be submitted into the record.
Thank you very much.
So did you want to have any comment from your planner
Yes.
as to
Can you-
Judith's comments?
Yes, we're gonna spare you this entire presentation, and I'm gonna skip directly
No, please.
to our conclusions. Again, based on my professional planning experience, all the discussions we've had today, the CPD and the safeguards in the CPD, it is my expert opinion that the proposed CPA is consistent with the intent and the vision of the comprehensive plan, and that based on our testimony, submitted documents, this presentation that should be in the record, we respectfully request a recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Mr. Benes, do you believe that the commercial plan development is clearly in the interest of the town?
Yes, I think the CPD, we've demonstrated that through the entire application, provides numerous benefits, and we've put in the safeguards needed to mitigate for any potential impacts.
We're
Thank
here
you.
for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Strayhorn. Any questions for the staff or for the applicant? Any
Nope.
discussion?
Nope.
Nope.
Anyone want to make a motion?
Public comment.
Public comment, yes. Gosh, I think it's almost 6 o'clock. Yes, I see him back there. Dale, come on up. Anybody else want to make public comment on this?
Forget about us, we're the only ones. Dale Bonema, 725 Matanzas Court. So, I guess we're on the losing end of this, we can feel it. I mean, we're very disappointed that you do not want to follow the directives of your professional planners. Don't understand that. They're saying it doesn't meet the requirements, but not much we can do. I guess it's very disappointing that having lived here through that whole Margaritaville battle, which went on for years, I can't understand why Arches is going to be allowed to be over twice the height on residential properties when Margaritaville was on commercial properties. And that height thing just got hammered and hammered. But I guess it's a different time. Build big, and I don't know. It'll probably be nicer than Lauderdale. So another unrelated issue, which I might as well bring up, is that we are going to lose potentially 30% of our property value. And I think one issue with that is going to be we're right against the commercial. And I just don't think that we should be restricted going ahead with this 30-day rental. And I know it has nothing to do with today, but I'm bringing it up. And this whole short-term rental ordinance, we just can't touch. That's just like a holy document. But perhaps in the coming months and years, we're kind of getting out of renting our home. But as far as the value of our property, at some point, I think we are going to want to ask to have our zoning changed to allow for weekly rentals. I think it's only fair. We're against this huge resort, and that would possibly give us 10% of our lost value back. So I hope when we come before this committee in the future that you'll take that into consideration to give us some relief from the changing neighborhood and dynamics. So thank you for
Thank you,
listening
Dale.
to us, and that is all.
Thank you. Leah, you said you had comments. Does anybody else want to speak?
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Estero, 923 3rd Street. I'll keep this short because it's been a long afternoon and a longer day for y'all. This is a big project, and usually projects of this scale offer a lot more public benefits. And I just want to put out there and ask the applicants to dig a little bit deeper on these public benefits. A really bad issue for our neighborhood is storm drainage. Harbor Court floods every time it rains. 3rd Street floods every time it rains. I have a letter from a previous utilities director that says the system that belongs to Mas Marina is what needs to be utilized to fix the flooding on your street. Maybe the neighborhood could reach out to Mas Marina and ask for assistance. The town would be happy to put in pipes to the Mas Marina system, etc., etc. We've asked them in the past. They've said no. This is the time where y'all can dig a little bit deeper and help your neighbors and truly provide a public benefit to something that's going to drastically change our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Leah?
Hi, Leah Gregg. Messing with this thing. So a few more consideration points just for the Freelands here in closing. So first, congratulations, you got your first step accomplished. So maneuvering as staff claims through the turnaround area and then exiting the property on Bonita Street or Harbor Court, it just sounds like it's going to be so cumbersome and not efficient, especially for an emergency
Leah,
vehicle.
I hate to do this to you,
What?
but this is about the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay.
So,
So can I make any comments about the development in regard to that?
go ahead, go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what.
Go
All right.
ahead.
So I also want to ask. I just want to make sure that it's safe for if we need an emergency vehicle down these streets. So real short. I walk by Margaritaville parking lot almost every day, and the beeps for the cars hitting the remotes, beep 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 beep. It's every time I walk by there all day. So I would just ask you, please, please, please consider, or not even consider, but please soundproof the garages so we don't have to hear that sitting in our backyards. Infrastructure. If you're going to change this land development use from an operating marina to business, is this infrastructure there? This is a huge, huge compound. Is the infrastructure there? I can tell you, Cape Coral, if any of you have ever been up there, they lose water quite frequently. They turn on their shower, nothing. We don't want that to happen in the beach, and I never heard anybody talking about infrastructure if we change this land development use. It's very important. And to Chris's point, proper drainage. That neighborhood, they never received drainage like the rest of the town did. They don't have any of the big drains like I do on Palermo Circle. So again, if this is approved, please, please, please make sure the proper drainage is in place so we don't get flooded with the slightest rainfall, because it already happens there. With your development, it could be a lot worse. So that's it. And one last question. So if a developer can ask for land change usage, can a residential as well? Can we come in and say, hey, I'd like to turn my house into a business/resident? Is that an opportunity that we can do?
Of course.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, Leah. Anyone else? Okay, the public comment is closed. Any other questions for the staff or the applicant? And if not, would someone like to make a motion?
I guess I could make a motion again.
It's your day, Doug.
I would like to make a motion that we recommend approval of the comprehensive plan amendment because that we did find that the concurrent CPD was in the public interest.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, folks. Okay, the next item on our agenda is we are recessing as the local planning agency and convening as the historic board to approve minutes. So we are recessing as the LPA at 5:55.
Freshened up now.
So could we approve the minutes of October 22nd, 2024, which is simply that we did just this. Would somebody make a motion,
So
please?
moved.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll now adjourn as the historic, oh, please, can you guys please hold it down? Please hold it down, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
before you totally adjourn, the record should just reflect that Don Sunneth was not present at the Historic Preservation meeting, and if you want to excuse him from that
Certainly,
absence.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now adjourn as the Historic Preservation Board and reconvene as a local planning agency. LPA members, items or reports. Mr. Dunlap,
Nothing.
anything? Doug?
I would just like to say that Anita and I don't agree on things all the time, probably only about half the time, but I have never felt that you were biased on any of your judgments.
That's very nice of
And
you.
that
Thank you.
your comments I always found were insightful and heartfelt.
I appreciate that, Doug. Thank you very much. Jane, anything?
Ditto on Doug's comments.
Nothing else?
Nothing.
Jim, anything?
At 5:56, no.
John, anything?
I'm fine, thank you.
I don't have anything either. LPA attorneys, anything?
We're gonna try going forward, you know, we're always trying to make improvements. We're gonna be a little bit more descriptive in some of our titles, and we will start having attachments to our ordinances with the various criteria attached.
Thank you
such
very much.
Format.
Community development, any issues? Anything you need to say? You can surprise us for next
Anything
month's agenda.
upcoming?
Could I have a motion, please, for
So moved.
adjournment? Thank you. It's 5:57. Thank you all for paying attention all day long.
Beat the council record
Stand
at
adjourned.
5:50.
Yes, we're